Chapter 11:13. What the fuck are you talking about? The head of the Wong clan almost fainted on the spot. Is this what you mean by returning to the roots? Killing all of them and only sending their heads back? Is this what you mean by returning to the roots? The last words of the pavilion master before he left were very clear. We firmly support fairness and punish lawlessness. If someone from the Zhua Shui Company comes here to kill your Wong clan, we will kill them without mercy. Justice is in people's hearts. Right or wrong is not determined by strength. The head of the Wong clan smashed the study room. How can you have the nerve to say that? Zhua Shui Company's people come to assassinate us? Do they dare? Do they have the strength? They won't even come. But our Wong clan can only swallow this grievance? It's too humiliating. What do you mean by the various departments are dissatisfied? How can the various departments deal with the assassins of the Wong clan? Is this a joke? Justice is in people's hearts. Right or wrong is not determined by strength. We clearly have the strength to run rampant in the world, but you forced us to fight a war of words with an ordinary troll company. What's the use of strength then? But the situation told the Wong clan one thing. You can only deal with it like this. Those who went to assassinate, bribe, poach. There was not a single exception, and all of them had returned with their heads. Even those who were on the way were all killed. Not a single fish escaped the net. This was a feeling of being betrayed at the slightest sound, causing the entire Wong clan to feel uneasy. Because of this, the Wong clan immediately called for an emergency meeting. This is not a good sign, no, it's too bad. The head of the Wong clan directly put a cup of life origin water in his hand, ready to drink it at any time. When he came back to report, he was really shocked by the attitude of the higher-ups. Under the surging of his blood, he almost suffered internal injuries. The minister's attitude should be because he discovered something after coming to the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival. He only targeted the 4 clans, not because he didn't discover anything, but because he left some leeway. But you just want to be lucky. The head of the Wong clan, Wong Han, frowned and looked at the white-haired old man sitting in the room. Third brother's wife, didn't I tell you not to covet the spots of the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival? But what did you do? What about now? Didn't everything start from there? The old man lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was no way to explain it. That was because, although he looked old, he was actually the family head's great-grandson. There were 2 Wong clans in the capital. However, apart from the senior executives of Shangjing, very few people knew that the 2 Wongs were actually one family. 300 years ago, 2 brothers were fighting for the head of the family. The one who lost left home in anger and created a powerful Wong family that could call the wind and summon the rain. However, it was also the one who left the house in anger. Before he died, he requested to return to the family so that the 2 families would secretly merge into one. This was the benefit of strength. As long as you had enough strength, the rules would naturally compromise for you. Of course, on the surface, there were still 2 Wong clans. This was more in line with the law of aristocratic families not putting all their eggs in one basket. As for the Wong family that was causing trouble in the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, it was led by another Wong family disciple. However, this was not the main point, so there was no need to go into detail here. Others may not know the true relationship between the 2 Wong clans, but how could the minister not know? The last time a minister came to the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, he personally investigated the matter of Qin Fangyang. He dealt with 4 clans in a row with thunderous methods. It seemed that the laws were strict and ruthless. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that the matter was hastily settled. The head of the Wong clan, Wong Han, said, "After that day, I said that the minister must have found out about you and confirmed that the Wong clan was involved. But in order to save some face for our ancestors, he restrained himself and stopped at the last minute." But Minister Chu Yang's position on this matter had changed from the moment he left the ancestral dragon. He no longer had the slightest inclination in his opinion. In other words, although the minister left some leeway for the Wong clan, at the same time, we lost our biggest backer. We lost it forever. The Wong clan's clan lord, Wong Han, sighed deeply and said, "From the words of the minister, it is clear that he believes that your Wong clan is innocent. He believes that your Wong clan can prove your innocence. What does that mean? It means that he will no longer care whether the Wong clan is dead or alive. The Wong clan will have to rely on themselves in the future. Moreover, they have to prove their innocence through normal means. All crooked methods and all kinds of tricks are forbidden. If they're used, they will be met with a backlash. If they are used, they will be digging their own graves. He sighed in exasperation. Look at what you've done him. You can see the consequences now, right? You've squandered the glory and power of our ancestors with such a trivial matter as the Ancestor Dragon Galu martial art competition. Everyone from the Wong family present glared at the old man. That old man could no longer remain calm. This accusation was too big, and he could not bear it. He hurriedly said, "It may not be because of the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival." The minister said with certainty that Qin Fangyang is his good friend. Wang Han's eyes emitted a cold light. Did you not participate in the erasing of Qin Fangyang's traces? That old man, Wang Ping, said, "The minister sees the human heart. What is there to hide from? But Qin Fangyang really wasn't killed by us." Perhaps the minister understood this matter and withdrew himself from it. The matter of dragons snatching over veins has been going on for a long time. It's already an unwritten rule. Bringing it up now is just a pretext. Qin Fangyang is the key. In other words, Qin Fangyang was killed by the Wang clan, not by the Wang clan. One had to admit that Wang Ping's words were not wrong. If Qin Fangyang did not die and successfully obtain the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, even if there was only one, none of these things would have happened. The ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival could still continue, and it could still be an unwritten rule. Qin Fangyang was indeed the main point. Smack! Wang Han slammed the table and glared, impudent. Instantly, the atmosphere in the meeting room became agitated. If you did not act rashly at the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, would the minister have noticed? Yes, would the minister have come to the Wang clan alone to investigate the case? In the end, wasn't it you who attracted the minister's attention? Ugh. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Wang Ping panted heavily but did not say a word. Let's get down to business. Is there any meaning in pursuing the cause and effect now? Wang Han knocked on the table, and everyone finally stopped. Now, the minister has already made his stance clear. I believe the emperor will not have any objections. Look at the left and right heavenly king's stances one after another, and the four great marshals' support. What does this mean? Wang Han's gaze was cold as he said, "This means that the higher-ups have already confirmed and reached a consensus that this matter was done by us. But due to the glory of our ancestors, they cannot touch our clan. So, on one hand, they are suppressing us, and on the other hand, they are supporting the other party, resulting in the current confrontation. In other words, the Wang clan is now standing opposite all the higher-ups. This can be confirmed now. Even if we can win this battle of public opinion, our position in the minister's heart is destined to be irretrievable. All the people sent out, without exception, were killed. This stance could not be more obvious. It is true that the Nine Heavens Pavilion has a high position and power, but without the permission of the higher-ups, they would not be so ruthless." Wang Han heaved a long sigh. "This is the situation now. What should we do in the aftermath of this matter? Everyone, let's discuss and work together to get through this difficult time." Everyone was silent. The fact that the pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion had personally come forward to deliver the heads had already explained many, many problems. Wang Ping raised his head. His white hair reflected the white light, making it appear even whiter. He said in a low voice, "Clan Master, now that this matter has come to this, we can all foresee what will happen in the future. I believe that there must be a reason for killing Qin Fangyang. Since there is a reason and purpose, killing him is no big deal. There is no need to regret it. But why dig up He Yuanyue's grave? I really want to understand. After this matter was done, there was still such clear evidence left behind. Even if the higher-ups did not intervene, it would still cause a huge uproar. I believe that everyone with brains knows this. Clan Master, You must know this better than us. After all, the clan master is the one at the helm. So, why did you still do this and make such a choice? Wang Han's face slowly darkened. He said coldly, "First, I want to tell you that Qin Fangyang was not killed by us." Wang Ping's lips curled into a cold smile. And second, He Yuanyua's grave was also not dug up by us. Wang Han said word by word. Do you understand? This is my answer. Do you need me to repeat it again? Understood. These are not done by our clan. Wang Ping nodded. But I'm not talking about this. I want to ask, why did you do it? Since you knew the consequences, why did you still do it? Wang Han almost fainted from anger. How many times had he said it? This got out, however. Wang Han suddenly realized that it was not only Wang Ping. There were actually a few people in the clan looking over curiously. Obviously, they were very interested in the answer to this question. Another one asked straightforwardly, "That's right, clan master. Since you knew that the consequences could be very serious, why did you still do it?" Damn it, this topic could not be avoided. The reason is very simple. I think there was a reason why we had to do it. Doing so would affect the future of the Wang clan. Wang Han said indifferently, "Since you all have doubts, then I will explain this once, and only this once." Chapter 11:14. The head of the Wang clan, Wang Han, sighed deeply. The Wang clan has been under the protection of the heavenly king, Fei Hong, for so many years. But now, the Wang clan has fallen into an awkward situation. Or rather, it has been like this since hundreds or thousands of years ago. The Wang clan is declining day by day. You should all be able to see this. This is an undeniable reality. The reason is that in the past 10,000 years, no expert has appeared in the Wang clan. Perhaps in the past, the Wang clan had nothing to worry about due to the contributions of our ancestors. But as time passes, the glory of our ancestors and the kindness of our ancestors become fainter and fainter. Now, many people have even forgotten the existence of our ancestors and the sacrifices he made. They have forgotten that this continent was fought for by our ancestors with their lives. In so many years, our Wang clan has firmly held the position of the #1 clan. But now we are slowly declining, and we don't even dare to fight for it. Why? The reason is that we can't win. As for the Yu clan, they didn't even need to fight for it. They naturally became the #1 clan. Because the emperor is here, because the heavenly king of the right is here. Even if our Wang clan still has the foundation and strength of the #1 clan, do we dare to fight with the Yu clan? The answer is obvious. We don't dare. Why? Because our Wang clan doesn't have a top expert. We don't have any deterrents. Do you understand? From what happened today, all of you should have felt it. If our Wang clan had a heavenly king, or even a marshal, would there be such a situation where everyone pushed the wall when it was down? No. The head of the Wang clan said firmly. Everyone in the Wang clan nodded silently. Why didn't the emperor ask about it? Why did he stay out of it and allow so many people to deal with our Wang clan? If my ancestor were still alive, would the emperor throne have the same attitude as he does right now? Everyone knows the answer, right? Everyone in the Wang clan nodded. It's still the same. After our ancestors, our descendants failed to live up to our expectations. We didn't make the Wang clan produce a peerless expert. Right now, the Wang family's predicament seems to be extremely bad, but it's very simple to resolve. We only need to send out a heavenly king. We don't even need to send out a heavenly king. A martial-level expert is enough. Even if they aren't capable enough and don't have a commander talent, having a sword monarch or saber demon will be enough. However, our Wang clan has never had such a top-notch expert. As new meritorious clans continue to rise, our Wang clan will only continue to decline until we become obscure and completely withdraw from the ranks of the top clans in Shangjing. There are frequent wars on the continent, and new heroes and clans are constantly emerging. This is no longer something that can be predicted, but a fact, a reality. Those who do not plan for the overall situation will not be able to plan for a region. Those who do not plan for all ages will not be able to plan for a moment. In the future, the rise and fall of the old and the rise and fall of the new is the most important matter for the Wang family. If they couldn't compete, how could they support such a large family business? But other families have marshals, generals, and legends. What do we have? Everyone else is still alive and kicking, high and mighty. What does our family have? Wang Han asked everyone. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. If we don't think of a way, will the future Wang clan rely on continuously selling off the family property of our ancestors to survive? Even if that's the case, how long can it last? A clan can either prosper forever, but as soon as there is a trace of decline, it will immediately become the target of public criticism and become the target of hungry wolves from all sides. It's impossible that you don't know this, right? And my plan is to have the Wang clan give birth to a peerless expert with a 100% probability. As long as it succeeds, even the level of a heavenly king is the bottom line. Perhaps an existence that surpasses the minister. As long as it succeeds, our Wang clan is bound to prosper for tens of thousands of years, or even forever. Wang Han's eyes swept across everyone like a sharp sword. Based on this premise, what can't be done? As long as it succeeds, what's the harm in reputation? Not to mention that the history books will only be written by the victors. Everyone continued to remain silent. Obviously, they were shocked by the clan head's words. The level of a heavenly king was already considered low. Perhaps an existence that surpasses the minister. These words shocked everyone to the point that their minds were a little buzzing. So what the clan head had been planning all this time was actually such a big matter. Clan head, may we ask what exactly are you planning? An old man asked in a low voice. No, you don't need to know. You just need to cooperate. Wang Han said stiffly. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Then, clan head, are you confident? Several people asked at the same time. Of course I'm confident. I have a full 90% confidence. Wang Han said solemnly. The last 10% will have to depend on heaven's will. Manpower has already reached the limit. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room immediately became lively. Everyone vaguely knew that the clan head had been secretly doing something for many years. However, the clan head had always been reliable. The entire Wang clan had always admired him, so they didn't want to delve deeper. Especially since he said so, it meant that he was definitely confident. 90% confidence, 10% chance of heaven's will. What was the difference between this and 90% certainty? We have no objections. We look forward to the clan head's good news. Everyone said in unison. In order for this matter to succeed, I guess everyone will have to bear some grievances in the process. We might even have to pay some price. Wang Han said softly, but I can tell you very clearly, as long as this matter succeeds, even if we have to sacrifice half of the Wang clan, or more than half of the clan, it will be worth it. Understood. Now is the battle of public opinion. Let the push-hand team take action. All the Wang clans, enterprises, and related units, move out. We will do our best to prove our innocence. Let's have a fair battle of public opinion. Even if we can't completely defeat them, we must ensure that we don't fall into a complete disadvantage. It can't be one-sided. Yes, clan head. Meeting adjourned. There's one more thing, clan head. Right now, HUNUS students are constantly rushing to Shangjing from all over the world, threatening to cause trouble for our clan and take revenge. These people, how should we deal with them? Wang Han frowned and said, have the 5 people from the operation team who went to Phoenix City returned. They're already on their way. Make sure that these 5 people are not caught. The material evidence will be used against them. There can't be any more witnesses. Yes, as for those people, persuade them nicely and treat them with respect. You must understand that our Wang clan did not kill Qin Fanyang, nor did we dig up his grave. Our Wang clan is innocent. Do you understand? We are proving our innocence. Before the truth is revealed, we are innocent. It's just that we are in a place of suspicion. That's all. Understood. However, if the other party is too agitated and kills us, limited self-defense is to do your best to subdue them and send them to the law department in Shangjing for punishment. Wang Han said calmly. There are still laws in this world. Clan head, you are wise. Remember to always show that our Wong clan is innocent and has been wronged. We are innocent. Understood. Go. Yes. That as soon as Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan appeared, they quickly felt that they were being watched. Especially after they returned to Shangjing, they felt that countless divine thoughts were connected to them. However, the two of them did not care at all. Come on. As long as the two of us are together, little duo has the spatial extermination pagoda. As long as we don't encounter existences like Elder Wan and Elder Shui, no matter how ferocious the surprise attack is, no matter how heavy the attack is or how fatal it is, we can hide in the spatial extermination pagoda. As long as their heads did not fall off, they could use the Heavenman Stone to save their lives. Therefore, all those with Xiaoduo saw the Wong clan as a strong enemy and knew that their strength was definitely not a match for the Wong clan's tens of thousands of years of accumulation. He was still very calm and calm. Even if the worst situation was to happen, even if a Heavenly King realm expert wanted to take the two of them down, with their powerful half-step Skycer cultivation, they would be able to buy half a breath's worth of time. And half a breath's worth of time was enough for them to enter the spatial extermination pagoda. Xiaoduo's divine soul was tightly locked on the spatial extermination pagoda. His big hand held Xiaoyan's small hand as they strolled around the streets of Shangjing, just like before. Xiaoduo held Xiaoyan's small hand. He felt that the small hand was soft and smooth, slender and soft, as if it was boneless. Although he did not have any other thoughts in his heart, his mouth could not help but split open, laughing with satisfaction and arrogance. Yes, let's take my cat for a walk. Xiaoyan's face was as cold as ice, but she did not struggle. She let Xiaoduo hold her hand as they strolled through the crowd. Only the bottom of her heart was a little annoyed. This little dog is too insensible. Why is he holding my hand so tightly? Doesn't he know that this young lady is holding his hand? Forget it. Today this young lady will take it as walking my dog. The two of them held each other's small hand, walking the cat and the dog in their hearts. Everyone's heart was filled with joy. The crowd in front of them parted. Someone was heading straight towards them. Their target was very clear. Xiaoduo used a little strength in his hand to signal to Xiaoyan. Coming. Xiaoyan also tightened her hand, signaling to Xiaoduo. Coming. The two of them could not help but sneer in their hearts. In such a public place, they actually came to find them so quickly. Was the Wong family really so arrogant? The crowd suddenly parted, and there was a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoduo's face darkened. He saw a fair and tender little fatty coming towards them. He was not very tall at most 73 meters or so. He had a crew cut in front of him, and there was actually a small braid at the back of his head. That braid looked like a sparrow's tail, but only on one side. It seemed that he had used hair gel to make it shine. The fatty boy was completely black. He wore a black shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes. Only the outermost part of his clothes was an extremely flashy, snow-white fur coat that covered all the way to his feet. Just like that, under the protection of a few guards, he gracefully appeared in front of Xiaoduo with a large entourage. The coat fluttered as he walked, flapping in the wind. The big sunglasses that covered half of his face reflected the neon lights on the street. The little fatty strode forward as if there was no one around. Naturally, he had a domineering aura. He looked down on everything, and those who stood in his way would die. Yes, this was the kind of arrogant look. The surrounding crowd dodged, their eyes filled with shock and fear. It was really the ostentatious appearance of a mafia boss. Chapter 11:15. Ha ha. Hello, Zwa and sister-in-law. The chubby guy was overjoyed. I've been looking for you guys for 3 days. Xiaoduo looked over. Yeah, there were several people. This chubby guy was the little brother they met during the trial, Xiaoxia. You're little shrimp? Xiaoduo looked at Xiaoxia from the corner of his eyes. His gaze was somewhat unfriendly. This guy's appearance was even more showy than his own. This was simply a provocation. Wahaha. Xiaoxia looked around and laughed. How was it? I told you that Zwo would definitely remember me. How was it? How was it? The guard beside him was speechless. You're the first successor of the largest family in the Astral Souls continent. How could you be this excited when someone remembers you? Could you be any more shameless? Could you not embarrass your ancestor, the heavenly king of the right? You're looking for me? What's the matter? Zwa Xiaoduo frowned. Zwa, you've come to Shanjing. As the little brother of the local tyrant. How could I not be a good host? Zwa, you're so mean. How could you forget about your brother when you came to Shanjing? Xiao Xia stuck out his belly and complained first. Then he laughed out loud. You don't have to say anything. Zwa isn't Shanjing. I'll take care of everything, including food, accommodation, transportation, and entertainment. A dragon. A one-stop service. Boss, don't worry and enjoy life. Zwa Xiaoduo's eyelids twitched. Zwa Xiaoning glanced at Xiao Xia with an indifferent expression. Xiao Xia instinctively felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. He couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Zwa Xiaoning fearfully and said flatteringly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zwa Xiaoning snorted. "Hello." With his sister-in-law's response, little Hero Yu's entire body felt lighter. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Zwa Xiaoduo's hand enthusiastically. Without any explanation, he walked forward and patted his chest as he said, "Zwa, don't worry. In Shanjing, that's my territory. Here, my words carry weight." He lowered his voice and whispered into Zwa Xiaoduo's ear. "You're even more effective than the crown prince's words." Well, he wasn't bragging. A certain shrimp was different from a certain Xiaoduo. The latter was a legitimate descendant of the nth generation, a legitimate successor. Regardless of identity, origin, reputation, or status, they were all real. In addition, everyone knew about them, so of course his words carried more weight. But if he were to say it out loud, it would be a little. The guard beside him, however, was speechless. "Big shot. Even if you're telling the truth, can't you use telepathy when you say that?" They whispered in his ear. "What kind of godly maneuver is this? Anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to hear it." "Zwa, have you and sister-in-law eaten?" Little Hero Yu asked enthusiastically. "Not yet. Aya, it's my treat. It has to be my treat. Boss, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Make a call. Book the entire place tonight. No, book it now. Book it until tomorrow morning. Tonight, I want to get drunk with my boss." Little Hero Yu gave the order without hesitation. One of the guard's lips twitched, and he went to make a call. "Little Shrimp, looks like this kid has been doing well recently." Zwa Xiaoduo squinted. "So impressive? Isn't this all thanks to you?" "TSK, I don't have that kind of luck. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Zwa Xiaoduo squinted. "Zwa, I'm sad to hear you say that. What's going on? Didn't you say that you weren't valued in the family? That's not the case now." Speaking of this, little Hero Yu's eyebrows danced as he laughed heartily. "Ever since the last trial, I don't know how, but when I returned to the family, I became the first successor." "Really?" Hearing this, Zwa Xiaoduo was shocked, truly shocked. The Yu family that little Hero Yu belonged to was the family of the heavenly king of the right. It was also the family of the Emperor Zhaixing. Without a doubt, it was the most powerful family in the Astral Souls continent. Such a large family had its own way of choosing its successor, but it should be quite strict and especially cautious. Often, their descendants might not be able to reach a conclusion even when they were hundreds of years old. How could this little fatty be chosen as the first in line to inherit the family so quickly? Wasn't this too hasty? It was child's play. Zwa Xiaoduo had only known little Hero Yu for a short while, but he felt that he had some understanding of this fatty bai. With this guy's arrogant appearance, how could he be the head of the family? What, you're not bragging, are you? How could the dignified Yu family decide such a big thing so easily? You're not trying to give me face, are you? Zwa Xiaoduo expressed his disbelief from the bottom of his heart. Don't say that's what doesn't believe it. When I first heard about it, I didn't believe it myself. At that time, I just took it as a joke. Little Hero Yu laughed and said, "But things are just that bizarre, especially when I'm the first in line to inherit the family. It was personally decided by the ancestor himself. He said that he saw that I would definitely be successful in the future, so it was decided just like that. The ancestor has spoken. Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Thus, I got promoted without knowing anything. Wahahaha. The ancestor personally decided. Swishaoduo's eyes were a little blank. This ancestor didn't seem very reliable. It's the heavenly king of the right, my ancestor. Then, just a month ago, the head of the family announced this matter to the world, confirming my status as the successor. He gave me 3 pieces of the divine sense protection jade pendant of the emperor ancestor. 3 pieces. 3 pieces, ah. Huh. When he reached the final stage of the jade pendant, little hero Yu's bones were obviously lighter by a few ounces. It was obvious that he was extremely proud of himself. But to be able to become the successor of the number 1 family in the Astral Souls continent was indeed something to be proud of. Swishaoduo was fascinated by the story. While he was envious and jealous, he also sighed that the Yu family was indeed the number 1 family. Even the selection of the successor was so bizarre. Looking at little Fatty's arrogant behavior, Swishaoduo was deeply worried about the future of the Yu family. With little Fatty's character, if it was any other family, he would have been marginalized long ago. But in the Yu family, he actually became the number 1 treasure. They even gave him 3 pieces of the Emperor Ancestor's Divine Sense Jade Pendant. Could it be any more ridiculous? Could it be that the Yu family successor was chosen according to the special concept of choosing the most unreliable? Let's go, Zhua. I'll bring you and sister-in-law to tour the scenery of Shangjing. Later, we'll go to the Heavenly Palace and get drunk. Little Fatty's face was full of glory. He was full of radiance and was in high spirits. When he walked, his legs were wide open from left to right. Kid, the 2 of us are in Shangjing now. It's quite sensitive. Swishaoduo vaguely reminded him. It's all right. Little hero, Yu said loudly as he walked forward. He ignored the passers-by on the roadside, his guards, and even the divine senses monitoring them in the dark. He laughed loudly and said, "Zwa, don't worry. With your little brother here, you can do whatever you want in Shangjing. Whoever dares to provoke my boss, I'll teach them and their whole family a lesson." These words were indeed domineering. But coming from the mouth of such an arrogant fatty bai, who looked like a hedonistic prodigal, Swishaoduo found it hard to believe. He felt that his horizons had been broadened once again. At the same time, he felt that this matter was reliable. Countless divine senses were immediately shaken. This Swishaoduo was so close to the Yu clan. This fatty bai, did he get the clan's approval to say such words so rashly? One of the guards, who was experienced and prudent, reminded him in a low voice, "Young master, there are too many people around. It's better not to say such things casually." What did I say? Making friends is the most important thing. Instantly become friends and never regret. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? How can we make friends? Little hero, you looked around and raised his head. I'm the young master of the Yu clan. This is how I make friends. What about it? Who dares to say no? Who? 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 The guard looked up at the sky with a melancholy face. Who? Who? Who am I? Where am I? This little fatty. How could he be so perverse? After giving him a warning, he actually became even more vicious. Truly melancholy. We are the team of the future master of the clan. We have been secretly nurtured for so many years. Each of us has gone through countless experiences and risked our lives to stand out. Then, finally, the successor of the clan master has been decided. But the person who has been confirmed is actually such an unreliable fellow. He is good at eating, drinking, and playing, but he is not willing to practice martial arts. Ever since the heavenly king of the right personally decided on this fellow's position as the first successor, the Yu clan has been in chaos. Every day, there would be several highly respected elders and the direct descendants of the Yu family who would come to supervise little hero Yu's training with a stick. And the process was basically repeated every day. There were rarely any changes. First, little hero Yu, who liked to sleep naked, would wake up from his dreams with a basin of water. Then, he would be dragged out naked. Second, They would start the routine beating every morning. Yes, that's right, it was a beating. Because little Fatty U's practice was just to deal with it. Just supervision was not enough. Since supervision was not enough, they would arrange for people to spar with him and beat him up mercilessly. This would make him have a desire to live, and naturally, he would cultivate on his own. After the routine beating, they would enter the third stage, consume heavenly treasures, and enter a state of cultivation. Every time, there would be a peak sky soaring realm cultivator guiding the spiritual energy in little Fatty's body to enter this state of cultivation. Basically, it was that peak sky soaring realm cultivator who brought him to practice and helped him practice. The fourth stage would continue to beat him up. The fifth stage would guide the spiritual energy into his body. The sixth stage would continue to beat him up. The seventh stage would be another beating. The eighth stage would be another beating. Then, at 11:30 p.m., finally, little Fatty Yu went to sleep. And so, the above process was repeated 4 days a week without any changes. The other 3 days, little Fatty Yu could freely use and relax. Little Fatty Yu was beaten to the point that he howled every day. I don't want to be the successor anymore. I don't want to be the successor anymore. But the more he shouted, the more ruthless he was beaten. He was beaten to the point that if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over. No, if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over either. There was a process to the beating, and there was a time limit to it. Although little Fatty was in an abyss of suffering for 4 out of the 7 days, as if he was in hell, when it came to the days when he was free to do as he pleased, he became arrogant. He would often say, I'm the Yu family's first successor, the Yu family's young master, and you're letting me eat this? I'm a young patriarch, you let me eat this. He was practically looking for trouble. Of course, little Fatty Yu clan's first successor was partnering with a woman to do business with. One of them was doing business with a woman called Gao Xiao. Although the business was very popular, for the Yu clan's first successor to partner with a woman to do business, it was a loss of face. Moreover, that woman wasn't even enchanting. She was remotely commanding him to do things. With just a phone call, this young patriarch eagerly went over. Moreover, he personally went out to rope in customers. But there was no harm without comparison. Although it was a loss of face to do business with Gao Xiao, it was still a legitimate business. As for the other girl, in Fatty Bai's own words, he was trying to pick up a girl. However, that girl didn't even pay attention to him. Yet, this guy stuck to her like he was chewing on a sticky bubble gum. He displayed a ferocious bootlicking method, which made people gasp in amazement. It was a marvelous spectacle, but it was undeniable that the two girls who were partnering with Fatty Bai were both stunning. Gao Xiao was already a feast for the eyes, and the other girl called Xian Yi was even more graceful and charming. She was devastatingly beautiful. This made the group of guards who didn't take Fatty Bai seriously criticize and ridicule him in their hearts. This Fatty Bai's taste is really good, and it's another form of 1 against 2. It's really impressive. However, these few days, the Yu clan seemed to be indulging little Fatty even more. They allowed him to play outside for several days in a row, and even stopped the daily beatings. Therefore, little Fatty was extremely happy these few days. Of course, he was also very anxious. In fact, the moment Zhou Xiaoduo came to Shangjing, little hero Yu knew about it. During this period, he had been looking for Zhou Xiaoduo's whereabouts. The reason why he was so anxious to find Zhou Xiaoduo was because of Gao Xiao's request. Previously, when Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared, Li Chenglong blocked the news. But who was Gao Xiao? How could she not know that something might have happened to him? Naturally, she would try to pull some connections. Little hero Yu, a member of the Yu clan, was a special connection that she could contact. Unfortunately, even if little hero Yu sent out the Yu clan's men, they still couldn't find Zhou Xiaoduo's whereabouts. However, little hero Yu also found out about Zhou Xiaoduo's public network and came to Ancestral Dragon from the Sky Patrol throne. After the name Qin Fanyang spread, little Fatty knew that as long as Zhou appeared, he would definitely come to Shangjing. Qin Fanyang had an accident, so how could Zhou Xiaoduo not come to Shangjing? It would be strange if he didn't come. Since then, little Fatty started to move. For the first time, He mobilized the clan's power as the successor of the clan. He went to investigate thoroughly and confirm how Qin Fangyang died and who killed him. Then, he paid attention to the movements of the entire Shangjing and waited for Zuo's arrival. The group of people arrived at the most famous restaurant in Shangjing, the Palace of Heaven. Zuo Xiaoduo took in all the sights. This restaurant was really big. The elevator went all the way to the top floor, which was thousands of square meters. It was brightly lit and rows of maids stood neatly. Countless fresh flowers were piled up on the top floor, leaving only a place for a table. At this moment, there was a roar outside. Countless fireworks shot up into the sky and bloomed in Shangjing's night sky, gradually forming a few big words. A warm welcome to Zuo's arrival in Shangjing. Then, boom, boom, boom. Another row of fireworks shot up into the sky. Little hero, you welcomed Zuo. Later, another row of fireworks shot up. Zuo's arrival brings light to Shangjing. This extravagance, this momentum, this grandeur. Zuo Xiaoduo, who had always thought of himself as a show-off, high-end, and high-class person, was dumbfounded. Fuck, is this to welcome me? Those who didn't know would think that it was to welcome the Sky Patrol Minister, that after all, that person was the one who was most qualified to be called Zuo. However, it gave him a lot of face. Look, my arrival brings light to Shangjing. Throughout the meal, the fireworks didn't stop. Bang, 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 bang. One row after another. Another row after another, all kinds of compliments, all kinds of nice words, hung in the night sky one after another. A full 2 hours passed, and the night sky remained bright and colorful, extremely magnificent and resplendent. Everyone in Shangjing felt that today was even more festive than the New Year. This is too. Zuo Xiaoduo's lips twitched. He felt that he was still a country bumpkin. He really didn't know how to play as well as others. Next time, I'll do this too. Although it feels stupid, why do I have a feeling that it's awesome? With this, I reckon that hundreds of millions of people in Shangjing will know that a person with the surname Zuo has come to Shangjing. Zuo Xiaoduo sighed. Xiao laughed. That's nothing. I just want them to know that I, Zuo, have come to Shangjing. So Xiaoduo looked at the row of fireworks in the sky that said, Little brother Xiao welcomes Zuo, and said lightly, The direct result of your actions is that you've dragged yourself and your family into this mess. Xiao said, What's wrong with that? Without Zuo, I would have been killed in the arcane realm. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. A life-saving grace, no matter how much I repay it, it's not enough. So Xiaoduo smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything else. After 3 rounds of wine and more than 100 dishes, Xiao took out a foot-thick file from his space ring. Zuo, you've come all the way to Shangjing. I don't have anything to give you, so I'll use this as a greeting gift. What's this? This is the Yu family's investigation of teacher Qin Fangyang's case. Zuo Xiaoduo's expression changed abruptly, and he took it solemnly. Xiao said, This is all the information that has been confirmed so far. Although there isn't a complete chain of evidence, we can confirm that the Wang family has something to do with this case. Let me explain. The Wang family of the War God family and the Wang family of the capital have the same origin. Although they were divided, they have been united for hundreds of years. Whether it's targeting teacher Qin Fangyang or the burglary of Principal He Yuanyue's grave, they were all ordered by the Wang family. I'll take care of it. The only regret is that I can't find out the Wang family's motive for doing this. Regarding this matter, this situation, little hero you is really embarrassed. Such a big family, known as the #1 family in the world, couldn't even find out such a small thing in their own territory. They were really ashamed of Zuo. So Xiaoduo didn't care too much about this. Xiao's willingness to help him was already beyond his expectations. The information that he could provide should be the best that the government could gather. Naturally, he looked through the file carefully and immersed himself in it. It had to be said that the Yu family was indeed the #1 family. So much information was gathered, and every small matter had the name and phone number of the person in charge. Obviously, these people would have to take responsibility for any falsehood in this information. From the outside to the inside, there were a total of 10 files. The direction of the investigation was confirmed to be the Wang family, and the investigation stopped abruptly. This also proved that the Yu family wasn't prepared to go to war with the Wang family. In other words, there was no need to go to war with the Wang family. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked through each file seriously. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say anything, Xiao Xia turned to chat with Zhuo Xiaoyan. "Hello, sister-in-law. You're getting more and more beautiful." "Thank you." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked indifferent. Although she wasn't as cold as usual, the aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was still naturally exuded. This was Zhuo Xiaoyan's nature. Except for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Chonglu, she treated everyone else like this. When she was with outsiders, she was naturally vigilant and guarded to the maximum level. The outsiders here included Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's best friends. Of course, just like how Zhuo Xiaoduo regarded Hu Riyun as another relative besides his mother and sister, Zhuo Xiaoyan also had exceptions in her heart. There were 3 exceptions. One was Mu Yanyan, the second was He Yuanyue, and the last was Qin Fangyang. But now, among these 3 people, Qin Fangyang was killed, and He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed. For Zhuo Xiaoyan, like Zhuo Xiaoduo, they were both filled with anger and irreconcilable hatred. The fact that he was able to maintain his composure at this moment was already because of the ranger's kindness. However, this expression was nothing to the ranger, because this guy endured this kind of expression every day. He had long been used to it. "Sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" Xiao Xia looked distressed. "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "It's like this, I like a girl. But this girl, she's always lukewarm to me. But she's not pretentious or anything. She just doesn't like me. I had no choice but to expose my identity, but she became even more distant from me. What do you think is going on?" Xiao Xia's face was full of bitterness as he sighed. This was a sad thing for him. Originally, their relationship had improved a little, but since he returned home from the last trial and became the young master of the Yu family, Imo Xuani's attitude towards him had become colder and colder. It was definitely not a show of refusal to marry into a rich family, but a real coldness. Chapter 11:16. This reality hurt the hero greatly. Not only that, but everyone in the Yu family was extremely dissatisfied with the hero's actions of licking the dog every day. The little fatty was even beaten up because of this. Because of this matter, the little fatty's father swung a big stick and chased the little fatty around the Yu family like a dog. The little fatty screamed in pain and was beaten until his nose was bruised and his but was swollen. He scolded again and again. "You useless bastard! What a disappointment!" The hero screamed and begged for mercy. "We're really in love." "Bullshit. She doesn't even care about you. How can you be in love? You're licking and licking her every day. She doesn't even care about you, but you still go every day. How can you be so useless?" The little fatty would have been better off if he didn't say that they were in love. The moment he said this, the entire Yu family exploded in anger. The future patriarch of the Yu clan was appointed by the old ancestor to pursue a girl from an ordinary family. Even if you were willing, our Yu clan would never accept a woman with such a simple background as the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's marriage had always been the most important matter. How could it be decided so carelessly? This was a matter that could decide the future of the Yu family. You want to marry an ordinary girl? It was fine to take her in as a concubine, but to be the patriarch's wife? Don't even think about it, hero. But the hero was deeply in love and had been blinded by love. He was determined to go straight to the southern mountain without looking back. The little fatty's father was panting heavily at home every day. His mother sighed at home every day. His ancestors and elders were so angry that their stomachs were about to explode. The hero was so distressed that he was about to go crazy. The girl was unwilling and would not accept it. His family was also unwilling and would not accept it. He was the only one left. But he was truly deeply in love with Imo Xuani, and no matter what, he couldn't let her go. In this lifetime, he only had Imo Xuani in his eyes. "Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? You've been through this before. can you give me some advice? The little fatty begged. I don't know. I don't understand this. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded honestly. You don't understand this? Then what about you and boss? The ranger was a little confused. Our parents chose us, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. The ranger felt as if he had received 1,000,000,000 critical hits. I also want to have such parents. You've never talked about it before? Zhuo didn't even chase after you? The ranger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was supposed to be the #1 goddess in the entire continent. How could she be taken down by Zhuo before she could even put up a fight? This stopped thinking about how he was still being politely told to get lost by the girl. Little hero, you felt very sad, and his balls hurt. He wanted to vomit blood. Talk. What is it? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused. I'm in love, Xiao Xia said. Yeah, we've been dating every day, Zhuo Xiaoyan said in a daze. We've been dating since we were kids. They had been dating since they were young, though were they childhood sweethearts. A perfect match made in heaven. The ranger was getting more and more depressed. After a while, he finally struggled to ask. Then when did you two get together? What did Zhuo do to move you? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her beautiful eyes and said in a daze, there wasn't any time, and he didn't do anything to move me. I knew I was his wife since we were kids. Why? Why are you guys making it so complicated? The ranger picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He only felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if the sky had been blocked out. The ranger could withstand Zhuo Xiaoduo's attack, because Zhuo Xiaoduo was intentionally attacking him. After seeing through Zhuo Xiaoduo's intentions, other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could do. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was completely unintentional. She didn't even know what she was asking. But every word she said, every unintentional sentence, was even more deadly. Just like that, the ranger, who was a single dog, suffered a series of critical hits that were indescribable. No, this was gradually going beyond the scope of what could be described with pen and ink. So sister-in-law was child bride. The ranger said weakly, You're the child bride. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Then, we've been free to love since we were kids. Free to love. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoyan argued anxiously, her voice stern. The ranger was now at a point where he didn't want to speak anymore. Your words are so reasonable. I know I have nothing to say. I won't speak anymore, okay? Sister-in-law, can you teach little shrimp some sans home moves to deal with girls? The ranger changed his strategy and beat around the bush. Zhuo Xiaoyan thought for a moment. She really felt the ranger's sincerity in asking for help and his kindness in helping Zhuo Xiaoduo. She was willing to help. However, she was really clueless in this regard. The more she thought about it, the more blank her mind became. After a while, she said, People say that you can only understand with experience. I've never had any experience in this area. How would I know what to do? We're really in love. There's no such thing. Never been dealt with. There's no such thing. The ranger was in tears after suffering a few more critical hits. Then, sister-in-law, what do you like? The ranger changed his approach again and asked Zhuo Xiaoyan directly. The person he liked was also a high-end beauty. Although she couldn't be compared to his sister-in-law, their interests should be similar, right? I like. So Xiaoyan thought about it seriously and then said, I like to improve my cultivation, and I also like handy artifacts, or those kinds of connate creatures, 9 heavens spring water, bay laurel honey. Well, these are all things I like. The ranger felt that he was about to become autistic. Artifacts, innate creatures, Jiuxiao spring water, I know all these things and I also understand. It's not that you like it. As long as you're human, you have to like it. Well, what is laurel honey? Since my sister-in-law mentioned it, it must be something that exists. It's probably something from legends or myths. In short, it's the kind that's very high-end. But I don't have any of these. I've never even heard of laurel honey. Don't tell me that I need to use a divine weapon to chase after an outstanding girl now. Then who can afford to marry a wife? The ranger drank silently, looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo with resentful eyes from time to time. In comparison, Zhuo was still better, although he was a little cheap. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were drinking. Although they had a lot on their minds, the atmosphere was still harmonious. On this night, the situation in Shangjing was even more turbulent. Undercurrents were surging and rising. In the eyes of ordinary people, the endless fireworks that night were just rich people playing with fireworks because they had nothing better to do. There were so many fireworks and so many patterns. Even a few million wouldn't be enough. In short, rich people really knew how to play. Treating someone to a drink was such a big deal. Ordinary people like us can only look up to them. As expected, poverty has limited our imagination. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons and the big families in Shangjing, this matter was completely different. This matter had nothing to do with acting tough. This was a signal, an attitude, an extremely arrogant and obvious declaration of their position. It was completely the Yu family announcing to the whole of Shangjing, Zhuoxiaoduo is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch Zhuoxiaoduo is an enemy of the Yu family. That is an enemy of the heavenly king of the right. That is an enemy of the Emperor Zhaixing. They wanted to use the most obvious way to release the signal, arrogantly announcing it to the whole world. Whoever dares to touch Zhuoxiaoduo, come and try it. The fireworks in the night sky were still rushing up and exploding endlessly. It was as if they wanted to use this method to dispel the darkness of Shangjing's night forever. The Wang family once again called for an emergency meeting. However, this time, only the absolute core of the family could attend. The Yu family has intervened. The situation is getting worse and worse. What should we do about this matter? After the Wang family head, Wang Han, saw the sudden fireworks incident, he seemed to have aged a few years. After all, he had to face the Yu family head-on. This kind of pressure wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Check it out. What's going on? I want accurate information. Reporting to head, the first successor of the Yu family head, little hero Yu, met with danger when he went to the Starry Mountain Range to train. It was Zhuoxiaoduo who saved his life. After that, little hero Yu followed Zhuoxiaoduo all the way to the Starry Mountain Range and was able to create the Starry Mountain Range. I see. Head, what should we do about this matter? If the plan continues, we might have to go to war with the Yu family. With the Yu family's strength at its peak, how can we resist them? Wang Han let out a long sigh. His gaze was heavy as he looked into the distance. Over there, fireworks were still rising, exploding in the sky. They formed various kinds of words, rendering the entire night sky colorful and dazzling. It was as if the Yu family was standing in front of him, looking at him coldly and softly saying, "Don't move." He looked at it quietly for a long, long time. Finally, he closed his eyes and said softly, "There is no turning back the arrow that has been shot. Currently, only Zhuoxiaoduo can satisfy our needs. Even if we have to go to war with the Yu family, this matter is already imperative. There is no turning back." Everyone was speechless. A few people were even puzzled. Going to war with the Yu family was something that no family in the entire Astral Souls continent dared to do. The heavenly king of the right, Emperor Zhaixing. Just thinking about these two names, no matter who it was, would immediately dispel the idea. If the Wang family were to go against the Yu family now, there would be no other outcome. But the head, why was he so determined? Could it be that he couldn't see the consequences? Chapter 11:17. The clan master would never be so stupid. He considered the future more thoroughly than anyone else. Then what was it? What was it that made the clan master so persistent, so stubborn, and so courageous? The plan remains unchanged. Wang Han made the final decision. Yes, even if we have to pay the price of the entire Wang clan, as long as this matter succeeds, we will be worthy of our ancestors and future generations. Yes, let's disperse. Clan Master, there's one more thing. What is it? In the past few days, many people from Phoenix City's second high school have been attacking our Wang clan's businesses in different ways and in different fields. There were even people who tried to assassinate us. There were also many who tried to break into our house. Weren't those people sent to the judicial authorities? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Those who were supposed to be detained have all been taken out. Who? Who did it? It's the Liu clan. The people of the Liu family suddenly intervened. All the criminals were taken out by the Liu family. Then they were released and regained their freedom. It is said that this matter was done by the Liu clan's clan master himself. Liu clan? The clan master personally took action? Wang Han turned around like a whirlwind, his eyes wide open. Why did the Liu clan take action? I don't know for now. What's more, since yesterday, the Liu clan began to attack our related industrial chain. The Liu clan's network forces also began to cooperate with Zhou Shuai's company to discredit us as much as possible. Just this afternoon, the sons of the Liu clan's clan master personally destroyed several of our branches. Tonight, Old Seven encountered the Liu clan's eldest brother at the entrance of Shangjing Theater. He was seriously injured on the spot. The guards fought with all their might to save Old Seven. It is said that the Liu clan's eldest brother came to stir up trouble from the beginning. Once he attacked, it was a fatal blow. If Old Seven wasn't wearing a high-level demon beast inner armor, I'm afraid. In short, the Liu clan is now showing a state of crazy biting and not hesitating to fight with us. Wang Han was silent again. The Liu clan was not ranked in the top 3 in Shangjing, but it was still ranked in the top 10. For so many years, the Liu family had been keeping a low profile. No matter how the situation changed, the Liu family rarely reacted. They just kept sending their disciples to the Sun Moon Pass to participate in the battle. From the beginning to the end, they did not reveal their strength. Even though all the major families in Shangjing knew that the Liu family was not weak, no one had ever seen them as an opponent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were good people for 10,000 years. But this time, why did the Liu family, who had always kept a low profile, stand out so clearly? One had to know that the fact that the clan head had personally protected the assassins who tried to assassinate the Wang family was already the most obvious signal. That was, "Your Wang family, I will definitely go against you." One had to know that as the head of the clan personally making an appearance, it basically meant that they would not rest until one of them was dead. This attitude was even more clearly expressed than the Yu family's fireworks tonight. This was because the Yu family's actions so far, in a sense, could be understood as the young family head repaying a debt of gratitude. After all, up until now, the only person from the Yu family that had appeared was Xiao Yu. None of the senior members of the Yu family had appeared. If the matter had deteriorated to a certain extent, the Yu family's elders only needed to say that the young man was not sensible and was causing trouble. His actions only represented his personal wishes, and this matter could be easily covered up. After all, with the Yu family status, they only needed an excuse to enter. If they wanted to withdraw, they only needed a way out. But the Liu family's clan head had personally made an appearance. That meant that there was no more room for negotiation. Furthermore, if one analyzed the timing of the Liu family's intervention in detail, one would find that it was earlier than the Yu family's declaration. It was even more unyielding and decisive. This was very thought-provoking. This was not taking advantage of the situation, nor was it taking advantage of the situation. It was a clear-cut attack. In other words, the Liu family did not take advantage of the situation because of the Yu family's intervention. It was completely because of their own reasons. Wang Han was silent for a moment. Then he took out his phone and called the Liu family's clan head, Liu Yingfeng. They were both clan heads of big families in Shangjing. Although they could not be considered old friends, they still had some old friendship. At the very least, they had interacted many times. They were not close, nor were they bosom buddies. However, everyone had been in Shangjing for so many years, and there was still some friendship between them. Sometimes, some matters could still be discussed over drinks at the same table. He really could not figure out why the Liu family would do this. They usually did not make any moves, but once they made a move, they went to the extreme. When did our Wang family offend you? The phone rang twice before it was connected. An indifferent voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me, Clan Head Wang? Do you have any instructions? Wang Han smiled and said, Brother Liu, long time no see. I miss you, so I called to ask about you. Liu Yingfeng said indifferently, Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. My body is still healthy. Wang Han could feel the clear alienation and indifference in the other party's voice. However, this was what he did not understand the most. In the end, how did the Wang family offend the Liu family? At this moment, the Wang family was in troubled times, and the situation was unstable. Not only was it unwise to have a big enemy like the Liu family under the tree, but it was also courting death. If it could be resolved, the Wang family would be willing to pay a considerable price. However, the crux of the problem now was that the Wang family did not know how they had offended the Liu family at all. Thinking of this, Wang Han asked straightforwardly, "Brother Liu, I really don't understand this phone call. I have to call and ask for a clear explanation. Ask, I wonder how my Wang family offended Brother Liu, or offended the Liu family. Please tell me, Brother Liu, if I am really in the wrong, I will bring a bramble to ask for punishment and cut off the karma. If there is any misunderstanding with my relationship with Brother Liu, this old man believes that there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved." Wang Han directly said everything in one breath. He even lowered his posture. On the other side, the Liu family head was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Why can't I understand Brother Wang's words?" Wang Han was displeased. "Brother Liu, why do you have to speak in secret in front of an honest person? Why do you lose your dignity?" "Ha!" The Liu family head's laughter was heard. The phone was on speaker mode, and the Wang family members present could clearly hear that the Liu family head's laughter contained indescribable sadness, bitterness, and anger. "Wang Han, do you really want to know why I'm going against you?" The Liu family head did not hide at this time and spoke rudely. He even called out his name directly, no longer hiding anything. It was an imposing manner that made it clear that he would not rest until one of them was dead. Even through the phone, it was exceptionally clear. Wang Han's heart suddenly trembled, and he said, "Please speak." He could not help but hold his breath, and an inexplicable ominous premonition rapidly grew in his heart. "Then I will tell you clearly." Liu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Phoenix City, He Yuanyua's grave was dug up by your Wang family, right?" Wang Han's heart skipped a beat. "Then, what does it have to do with you?" "Ha ha ha! What does it have to do with me?" "Ha ha ha! Wang Han, what does it have to do with me?" "Wang Han, you son of a bitch!" Liu Yingfeng suddenly did not care about his manners and cursed angrily. He said in a hoarse voice, "Wang Han, I will tell you the reason clearly. He Yuanyue has another name, Liu Qianqian. She is my, Liu Yingfeng's daughter, my flesh and blood, my Liu Yingfeng's youngest daughter, the daughter that I, Liu Yingfeng, owe the most in my life, my only daughter. Even when she was still alive, every time I thought of this daughter, it felt like a knife was cutting my heart. Back then, because she was plotted against, her foundation was destroyed, and her martial path came to a premature end. As her father, I could not find the spirit medicine to cure her. I was already in so much pain that I wanted to die. Now that she is dead, you actually dug up her grave so that she can't have peace after death." Liu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Han, today I will tell you frankly, I, Liu Yingfeng, and your Wang family know. Die. No. Rest. You dug up my daughter's grave, so I will dig up your Wang family's ancestral grave." Wang Han's heart shook. So that was it. So that was the truth. Liu Yingfeng's actions could be considered to be before the Yu family officially came out to receive Zhuoxiaoduo, and it did not have much to do with Zhuoxiaoduo. Instead, he was the one who stood up for his daughter. Even at that time, Liu Yingfeng clearly knew that the Liu family was no match for the Wang family, but he still chose to come out personally. What kind of determination was this? No wonder. This was no longer a great enemy, but a great enmity. Perhaps there was a chance to turn a great enemy into a friend, but how could such an irreconcilable enmity be resolved? Wang Han was shocked and asked He Yuanyue, "Liu Qianqian, how? How could this be?" His mind was in a mess for a moment. Originally, if there was no incident with Hero Yu at night, this incident would not have caused too much of a shock to him. However, the Yu family was already incomparable to the declining Wang family. If there was also the Liu family, which was also one of the top 10 families and had vowed to take revenge, then the Wang family really had no chance of winning. "He Yuanyue is my daughter, Liu Qianqian." Liu Yingfeng gritted his teeth. "My Qianqian, has already been buried underground, and now, even after death, she still can't rest in peace. When she was alive, she begged me not to expose her existence. I couldn't give her more, so I could only comply. However, I didn't expect that even after she died, I, as her father, couldn't even protect her grave. Wang Han, what kind of bastards are you? And Qin Fanyang, that's my son-in-law. Lu Yingfeng laughed mournfully. In order to fulfill my daughter's last wish, I used my connections to influence and secretly help Qin Fanyang enter the ancestral Dragon High martial arts school. However, I didn't expect that it would cost his life. Before my daughter died, she wrote a letter to me, asking me to take care of her lover. In the end, it was me who personally sent my son-in-law to the gates of hell. Wang Han, my Lu family, what enmity and grudge does your family have? Wang Han, you're specifically stabbing me where my heart hurts the most. Now, you actually have the face to call me and ask why? Who are you pretending to be innocent for? Do you think that you can cover the sky with one hand after digging up someone's grave and no one will ask about it? Was there no one who would back her up? How could it be so quiet and peaceful? Let me tell you, she has it. She still has her father. She still has her father. Chapter 11:18. The anger and grief from the other side came crashing down. Wang Han felt his mind was in a mess. Lu Yingfeng roared. The phone was cut off with a click. Lu Yingfeng must have either smashed the phone or crushed it in a fit of anger. Wang Han's phone was still in his hand as he stood there in a daze. The other members of the Wang clan who were also in the secret room were all dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. They understood. They completely understood why Qin Fanyang could enter Ancestral Dragon High School as a teacher so easily. Why he Yuan Yue, an ordinary person, could single-handedly support Phoenix City's #2 high school and send so many talents to the Astral Souls. Logically speaking, even if she had the heart, she definitely did not have the financial resources to do so. Why would the Lu family bring all the people who wanted to avenge He Yuan Yue? Why would the Lu family be so agitated when He Yuan Yue's grave was destroyed? So, that was it. This was the truth. This was reality. He Yuan Yue was Lu Qianqian, the youngest daughter of the Lu family's head. She was also the apple of Lu Yingfeng's eye. Everyone knew that the Lu family was prosperous. Lu Yingfeng had a wife and more than 10 concubines. He had more than 90 sons, but he did not have a daughter. Who would have thought that He Yuan Yue was the only child of the Lu family? One could imagine how precious He Yuan Yue's only sister would be to the Lu family's head and the elders of the Lu family, as well as her 90 brothers now. Their treasure was gone, and they had to dig up her grave. The Wang family naturally became the outlet for the Lu family's guilt and discomfort for nearly 100 years. Moreover, this vent was strong enough to bear all of the Lu family's anger, all of their longing, all of their guilt, all of their debt. All of it poured out. What the fuck? This is really... What the fuck? After a long time, Wang Hankai finally cursed with a twisted face. However, the strange feeling in his heart did not disappear. The bomb that had been hidden for so long and so deep was actually successfully detonated by him in such a way. What the fuck? What the fuck? How unlucky can I be? I'm just digging a random grave, but I actually poked a hornet's nest. The blue veins on Wang Han's forehead bulged out. He muttered angrily, randomly digging up a grave, and it has a relationship with the Lu family. Randomly looking for a target, and it has a relationship with the Yu family. Motherfucker, the next step is to randomly pick a person. Won't they directly pick the minister's head? This is simply absurd. Everyone, let's discuss how we should handle this matter. Although Wang Han was angry, he quickly calmed down. At such a critical juncture, being anxious and angry was the most useless emotion. Even though the Lu family had made it clear that they would not rest until one of them was dead, the strength of the Lu family was still lacking compared to the Wang family. Even if it was very troublesome to deal with, and if they really fought, it would be hard to avoid serious injuries. But as long as it didn't drag on for too long, it would still be bearable. And as long as he could get through the current crisis and continue the situation until the group of dragons snatched the vein, Wang Han was confident that he could completely defeat the Liu family. At that time, even if the Liu family still didn't give up and still wanted to fight to the death with the Wang family, he believed that the higher-ups would make a choice after considering the overall situation. The Liu family has already made it clear that they are enemies with the Wang family. We have to file a record with the higher-ups first. Wang Han said faintly. Wang Jun, go to the High Martial Affairs Bureau and make it clear that there may be a fight with the Liu family. The Liu family is very likely to use a similar method to challenge us, to force us to make a move. Why? Wang Jun was obviously puzzled by the clan master's judgment. This kind of thing had happened many times before. Since when did it need to be filed? Time is not on my side. Now is a delicate time when the higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Wang family. If they suddenly intervene during the fight and take everyone away with the crime of breaking public order, the aftermath will be troublesome. And if it really comes to that step, I estimate that the Liu family will be able to come out quickly, but our Wang family may not. Wang Han said, now is a time of trouble. It is more appropriate to plan ahead and prepare more. Since we can't avoid going against the Liu family, then we should prepare in advance. Don't give people with ulterior motives an excuse. Understood. Wang Jun sighed, appearing to be in an exceptionally heavy mood. Since when did a noble family with 10,000 years of glory have to be so careful and tiptoe? Now, it was indeed a precarious situation. Similarly, our branches and related enterprises in various places may be attacked by the Liu family. File all of them, just like how we dealt with the students from Phoenix City's second high school. It's just that the strength of the response needs to be deeper. File all the possible emergencies that may occur. It's better to prevent trouble before it happens. Understood, Clan Master. Everyone can see that the current Wang family is in a precarious situation. Many people no longer have scruples about our war god family. Wang Han faintly smiled. Although the current situation can be said to be extremely rare since the establishment of the Wang clan, it is not as if the Wang clan has not experienced similar situations in great waves. After 10,000 years, the Wang clan has always been the Wang clan and will still be the Wang clan. This is just a small setback. What we have to do first is not to panic. That's right. That's right. Clan Master, we understand. When has our Wang family ever been afraid of anyone or any family? Just do it. The meeting was about to end. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and a message came in. Clan Master, the fourth son of the Liu family, wants to challenge the fifth master. The reason is to settle the old score from 5 years ago. Currently, a letter of challenge has been sent. The location is set at the military platform in the north of the city. Wang Han glanced at it and smiled faintly. The Liu family has sent a letter of challenge. As he spoke, he let everyone take a look. His actions were calm, as if everything was under his control. Everyone prostrated themselves in admiration. The clan master just said that the Liu family might use the method of a challenge to provoke and start a fight. His words were still in their ears, and the challenge came. As expected, it was a divine strategy. It was amazing. Clan master, is the fifth son going to accept the challenge? Of course, inform the fifth son. Not only must he go, but he must also win cleanly. In this battle, all the people from the Liu family, including the fourth son of the Liu family, are not allowed to leave. Wang Han said faintly, we must use thunderous means to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Even if we have to pay a price, we can accept it. Since they dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of the Wang family, they must pay the corresponding price. Understood. Remember to be wary of ambushes. Understood. Then let's go. Zhou Xiaoduo unhurriedly flipped through the files that the ranger had given him. The last 2 pages of the file were the records of the strength possessed by the Wang family. The content was especially detailed. Dao integration experts. On the surface, the Wang family has 2 Dao integration ancestors. Previously, the experts who had broken through to the Dao integration stage had all had official funerals, but they were probably still alive. The so-called funerals were just a smokescreen used by the Wang family to hide their strength. In this way, if the Wang family's Dao integration experts had not really died in the past 3,000 years, then there would be 6 of them, including 2 genius-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, 2 genius-level high-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, and 2 normal-level Dao integration pinnacle stage. In addition, 3,500 years ago, the 2 Dao integration experts of the Wang family had a decisive battle with someone on the thousand-ceasing peak. In the end, they self-destructed and perished together with the enemy. Not even their corpses were left. This battle is verified to be real, but the so-called self-destruction may not be real. We cannot rule out the possibility that it was an act. If it was an act, then the Wang family might have 8 Dao integration experts. Moreover, these 2 were especially powerful and had reached the legendary Dao integration pinnacle stage. We cannot rule out the possibility that they had already broken through. Also note, at that time, the 2 heavenly kings of the Wu people led 8 Dao integration shaman generals to invade. Their purpose was to let the 8 Dao integration experts break through in the battle. At that time, there was a shortage of manpower at the border, so he urgently transferred high-level inland cultivators to participate in the battle. At that time, the Wang family claimed that the 2 ancestors had perished together with the enemy and were unable to assist in the battle. However, there was no evidence to support this claim. We suspect that they were avoiding the battle. If they were really avoiding the battle, then the total number of Dao integration experts in the Wang family would be 2 more. The ranger also craned his neck to look at this line and sneered. The Wang family really has many experts. Up until now, our Yu family has only had 1 Dao integration stage patriarch at a time, yet the Wang family has so many. This is truly a spectacle, Zhou Xiaoduo replied indifferently. They only have 2 Dao integration experts on the surface. How is that many? The fatso clicked his tongue. Who would believe that? Only an idiot would believe that. The Wang family has developed a case of persecutory paranoia in recent years. They always feel that others are trying to harm them. Thus, they are extremely cautious. They can only sleep peacefully with Dao integration stage experts watching over them. Their paranoia has already reached its final stages. There's no saving them. The ranger's tone was unusually harsh as he spoke of the Wang family. So Xiaoduo chuckled and continued to look at the number of flying heaven realm experts that the Wang family had on the surface. The information regarding the flying heaven realm cultivators became more and more detailed. Their names, ages, lives, and deeds, including how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base before breaking through, how old they were at the return to profound stage, how long they had been stuck at the flying heaven realm, and how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base. 67 flying heaven realm cultivators. So Xiaoduo was astonished. That many. How many flying heaven realm experts can an army possibly have? The ranger replied, Boss, look carefully at the information regarding their identities. Most of the information here has been erased by the fact that they are adopted or adopted children. The Wang clan is a meritorious clan, so they are allowed to retain their strength to protect the clan. This is a rule set by the country, and it is also a privilege given to meritorious clans. It is similar to how they raise private soldiers in novels. The Wang family is taking advantage of this loophole. Chapter 1119. So Xiaoduo frowned. Is this number accurate? It's at least 90% accurate. At the very least, all the veteran ascension experts are included here. It's just that it's relatively unclear if they've made a breakthrough in the past 5 years. This is because cultivators who have just broken through the bottleneck of the Ascension realm have to go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize their realm. Usually, a breakthrough on the battlefield takes about 3 months to stabilize. This is because at that time, many of them will be injured and will easily fall back to their original realm. The Wang clan is the most cowardly and afraid of death. Naturally, they'll be even more cautious about this. They'll settle down for 3 to 5 years, and even wait until they've reached the intermediate level of the Ascension realm or are close to it before they can feel at ease. Therefore, in these 5 years, as long as they don't show themselves, it's naturally impossible to calculate. However, according to probability, this number of 37, if at most 10 more were to be added to it, it would already be incredible. After some consideration, he lowered the number of Wong clans flying heavens to this number. This has been revised. The Wanderer pondered for a moment and said, I can guarantee that this number is not missing at all. Right, I don't know if it's because the Wong clan doesn't care about their own cultivation realm, but according to the data, almost none of the members of the Wong clan have suppressed their cultivation realm more than 7 times in the Gui Xian realm. The first 4 have suppressed their ascension realm 7 times, while the others have suppressed their ascension realm 6 times or 5 times. The last one has suppressed his ascension realm 2 times. This one is the most unlucky one. It said that he got too excited when he was having sex with a new concubine and suddenly broke through. It said that after breaking through that night, the female martial artist was crushed into a meat patty by the overflowing true yuan and became a joke. The Wanderer's smile was very wretched. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She rolled her eyes at this guy and turned her face away. Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Oh, there's such a thing? Tell me in detail. I love this kind of gossip the most. Tell me in detail. Before he finished speaking, a bone-piercing pain came from his thigh. So Xiaoduo opened his mouth wide. It was so painful that his tongue stiffened in his mouth. His whole body was stiff and trembling slightly. Zhou Xiaoyan had gathered her spiritual energy and pinched his thigh hard. This pinch was merciless. Even with Zhou Xiaoduo's well-honed body, he could not withstand it and almost screamed out loud. Seeing this scene, the wandering hero was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth, afraid that he would be implicated and suffer an unexpected calamity. Zhou was already in such a state. If it were her own small arms and legs, she would be lucky to have one of them twisted off. She would also be frozen into powder the moment Zhou touched her. Zhou Xiaoyan finally loosened her grip and snorted heavily. Zhou Xiaoduo's hands quickly rubbed his thighs. The ranger lowered his head and slurped down a bowl of congee. Oh my God, it must hurt a lot. But I can't laugh. I must not laugh. If I laugh now, I might not have the chance to laugh again in the future. The meal in the heavenly palace lasted for a long time. The 3 of them chatted and ate, accompanied by the endless fireworks outside. It was not until 2 hours later that it gradually came to an end. The last 2 bottles of the heavenly spirit wine that the ranger had brought were now finished. The phone suddenly rang. The ranger did not hesitate and quickly picked it up. He did not have any intention of avoiding Zhou Xiaoduo. The other side of the phone seemed to say something very hurriedly. The ranger listened calmly and finally replied, Okay, I got it. He hung up the phone and said to Zhou Xiaoduo, There's something interesting going on tonight. I think Zhou will be interested. Zhou Xiaoduo held the wine glass and turned in his hand. Oh, what's so interesting? According to the latest news, the 4th son of the Liu family is going to challenge the 5th son of the Wang family tonight. It said that they want to settle an old score from a few years ago. The life and death match will be held at the Dingjun stage in the north of the city. The little fatty chuckled and said, The Liu family, who never liked to compete, has really gone crazy this time. It's a feeling of anger that has been suppressed for decades, suddenly erupting. It's scary. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. The Liu family? They took the initiative to challenge the Wang family? His gaze became serious, and he said slowly, Why? There has to be a reason, right? It said that old Principal He Yuanyue is actually the youngest daughter of the head of the Liu family. The ranger narrowed his eyes and said, I've already asked them to gather information about this. There will be a report soon. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window, saying so. That's it. His thoughts drifted away in an instant. He vaguely remembered that He Yuanyue's real name was Liu Qianqian. It turned out that the respectable old man was actually from such a prestigious family. But this also explained why the old principal had nurtured so many successful students. It was possible that the Liu family had secretly contributed to this. How could there be no reason for every bird to peck? 10 minutes later, a new document was sent to the ranger's phone. The ranger opened it and handed it to Zhuo without even looking at it. Inside was an extremely detailed introduction of He Yuanyue, from her birth to her death, from her identity as a noble daughter of the Liu family, to how she met Qin Fangyang, to how she was plotted against, how she faked her death, hid her identity, and went to Phoenix City to spend the rest of her life. Everything that happened in her life was recorded in detail. He Yuanyue's real name was Liu Qianqian. She was the youngest and only daughter of the head of a Liu family, Liu Yingfeng. She had a good aptitude since she was young. When she grew up, she entered the High Martial Arts Academy to gain experience. She was betrayed and seriously injured. The Liu family tried their best to find the elixir, but to no avail. After waiting for a few years, Liu Qianqian finally knew that there was no hope. She chose to fake her death and part ways with her lover. She went to Phoenix City and established the second high school in He Yuanyue's name. Principal He refused all help from his family. He was even more afraid that Qin Fangyang would find him because of his family, so he begged his family not to contact him. The Liu family was still secretly investing $5 billion in Phoenix City's second high school under the guise of charity. They also secretly sent experts to take care of it. When Qin Fangyang came to Phoenix City to become a teacher, He Yuanyue was afraid of being exposed and forced the Liu family to withdraw. When He Yuanyue passed away, the head of the Liu family and his wife rushed to Phoenix City and stayed there for 15 days. Finally, they found an opportunity to visit their daughter's grave in the pouring rain. It was night and the rain was pouring, but there was no water around He Yuanyue's grave until the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Later, because of He Yuanyue's last wish, the Liu family secretly helped Qin Fangyang enter the ancestral Dragon High School and planned to fight for the heritage, fulfilling He Yuanyue's last wish that among the 3 people who secretly plotted against He Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, 2 of them were killed by Qin Fangyang. The 3rd person was under the surveillance of the Liu family. At first, the Liu family intended to let Qin Fangyang take revenge personally. However, when the news of Qin Fangyang's death spread, that person was personally executed by the head of the Liu family. When they heard that He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed, the entire Liu family was filled with anger and started a secret investigation. Until Shuai's company launched an action to denounce the Wang family. After many investigations, the Liu family finally targeted the Wang family for revenge. After confirming that they were enemies, the Liu family immediately took action and targeted them from all sides. A group of students who graduated from the second high school rushed to Shangjing to seek revenge for He Yuanyue. As the Wang family did not dare to kill them, they only captured them and sent them to the law office. The Liu family immediately took action and came forward to take all of them out. After treating them, they let them go. Liu Yingfeng once said very frankly that this was not to buy people's hearts to strengthen their foundation, but for Principal He. Principal He's students should not be killed unjustly. Everyone was voluntarily treated and settled down. They did not ask for any requests. Their only request was, could they write down their past contact with Principal He? There were more than 90 men in the Liu family. Except for the 40 at the Sun Moon Pass and the 20 that had already passed away, there were still 30 men at home. From all directions, online and offline, business competition, assassination, face-to-face battle, directly destroying the scene. They used all kinds of methods and unscrupulous methods to carry out crazy revenge on the Wang family. Revenge for my little sister. This was the voice of the Liu family. My little sister is dead. Qin Fangyang is also dead. My little sister's secret, the secret that made us feel sad and guilty for decades. We finally don't have to keep it a secret anymore. The Liu family only felt a breath that had been suppressed for decades, suddenly released. That was an extreme emotion mixed with infinite hatred in the heart. There must be a target to vent it on. The Wang family. If this anger could not burn the Wang family to the ground, they would burn the Liu family to the ground. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo watched quietly. Both of them felt that their hearts were beating fast. It was a kind of Indescribable warm excitement. So Xianyan said softly, the old principal has students all over the world, and the Phoenix Pulse Soul Empress. With the emergence of geniuses like you, the old principal's reputation has been rising in the whole continent. But the Liu family has never made any sound before. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded slowly. He understood Zhuo Xiaoyan's meaning immediately. The Liu family did not intend to use He Yuanyue's reputation to gain any benefits. They just silently gave, silently protected, silently took care of, and silently watched from afar. Finally, today, they began their earth-shattering revenge. This was enough to prove their integrity and their original intentions. The Liu family. What is this family like? Is there corruption? Are they using their power for personal gain? Let's not talk about those first. At least for now, they have done this with a clear conscience. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a rare deep voice. In particular, we can't deny that the Liu family has done us and the entire Phoenix City a favor. Zhuo Xiaoyan was quiet, the corner of her mouth holding a smile. You mean to be honest? It won't be right if we don't join in the fun tonight. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. I still like to watch the fun. You also like to join in the fun. The ranger narrowed his eyes and smiled. Zhuo and I have the same temper. I also like to watch the fun, and I like to join the fun even more. Chapter 11:20. Then what are we waiting for? What time is the appointment? It's 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. There's still plenty of time. Sai, let's go first. We're the ones who arrive first. Whatever happens later, those who arrive first will naturally have a share. Okay. The three of them stood up immediately. On the side, the Yu family's guards were dumbfounded again. What kind of godly operation was this? Those who arrive first will naturally have a share? That made sense. Weren't they just helping the Liu family to step on the Wang family? How could they say that? Why do they want to go and watch the show? Was this kind of show something that could be watched casually? Not to mention others. How could Zhuo just watch the show? This guy's murderous aura was so thick that his face could not be seen clearly. When he went, he would definitely make a move. Once he made a move, it would be a killing move. Look at your bootlicker face. Needless to say, as long as you go, we will definitely make a move together with Zhuo. The point was not that you make a move, but if you make a move, would we be able to stay idle? We have to make a move together with you. And a result of this move would not be a battle between the Liu family and the Wang family. The Yu family was originally here to watch the show. Their position was neutral. But with your interference, it was tantamount to playing the role of the protagonist. What the hell? Young master, this is a dangerous place. Ahem, I hope you will reconsider. The guard leader reminded him in a very reserved manner. It's okay, it's okay. With me, and sister-in-law here, nothing will happen to me. I'm very safe. Cough, cough. This is a matter of great importance to both families. It's easy to stir up a lot of trouble and follow up. It's okay. Is our Yu family afraid of trouble? What kind of trouble can our Yu family handle? But, what's there to but about? If you're afraid, go back first. I'll go with Zhuo. Zhuo's sister-in-law will naturally protect me. The guard was completely speechless. Is this what you're talking about? Go back. Who are you? Who are we? You, the young master, rushed to the front line. As guards, we have to go back. Was this even a problem? We have to go. The guard leader said helplessly, protecting you is our duty. Look, you also said that I have to go, so how can I not go? Little hero, you said, I have to go with you. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you to go alone. The guard leader's face was so dark that it couldn't get any darker. He didn't feel well at all. Is that how you interpret it? How did it become my responsibility when your upper and lower lips touched? Young master, I'm not. Understood. Let's go now. The earlier we get there, the better place to watch the show. The little fatty stood up without hesitation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's group brought along the 4 guards and left the Sky Palace as if they were flying. Before he left, little fatty reminded him, don't stop the fireworks. Keep them going until dawn. The boss of Heaven Palace agreed readily. This was a small matter. The Dingjun platform on the other side was a huge square. In the past, this place was used for the ceremony of swearing an army to go to war. That was why it was called the Dingjun platform. It was also the military's territory. However, with the increasing modernization, there were fewer and fewer occasions that required everyone to come for swearing an army. There was no need for such a big place for training. Not only had part of the place been greened, some rockery decorations had also been piled up. Gradually, it became a place for sightseeing. Especially for some of the rich second-generation's racing battles, they would prioritize this place. The place was big and spacious. Zhuo and the other four arrived quickly. It was not even 11:30 yet. It was still far from the appointed time of the Liu and Wang families. Over there. Little Fatty saw the tallest rockery and ran over excitedly with a few people. This place had a high vantage point. It was the best place to watch the show. No, it was the best place to watch the battle. In the end, they went over to take a look. Fuck, little hero, you said angrily. What does it have to do with your family? Why are you here so early to occupy this place? Who are you trying to ambush? It turned out that this place had already been taken by someone else. When the young man who had taken the lead saw little hero Yu's arrival, his face instantly twisted. He obviously knew little hero Yu. When the other party saw little hero Yu, he did not dare to delay. He stood up and said, "Young Master Yu, what are you doing here? I'm here to watch the show. I think this place is pretty good. It's just that there are a lot of people. Can you guys change to another place?" Little Fatty said matter-of-factly. Cough, cough. All right. The person did not hesitate at all. He quickly led his people away. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Little hero, you shouted. Which family are they from? Zhuo asked. They're from the Wu family. Little Fatty said. They must be here to watch the show. This show will definitely be exciting. We're not the only ones who want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Zhuo was speechless. Were all the aristocratic families in Shangjing so free? A battle to the death between two families, and there were actually, so many people watching. Because, after the Wu family left, they did not leave the place. Instead, they retreated to a few trees. However, when they chose a few large trees with dense foliage and huge canopies to climb up, they immediately started arguing. There were already many people hiding in the canopies, seeing that the Wu family had chosen more than 10 trees in succession, and there were actually people on them. Zhuo directly became Spartan. How many aristocratic families were watching from the sidelines? Did they really think they were watching a show? Even if the two trees were a family, after the series of events just now, at least 10 families would be watching from the sidelines. Fuck this. Little hero Yu was also speechless. Seeing that the 6 people from the Wu family could not find a place to hide, they actually turned back and found a small rockery next to the largest rockery to lean on. Little hero, you could not help but ask, who are they? So many people? Are they all so free? That person from the Wu family sounded very depressed. Except for the Wang family and the Liu family, the top 10 families are basically all here. Is it really that popular? Little hero Yu, what are they all here for? I don't know, probably a few families are going to take action. What about your Wu family? Our Wu family will see the situation and respond accordingly. Not only Zhuo and Zhuo were dumbfounded, but even little hero Yu was confused. Judging from the Wu family's tone, see the situation? See what situation? How would they respond to the situation? Was he planning to make a move as well? Little hero Yu scratched his head, and so did little hero Zhuo. They originally wanted to secretly watch the show and join in the fun. But in the end, it directly looked like a sea of people. So far, this battle between the main characters and the future had forcibly created a feeling of a popular celebrities concert. The main characters had not yet arrived, but the audience was already full. Chapter 11:21. The Liu and Wang families are really popular. Zhuo sighed. According to the time, they had already arrived very early. Who would have thought that they would be the last to arrive among the crowd? He was really speechless about this. However, with a local gangster like the wandering hero accompanying them. The result was always good. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, midnight had already passed. Swoosh, 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 a series of figures flew over at high speed in the air like big birds. There were 10 people in a row, each of them full of energy and good cultivation. The person in the lead had a square face and was tall and burly. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, and there was a hint of anger on his face that could not be erased. After that person arrived, he first bowed in a circle and said loudly, "There are many spectators today. I, Lu Laosi, would like to greet all of you. This battle is to settle an old score with the Wang family from a few years ago. I would like to ask all of you to be a witness." There were people in the shadows, on the rockery, on the big trees, and in the pits. Everyone responded, "You're too kind, Master Lu. Don't worry about it. We've made a bet. Lu Laosi, don't let us lose money. Remember to say hi if you can't win." Zhuo was even more dumbfounded. This atmosphere, it's like a concert. Zhuo was also puzzled. Since those people are going to speak, what's the point of hiding in advance? It's better to just stand there and watch. The wandering hero explained, "If you stand out and show your face, if this matter gets out of hand, some things are better known than seen. If you hide something, you can deny it. Even if things get out of hand, you can still say that you didn't go." I didn't know that. Zhuo also felt incredulous. People in the capital really know how to play. I'm really a country bumpkin. At this moment, there was a whistling sound from another direction. In a flash, the people from the Wang family also rushed over. The Wang clan's group also consisted of 10 people, and their leader was the Wang clan's 5th master. Both sides had the same combat strength, with a fairy leading the team and 9 peak returnants, profound realm experts. There were rules for a duel. The 10 of them fought a bloody battle, with no regard for life or death. This was the rule of the battle between the aristocratic families in Shangjing. Both sides only sent 10 people. There were 4 people behind the Lu family, but they were just ordinary inner core realm cultivators. There were also 4 people behind the Wang family. They were here to collect the corpses. Their cultivation was relatively weak, and they were not included in the battle prowess. Since they had come to the final battle, they had to be prepared to die here. They had to prepare people to collect their corpses in advance so that they wouldn't all die and have their corpses exposed in the wilderness. Zhuo looked at the Liu family's 4th son, who seemed to be only 27 or 28 years old. She could not help but sigh and say, "This man from the Liu family is the old principal's 4th brother. The old principal has 99 brothers. Since he is the 4th, he should be at least 200 years old, right? Why does he look so young?" Sigh. Zhuo was really upset at this moment. She thought of Yuenu's wrinkled skin and white hair, and then looked at her 4th brother, who was so young. God knows how much the old principal has endured. Zhuo took a deep breath. Out on the battlefield, Liu Laosi, the Wang clan's 5th master, was wearing a royal blue robe. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side with disdain. "Liu Zhengyun, are you so impatient to die? A duel, haha. For years ago, you didn't get beaten enough?" Liu Laosi said indifferently, "The duel has already been decided. There is no need to say anything more. This duel will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Wang Wu, let's fight." At this moment, there was only blood in his eyes. He looked up at Wang Wu and said indifferently, "Your Wang clan is crazy. You dug up my sister's grave. Today is just the beginning of this debt. Let's settle it bit by bit. Today, either you die or I die." The Wang clan's 5th master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you are so close to your sister, then I will be merciful today and send you to meet your sister. I will let you and your sister reunite in the netherworld. You won't be lonely in the netherworld. Send you to meet your sister." These words caused Lu Xingyun's eyes to suddenly become filled with rage and grief. Clang! A long saber was unsheathed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Come on. Why, just the 2 of us?" The Wang clan's 5th master mocked. "Do you know the rules?" Liu Zhengyun laughed loudly. "Who will take the first victory?" Behind him, an old man in his 50s stepped out slowly. "4th master, I will take the first round." On the opposite side, a thin middle-aged man in his 40s revealed a cold smile on his face. He also took a step forward. "Fifth Master, I will take the first round." Wang Wu gave the same cold smile and waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Liu Jingyun, today only brought 10 people." Liu Jingyun said sarcastically, "Wang Binren, could it be that your Wang clan only brought 20 people?" Wang Binren chuckled and said, "That's all I have to say. Let's begin." Before he finished speaking, the 2 people who had already appeared rushed up like a whirlwind. Then, they tangled together in a desperate posture. The moment these 2 people made their move, it was an extreme tactic of fighting speed with their lives on the line. This kind of fighting method was rare, even in this kind of place with the title of decisive battle. It was because everyone was old acquaintances. Although Shangjing was big, there were only so many superclans and people in these superclans. In the past, even if they didn't agree with each other and fought, they would often hold back. Even if they really saw blood, they would stop at the last moment and not go too far. It was precisely because of this that they were very familiar with each other's routines. At this moment, the life and death battle was exceptionally fierce. The 2 people jumped up and down, stirring up the wind and whistling. In the dark night sky, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and thousands of ghosts had come out. Behind Wang Binren, a middle-aged man came out with a sword and sneered, "Opposite Liu clan, come out and die." With a long whistle, a man in black rushed out from behind Liu Jingyun without saying a word and attacked. Another pair. Then, the remaining people of the 2 clans began to fight each other. New and old grudges were all settled today. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. After a while, only Liu Jingyun and Wang Binren were left in the field who hadn't made a move. The 18 of them shouted loudly as they fought fiercely against each other. Both sides understood their positions and had already decided to fight to the death. Even if there were people around watching the battle, both sides didn't care. They only had eyes for each other and the decisive battle. The hero frowned and said, "Zhuo, what do you think?" Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned at this moment. There was no other reason. It was because in Zhuo Xiaoduo's view, the Liu clan now had the overall upper hand, and it was in every pair. But this result, at least logically, should never have happened. The 2 sides agreed to fight. The Liu clan took the initiative, and the Wang clan accepted the challenge. Both sides' positions were clear and difficult to reconcile. This battle was a fight to the death. Since the Wang clan accepted the challenge, they had a similar understanding of each other's strength. They had considered the combat forces sent out. How could such a one-sided situation occur? Especially when the battle was one-sided, the leader of the Wang clan, Lord Wang Wu, was still smiling, calm and unhurried. This was outrageous, absolutely unreasonable. Wang Binren said indifferently, "LV Jingyun, you've really come prepared today. You've actually given each of us a precious treasure like the immortal ascension pill. You're really generous." LV Jingyun said lightly, "To deal with your Wang clan, I don't need to ruin the future of my 9 brothers." He slowly pulled out his sword, and blood appeared in his eyes. He said, "Wang Binren, now only you and I are free. Did you come here just to say some meaningless words? Or are you counting on your eloquence to compete with me?" Wang Binren laughed and slowly pulled out his long sword. The long sword in the scabbard violently rubbed against the scabbard and immediately made a sound like a dragon's roar, shaking the night sky. The sound spread far and wide. He smiled sinisterly. "LV Jingyun, since you can't wait to meet your sister Huang Quan, how can I not fulfill your wish?" He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "LV Jingyun, today we'll settle the old and new grudges." From his tone, it seemed that he was going to rush up and fight. LV Jingyun roared and leaped into the air, about to use the LV clan's secret sword. The LV clan had always been famous for their secret sword techniques, but this 4th master LV used a sword. He used the sword as a sword and used the sword as a sword. Just as the 2 sides were about to engage in battle, the curtains to the final battle were about to be drawn. However, at this moment, 10 figures flashed across the sky like lightning, and a loud laughter suddenly rang out. Lord Wang Wu, please give this battle to our Zhong clan. As he spoke, a long sword flashed and was already at LV Jingyun's neck. LV Jingyun waved his sword to block and smiled coldly, as if he was not surprised. Zhong Qinghuan, your Zhong clan has come in after all. Zhong Qinghuan pressed his sword and said with a sinister smile, you sent letters of challenge to both our clans at the same time. LV Jingyun, you're quite bold. LV Jingyun said angrily, what is your Zhong clan? Is it worth our LV clan to send a letter of challenge? Zhong Qinghuan said, LV Jingyun, you sent a letter of challenge and saw that the situation was critical, but you refused to admit it. You're so shameless. As he spoke, he and Wang Binren attacked at the same time. The tide-like attacks pressed LV Jingyun until he couldn't breathe. A loud laugh sounded. Wang Binren, you sent a letter of challenge to my Wu clan first, but you sent a letter of challenge to the LV clan later. Who dares to challenge you? The 6 people from the Wu clan who had offended the wandering hero jumped out together and joined the battle without any explanation. The situation of the battle changed again. Wu Yunhao, the one who sent you a letter of challenge, is me, Yin Jiping. Don't find the wrong opponent. In the shadows, another clan's people rushed out. Almost at the same time, people began to emerge from the tree like dumplings. Yin Jiping, you dare to challenge my Lu clan? Watch out for my sword. LV Jingyun, you dare to challenge my Huangfu clan, but you sneaked here. The battlefield, which was originally only 20 people, suddenly expanded to more than 300 people in the blink of an eye. All the participants were fighting in pairs, fighting to the death. Everyone's eyes were red, but their mouths were constantly shouting words that even they themselves didn't believe. You sent me a letter of challenge. I'm coming. Since it's a duel, why do you have to invite others? You're too shameless. LV Jingyun, how many clans did you invite? Didn't you only invite me? My Shun clan didn't do anything to you. Why do you want a duel? Since you want a duel, don't be a coward. Come and fight. It's useless to say more. Let's see who's the real deal. Since it's a duel, it's also a duel of life and death. Not only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, but the wandering hero was also stunned by this scene. No wonder my dad always says that I look mischievous, but when it comes to the thickness of my skin, I'm far from qualified. It turns out that it's true. I'm indeed thin-skinned. The little fatty muttered to himself with his eyes wide open. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan felt that their horizons had been broadened today. So this was how the big clans of Shangjing fought. There was no need for any reason or evidence. If they wanted to join the battle, they just had to shout, "Why did you offend me?" Then they could go up. As for the reason, right or wrong, what were those? I've lived long enough to see that justice is in the heart, and right or wrong is determined by strength. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's hearts were tumbling. The big clans of Shangjing were indeed old clans. They had truly carried out the words "strength is king" to the extreme, vividly and incisively. Tonight's battle seemed to be a chaotic one, and it had already become a farce. However, it was still a decisive battle that could kill people. Every clan had prepared something like a letter of challenge early on as evidence. After tomorrow's battle, even if the Imperial Security Bureau came looking for trouble, they could use it face to face. It was someone else who challenged them to a duel. How could they be afraid of a battle? Even if they didn't want to fight, they couldn't lower their clan's reputation. Since it was for the sake of their clan's reputation, the clan would naturally use their strength to smooth things over. As for who was right, who was wrong, and who was wronged, was that important? The little fatty held a jade pendant in his hand. It was a protective jade pendant given to him by his clan. Once his life was in danger, his ancestors' spiritual would instantly transform into an incarnation to take action. The little fatty chose a rock and covered himself tightly. Suddenly, he roared, "Ouch! Fuck! Someone actually plotted against me. Wang Binren, you're courting death." As he spoke, he ordered, "Come, quickly take revenge for me. Destroy all these people from the Wang clan." The hidden weapon, just now, was released by someone from the Wang clan. Otherwise, it would be the Huangfu clan, the Shun clan, the Ying clan, the Zhou clan, or the Zhong clan. In short, these few clans are the biggest suspects. Sneak attacking the future head of the Yu clan means that they are enemies with the Yu clan. We can't let them off easily. Quickly take action and take revenge for me. They actually dared to hit me. They really have guts. Chapter 1122. The little fatty screamed shrilly. His voice, his expression, and his feeling made those who didn't know better think that he had been ambushed or seriously injured. The Yu family's 4 guards looked at the lively little fatty, and their faces instantly darkened. But now that things had come to this, who didn't understand what was going on? Our young clan lord is determined to intervene. If we insist on not intervening, I'm afraid that this guy will rush up by himself. If they wasted a divine sense jade pendant because of such a trivial matter, no matter how the 4 of them planned, the result was a waste of a divine sense jade pendant. What reward or punishment the young clan master would receive would be discussed later. The 4 of them were doomed. How dare you assassinate the young clan master of the Yu clan? Give me your life. The 4 of them raised their arms and flew into the air. They were like 4 giant rocks as they flew into the battlefield. With a few bangs, a few people were sent flying out of the battlefield, but the 4 of them still held back. They only knocked the people unconscious and didn't kill them. As the personal guards of the future clan master of the Yu clan, their strength couldn't be underestimated. If they went all out, not many people present could take them head on, but even if they didn't kill, it didn't mean that others would be merciful. So Xiaoduo also rushed out and shouted, "How dare you offend us, Wang clan and Zhong clan?" As he shouted, the long sword in his hand became sharper. He rushed into the battlefield with extreme speed and cut off the heads of the people who were knocked unconscious. Taking advantage of the situation, a sword chi shot out like a waterfall. Of the 2 Chun family cultivators in the lead, one was cut in half at the waist while the other's head flew into the air. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't stop after his successful attack. He waved his left hand, and little stars that couldn't be seen in the dark night splashed out. It was the starry sky, indestructible stone, 6-pointed star. But this time, its target was the Astral Souls human clan. Puff, 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 that more than a dozen people screamed and staggered, and in the blink of an eye, 2 rays of light, one white and one black, suddenly rushed out from Zhou Xiaoduo's body. All the damaged souls in the square were swept clean at the same time. A bone-chilling coldness suddenly rose from the ground, and a layer of white frost quickly spread. So Lu Xiaoyan was like a fairy from the 9th heaven, with endless frost flowing all over her body. She arrived in front of LV Jingyun with her spirit-snatching sword pointed forward, nailing it on Wang Binren's sword opposite her. In an instant, a wave of extreme cold rushed in. But at first contact, Wang Binren turned pale with fright. His right hand couldn't hold onto the long sword, and even his elbow was frozen stiff. There was even a wisp of icy coldness that rushed through his meridians and into his heart. As he retreated, he exclaimed, "It's the spiritual thought goddess." There was fear in his voice, but there was also a hint of surprise. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan looked at each other. They both knew what was going on. The other party had set up such a trap and used the opportunity of the Liu family's battle. How could they not set up a trap to deal with the 2 of them? This was something that he had expected. Zhou Xiaoyan's sword was not finished, and Zhong Xinghuan, who rushed up to block, was sent flying 8 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and when he spat on the ground, he had already turned into an icicle. With a flash of sword light, she chased after Wang Binren again. The 2 mystical cultivators of the Wang family desperately tried to snatch it, but they were directly turned into 2 ice sculptures by Zhou Xiaoyan's sword. They didn't even stop her for a moment, but a graceful figure passed between the 2, and with a crisp crash, the 2 ice sculptures turned into pink ice chips on the ground. They died without an intact body, and not even bones were left. The 2 souls that had just perished floated out. While the 2 souls were still in a daze and couldn't believe that they had already perished, 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, flashed past like dragons. The two souls completely disappeared without a trace. Obviously, dying without an intact body and bones was not the end. There was also the destruction of the soul, beyond redemption. The tip of the spirit-snatching sword flashed with cold light, staring at Wang Binren. If Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to kill him immediately, Wang Binren would have died long ago. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to use Wang Binren to find the Wang family and kill the people who were helping the Wang family. After all, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, they were all dressed in black. Perhaps they had their own way of distinguishing, but Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know the details. She was afraid that she would kill the wrong person, so she only chased after Wang Binren. And the people who were helping Wang Binren were definitely enemies. Otherwise, with Wang Binren's strength and cultivation, how could he resist Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword attack? In a flash, two more mystical cultivators of the Wang family barely avoided their opponents and came to help with injuries. Zhuo Xiaoyan chased after them, and the frost sword chi burned again, freezing the two people who came to help into ice sculptures again. The two of them were only at the mystical realm, and they were also injured, so their combat strength was inevitably reduced. Even if they had the heart to risk their lives, how could they resist Zhuo Xiaoyan's frost chi? Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't even bother to summon them. Instead, he simply added a layer of frost to the original foundation. Immediately, the two of them followed in the footsteps of the previous two and turned into ice dust that filled the sky. The cold wave continued to surge, and the frost sword continued to chase after them. That on the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan's killing intent was even stronger. With a flick of her finger, she beheaded the dozen people who were injured by the hexagram of the starry sky, indestructible stone. Zhuo Xiaoyan's experience in controlling the situation of a battle was far above Zhuo Xiaoyan's. Zhuo Xiaoyan was afraid of accidentally injuring her own people, so she came up with a strategy of encircling Wang Binren and attacking the reinforcements. It seemed like she was targeting Wang Binren, but in reality, she wanted to use Wang Binren to eliminate all the reinforcements. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, planned before making a move. He had already targeted many of the enemies who didn't belong to his side and killed them with a single strike. He acted really quickly, and his body flashed past like a ghost. Beheading, removing the rings, snatching the weapons, a series of actions were done in one breath, without any hesitation. Ever since the Yu family, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Zhuo Xiaoyan joined the battle, the situation of the battle changed drastically. The originally chaotic battle turned into an overwhelming advantage for their side. The Wang family, Shun family, Huangfu family, Zhong family, Yin family, and Zhou family were defeated like a landslide and were in imminent danger. On the other hand, although the Yu family, Wu family, Lu family, and Lu family had fewer people, their morale was high, and they were fighting fiercely, suppressing their enemies. With the addition of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, they quickly reduced the other side's fighting strength. Their side, which originally had fewer people, suddenly became a force of numbers. Moreover, it was becoming more and more like they were bullying the weak with numbers. For example, the two who had rushed to Wang Binren's aid but were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. They did not come to Wang Binren's aid after defeating their respective opponents. They had only forced their original opponents to retreat and had paid a considerable price for it. However, not only were their opponents not defeated and not dead, their combat power was basically intact. Naturally, they turned to help their own people. That was to say, the original 2-on-2 immediately turned into a 4-on-2 or even a 2-on-1. Naturally, they had a great advantage and a great advantage. The momentum of victory and defeat was immediately locked in. This situation would only become more and more intense. It wasn't completely one-sided yet, but all of this happened too quickly. Of course, there was also that the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan joined the battle, there was a real factor of death and injury in the battle. When the big families fought, although they had no choice but to help out of consideration for their feelings, they still prioritized not killing people if possible. After all, the protagonists of this battle were the Lu family and the Wang family. The main casualties should be from these two families that before the outcome of the battle between the two clans was clear, the other clans didn't dare to seriously involve themselves in the battle. They just needed to make their stance clear. The people they sent were basically at the same level as the two clans in the final battle. After all, only the Wang family and the Liu family were fighting to the death. If they really couldn't win, the other families could also step back to protect themselves. This was also the reason why the four guards of the Yu family, although their strength was superior, they only injured and didn't kill. One could see this tacit, unspoken rule. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't care about this. They couldn't wait to make things worse. The more people from the opposing forces died, the better. How could they show mercy? Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the one who beat the drowning dogs the moment they came up. 200 to 300 people had been fighting for a long time, but there wasn't a single casualty. In less than 5 seconds, these two fellows had already killed 20 to 30 people, as if they were vegetables. They were either frozen into dregs or had their heads rolling on the ground. The situation was extremely tragic and bloody. In the chaos, even the leader of the Zhong family, Zhong Qinghuan, was frozen by Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw an opportunity and stabbed his sword into his heart while he was still staggering. A ball of fire exploded. Zhong Qinghuan enjoyed a very short time of ice and fire. His internal organs were burned into charcoal, and his head was kicked into the air by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It didn't fall back down for a long time. Revenge for the third young master. The Zhong family members rushed over crazily, but Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about them. His sword flashed, and he shouted, "Watch out for my meteor sword!" With a flick of his wrist, another 7 starry sky indestructible stones flew out, knocking down the 5 attackers as soon as they made contact. Then, he continued on his way, ignoring all obstacles along the way. Ka. 5 heads rolled on the ground, and all their weapons and rings were gone. 2 flashes of black and white light flashed, and even their souls were gone. After 2 more slashes, the remaining 2 people were dead. At this point, the Zhong family members who claimed to be here for the battle were all dead. They became the first family to be completely wiped out in this battle. At this moment, everyone, including the Liu family members, didn't expect this young man who suddenly rushed out to be so cruel. He killed people as if they were chickens, and he showed no mercy at all. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the 2 groups of people couldn't help but be shocked. With a swoosh, they naturally split into 2 sides. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already forced Wang Binren to a dead end. All the masters of the Wang family who came to stop him had been killed, turned into ice chips, and disappeared into the dust. However, they were a little better than the Zhong family in that Wang Binren was still alive under Zhuo Xiaoyan's tactic of deliberately going easy on the enemy and attacking reinforcements. He was barely holding on and running towards them with all his might. Under the extreme cold, Wang Binren's face was covered with a layer of frost. This low-level Sky Soar Realm expert was always calm, no matter the situation. However, at this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. The strength he was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan. All the people who came to stop Zhuo Xiaoyan were dead, and the others didn't dare to come over. A murderous intent flashed in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes as she pointed her sword at Wang Binren's heart. Meteor flash. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Chapter 1123. Clang. A sword suddenly blocked the spirit-snatching sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate body shook, and she almost lost her balance. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. One of them stood in front of Wang Binren. With a raise of his hand, a 5-colored light suddenly flashed. It was like a magnificent mountain that suddenly blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan and completely blocked Wang Binren behind her. A majestic aura that was as vast as the sky suddenly appeared. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so shocked at this moment that he almost couldn't move. Fortunately, she could barely move, but it wasn't that she couldn't move. Zhuo Xiao channeled her telekinesis into the spirit-snatching sword. With a roar, the spirit-snatching sword emitted a cold moonlight, and a small person suddenly appeared. Ice Spirit. The temperature in the surroundings, which was extremely low, dropped sharply again. A bright moon condensed behind Zhuo Xiaoyan. In this bright moon, there was a clear figure holding a sword in one hand. It was exactly the same as Zhuo Xiaoyan's posture. From the bright moon, the sword light flashed. This was one of the moves that Zhuo Xiaoyan inherited from the Moon Lord. It was also the only move that she had truly comprehended and could use with ease. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and the shadow becomes 3 people. Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword was as cold as a fairy's. Ice Spirit sword, frozen snow sky. In the moonlight, a figure suddenly appeared. It was as graceful as a swan and isolated from the world. 3 different sword intents showed a strong power that complemented each other and led to the same goal. The unprecedentedly strong, extreme, cold air exploded like a bomb. The person opposite her, who showed a mountain-like momentum, shouted coldly, "Good swordsmanship." Whether it was the technique, intent, or path, every aspect of this stunning sword was beyond the scope of the opponent's imagination. It was supposed to be unstoppable. Fortunately, the cultivation of the person who made this move was far from enough to match such a transcendent magical sword. This gave the person opposite her a chance to resist and even counterattack. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly saw the colorful light flashing in front of her. It seemed that there were 5 different kinds of weapons at the same time. Each of them showed a myriad of moves and forcefully fought against her 3 swords. At the same time, a hand suddenly reached out from the chaotic sword light and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoyan in the air, intending to capture her in one move. At the same time, a person on Zhuo Xiaoyan's side also fell from the sky and hit the cat spirit sword with an extremely heavy stick. Even with Zhuo Xiaoyan's great strength, his wrist felt sore. At the same time, he felt a huge shadow looming over him. In just a moment, he seemed to have nowhere to run. It was clear that the other party's cultivation was too high, and he was using his true essence to forcefully seal his movements. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp of sticky glue, to the point where he couldn't move at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind turned, and he shouted, "Son." Before he finished his words, he suddenly turned around. Dazzling flames burst out all over his body. Zhu Rong, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly burst out his genuine fire to the limit. Immediately, he broke through the opponent's momentum and rushed in the direction of Zhuo Xiaoyan. Although they had only met for a short time, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly came to the conclusion that the opponent was too strong. He couldn't fight against such a strong opponent. He had to meet up with Sister Xiaoyan as soon as possible and be ready to escape. If necessary, he had to escape into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. The person who was targeting Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the fish in the net had escaped. Just as he was about to give chase, he felt an unprecedented murderous aura, as if it came from ancient times. The tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword vaguely emitted the murderous aura of a ferocious beast that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. It was aimed at him. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength was nothing to be afraid of, the murderous aura was too sharp. It was the kind of extreme sharpness that was invincible throughout the ages and could slaughter living beings like weeds. Under the threat of such murderous aura, the Wang family expert didn't dare to act rashly, even though he felt that his cultivation was much higher than his opponent's. Seeing this, Wu Yunhao of the Wu family roared, "Shameless! Shameless to the extreme. Wang family, have you forgotten the rule that Dao integration stage cultivators are not allowed to fight in the capital?" The 2 people on the other side turned a deaf ear to him. Following a muffled boom, Zhuo Xiaoyan staggered back with a pale face. Her body floated up quietly and rushed towards Zhuo Xiaoduo like a bolt of lightning. Clearly, she had the same idea as Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, the sun and the moon converged in the sky, creating a marvelous scene of the sun and the moon shining in the sky. As the 2 people converged and touched each other's palms, the power of yin and yang suddenly converged and instantly neutralized the power that their opponent had to endure. The two of them stood side by side in the sky, holding hands. The spirit plunder sword emitted a chilling brilliance. Ice spirit stood gracefully on the spirit plunder sword. An extremely cold aura rapidly condensed and was ready to be launched at any time. A speck of black aura appeared on the spirit cat sword. It was filled with murderous aura. It was the god-slaying spear, Yenshursi. Seeing that there was finally a battle, he couldn't wait to show off. Following Ice Spirit's example, he automatically entered the spirit cat sword. Although he was extremely weak right now, Yenshursi still displayed an insufferably arrogant confidence in dealing with these fellows. When I was at my peak, I could stare these small fries to death. But now, Humph, a real man, doesn't talk about his past achievements. We can talk about the future. Opposite them, the two black-robed people stood side by side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in the sky, a hint of admiration flashed across their eyes. One of them said indifferently, "They're indeed peerless geniuses. They live up to their reputation. One yin and one yang, one man and one woman, one heaven and one earth, one day and one month. What a pity, what a pity." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had only exchanged one blow with the newcomers, but they knew that they were no match for these two people. Originally, they had thought about it over and over again. After 9 months of cultivation, their strength had improved again. Even if the other party sent out a Dao integration expert, the two of them would be able to put up a fight if they joined forces. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated the power of a Dao integration expert. Just the aura of the other party, which belonged to a Dao integration expert, was enough to overwhelm them. They almost couldn't bring up the desire to fight, let alone put up a fight. If it weren't for the 9 heavens, spirit, spring water, and the honey of laurel to temper their divine senses, the purity of their divine senses far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, they would have been captured and killed. A Dao integration expert could actually merge 10,000 Daos and borrow the power of heaven and earth to merge their aura into heaven and earth. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Yenshursi had never encountered a battle like the one just now. They didn't even think about it. The difference between Dao integration and heaven ascension was not the difference in strength, but the difference in cultivation level. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never understood the word Dao integration so well. The two black-robed men looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan with indifference on their faces. They had absolute confidence that as long as they attacked, these two brats wouldn't be able to escape even if they still had some trump cards up their sleeves. It was inevitable that they would be captured. The other person who had targeted Zhuo Xiaoyan earlier said expressionlessly, "It's indeed a pity that such prodigies." At this moment, an even more indifferent and hoarse voice, which concealed a monstrous fury, drifted over. "What's a pity?" This voice contained a vague feeling. It was as if an atomic bomb had been launched and was rumbling to life, preparing to explode in a predetermined area. Everyone present, including the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures, felt their hearts begin to thump uncontrollably. This voice seemed to be mixed with a strange rhythm, and it also seemed like a large hand had firmly grasped their hearts. It was slowly kneading their hearts into the palm of the hand. Pinch, pinch. Everyone turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a gray-robed elder shrouded in a black aura slowly descending. This person was surrounded by a black aura, and it was as if countless ferocious ghosts were charging left and right within the black aura, whistling back and forth. His eyes were like willow, the wisps as they landed on the two Dao integration experts of the Wang family. They flickered incessantly, and a cruel smile flashed across his face. "Keek, you, what's a pity?" Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately cried out in surprise. "Grandpa, someone is bullying me." Although he had been scared half to death by this old man before, things were different now. This call of Grandpa was especially pleasantly surprised, especially smooth, and also especially intimate. And this crisp call of Grandpa made the gray-robed elder so happy that he almost danced with joy. He was just a hair away from breaking the eerie atmosphere that he had created. He immediately became spirited. Good boy, with Grandpa here, no one can bully you. Grandpa will help you vent your anger. Grandpa's mighty. If Grandpa didn't come, the two of us would have been taken away. It's said that his family wants to use our blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. Zhuo complained fiercely while sweet-talking. Sacrifice to the heavens. Lei Changtian was fuming with anger. He glared fiercely at the gray-robed elder, as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. How dare they? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. She turned to Zhuo and asked, "This is Grandpa?" "Yes, he's Grandpa. My biological grandpa." "Is it really Grandpa? Mom's father?" Zhuo Xiaoyan felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. "Our mom said it herself. How can it be fake?" Zhuo Xiaoduo confirmed. "He's really our biological grandpa." Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't say anything. She looked at Lei Changtian's back with her bright eyes. She was a little surprised that his hair had become neat and tidy. When it fell down, it was still messy, but now, how did it suddenly become so stylish? Behind him, Lei Changtian's heart melted at the constant calls of Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, as well as the questions and answers from his grandson and granddaughter. Although it was a question, wasn't Xiao Duo affirming it over and over again? He, good boys, don't move. Let Grandpa teach these two shrimps a lesson. Lei Changtian said in a way that he thought was extremely benevolent. Shrimps. Every single person present was dumbfounded. They were facing two Dao integration stage experts. How would he say shrimps? What would be considered a big fish in his eyes? Would he only be considered a dish when two heavenly kings appeared? Chapter 1124. The others did not face Lei Changtian directly, so it was still all right. However, the two Dao integration experts who bore the brunt of his attack felt a sense of danger from the bottom of their hearts. It was a feeling of immense and fatal danger. Every time they encountered an undefeatable opponent, this feeling would spontaneously grow. It was real and not fake. Speaking of this intuition, most probably everyone had it, but not everyone wished to encounter such a situation. It was an indescribable and bone-chilling sense of retreat. Fiendish cultivator? You're a fiendish cultivator. One of the Dao integration experts narrowed his eyes and looked at Lei Changtian even more cautiously. He stared at the black chi rising from the other party's body, then at the old man's somewhat weathered but unruly and ferocious appearance. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, as he had not been on the battlefield for thousands of years, his memory was already somewhat blurry. Moreover, he had never seen the demon ancestor before. He had only seen the demon ancestor fight in the sky from afar. Lei Changtian's current benevolent appearance was deliberately faked. It was completely different from the demon ancestor's battle form. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. However, no matter what, it was imperative to pin a big label on the other party first. "So, you're a fiendish cultivator," the Dao integration expert said indifferently. "You're just a fiendish cultivator. No matter how powerful you are, how dare you come to our Shangjing city and be so arrogant and despotic? Do you want to die?" Lei Changtian laughed strangely. At this moment, he really felt very amused. It seemed that no one had dared to pin a label on him like this for more than 10,000 years. This brat from the Wang family was really bold. Even if Zhuo Changchang and Yu Xingchen were here, they would definitely not dare to say that he was a fiendish cultivator. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" However, he did not know whether he wanted to incite the crowd's hatred or pin him down with these words. "So what if I'm a fiendish cultivator?" The demon ancestor still had a benevolent smile on his face. "You're a brat from the Wang family? Why haven't I seen you before?" The Dao integration stage expert narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I've been fighting at the border for thousands of years. Even though a demonic cultivator like you has a high cultivation base, you don't know the iron-blooded pride of the men of martial flame." Regardless of whether he went to battle or not, whether he was a man or not, at the very least, he had to give himself the image of a righteous hero. If you dare make a move on me, you will be making an enemy out of the Yinwu Empire and the Astral Souls human race. Lei Changtian tilted his head. Thousands of years of fierce battles at the border. Why haven't I seen you before? Did you dream of going to border? Iron-blooded pride? Are you even worthy of mentioning this word? At the end of his speech, Lei Changtian's expression darkened visibly. How could a person who didn't even fight at the border be so brazen and shameless to say something like that? If there was no one familiar with the border, wouldn't such a shameless person become a hero? How could a true hero, a true iron-blooded man, endure such humiliation? The demon ancestor was infuriated, and the black aura around him became more and more pervasive. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were at the end of the world, and their futures were all gone. Little Fatty ran out with a terrified expression and quietly hid behind the Yu family guards. The 4 Yu family guards' faces were pale, but they still surrounded the little Fatty to protect him, their eyes filled with extreme fear and worship. "What's going on?" Little Fatty asked. "Young master, please don't speak." One of the Yu family guards' lips turned blue. He trembled as he transmitted his voice. "Young master, you're really powerful." The Yu family guard hurriedly transmitted his voice. "What's going on? What's going on? Your decision to help with Xiaoduo is really too correct." The guard felt his blood rush to his head, and he stuttered, This is the demon ancestor. Tada! Ga. Little Fatty was stunned when he heard that. In an instant, he understood everything that was happening. His eyes widened, and his eyes rolled back. His legs kicked, and he fell backward. His entire body was knocked out. He was really knocked out. As the saying goes, a person's life is the shadow of a tree. The demon ancestor's reputation was almost equivalent to the non-poisonous sorcerer of the Umno Alliance. Even if he was slightly less threatening than the non-poisonous sorcerer to the martial artists of the 3 continents, he was still at the level of a nuclear bomb in the hearts of ordinary people. Although this old man had been fighting for the continent all his life, he had always been known for being temperamental, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He would directly kill someone he didn't like. Basically, no one in the continent would do such a thing, but the demon ancestor would. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the nickname Demon Ancestor. It was not rare for this demon ancestor to kill a few scum of the human race. It could even be described with 4 words. He was familiar with it. That the Yu family had always been recognized as the #1 family in Shangjing. The Heavenly King of the Right would let the family carry out the education of the strong whenever he was free. You don't have to form a relationship with them, but you can offend them casually. With the identity of the Heavenly King of the Right, there were only a few people that he needed to recognize as someone he couldn't casually offend. At most, it was the group of peak people in the Astral Souls continent. What was even more coincidental was that he was one of the few people who could obtain the images of the strong. The portrait of the demon ancestor was impressively ranked first on the list of people that he absolutely couldn't offend. Not only could he not offend him, he couldn't provoke him. If he offended the minister or even the minister's wife, the Heavenly King of the Right could go and act coquettishly. Cough, cough, while at most he would pay a little price. There would always be a way out. But if he offended the demon ancestor, even his own father, the Emperor Zhai Xing, couldn't persuade him. He would definitely die. Of course, it wasn't that no one could persuade the demon ancestor. For example, the minister could intercede, but the minister would never go. Don't look at how the demon ancestor was afraid of the minister. Every time he saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, or a naughty child seeing a strict father. But every time a minister saw the demon ancestor, the minister's heart was actually very fucked up. If he could not meet the demon ancestor, he would. With such a vicious cycle, over time, the demon ancestor became the #1 existence in the entire Astral Souls that couldn't be provoked. As the guards of the young clan head, They were only allowed to participate in this kind of training when they were really sent to the little fatty's side. He took out the treasure portraits and let them identify them one by one. The little kid doesn't know any better. If he offends these people, you must be the first to stop him and apologize. Now, at this moment, they had just been trained for a short while, and they had already met a living one, and the distance between them was less than 20 to 30 feet. The most important thing was that everyone was on the same side. They were in the same group. Oh, I really didn't expect our young clan head to be such a big lucky star out well. Although the 4 guards felt that they were in the same group as the demon ancestor, they still couldn't help but be frightened. It was so scary. Oh my God. So what Xiaoduo's grandfather was actually the demon ancestor. But, after so many years, they seem to have never heard of the demon ancestor having a daughter. Could it be that this old man had become an old tree in recent decades? No, that would be too disrespectful. That it should be that the old clam gave birth to pearls. No, it should be that this old man had a wild youth. A pear blossom suppressing a begonia. So, he had a daughter. His daughter was married and had a grandson and a granddaughter. That was probably the only explanation that otherwise there was no way to explain Zhou Xiaoduo's age. Or perhaps this old man recognized her as his adopted daughter. That wasn't impossible. But what about her biological grandfather? What about her biological grandfather? Over here, the demon ancestor was already arguing with the 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan. The 4 guards of the Yu clan looked at the 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan with pity in their eyes. Sigh, your Wang clan is so unlucky. So unlucky. I really pity you. Your luck is really... Sigh, I've never gloated so much in my life. I really want to laugh. Hold it in. Fearing that they would be discovered, they hurriedly turned their heads away. They then looked around and saw the dumbfounded and confused expressions on the faces of the members of the 10 superclans. The sense of relief and superiority hidden in their hearts instantly surged forth. It's great to be in the Yu clan. It's great to have people on the top floor. Let's open our eyes and look at the dumbfounded expressions on these guys' faces. Do you know what kind of big shot you've encountered? Hee hee hee. Look at all of your stupid cunts. You have no idea what you've encountered and what you're about to encounter. This is awesome. Long live the young master. The young master's actions were really in the bag. However, he actually fainted from fright, looking at the fainted Yu clan's super mighty figures. The guards sighed with emotion. What did it mean by fortune favors fools? This was it. Your cultivation base is quite high. May I know your name? The Dao integration stage, super mighty figure of the Wang clan, felt that he was suffocating more and more. In order to dispel this extreme sense of oppression, he spoke again and again. The shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be that this old man is able to form such a powerful aura? Could it be that he's a chaotic prime? Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful sense of oppression? Are you the one who asked about my name? The demon ancestor's eyes narrowed. Sigh, let me say this first. Everyone here, don't move. In the distance, a few members of the Shun clan saw that things were not going well and wanted to quietly escape from this troublesome place. However, with a wave of the demon ancestor's hand, the 7 people who had just made a move were already grabbed by him and placed on the ground in front of him. However, Lei Chantian said angrily, "How can they be so weak? I just grabbed them lightly and they were crushed." Without exception, the 7 people on the ground were all turned into a pile of mud by his claw. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. They could no longer be separated. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. You didn't control your strength well? Only a fool would believe that. However, Grandpa's way of showing off was really too low. Every day, a large number of people complain that I'm too short. Today, I've learned a sentence to use against all of you. It's not that I'm too short. It's that you're all too fast. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Chapter 1125. However, Lei Changtian had already turned around with a benevolent expression on his face. My dear grandson, My dear granddaughter, come over here and let your dear grandpa take a good look at you. Swishaoduo had an innocent and obedient expression on her face as she called out cutely, "Hello, Grandpa." Good, huh? Good child. Lei Chantian was overjoyed. Zhuxiaonian realized that she seemed to have misunderstood her grandpa and felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and called out shyly, "Hello, Grandpa." Good. Lei Changtian's old face was almost blooming with a smile. He lamented, "Grandpa has been in seclusion all these years, and I haven't been by your side since you were young. It's really been hard on the two of you." Swishaoduo coughed and thought to herself, "We've been under the care of our parents, so we really haven't felt like we've been wronged." This old man didn't know how to speak. You should have said that you didn't fulfill your responsibility as a grandpa and felt guilty. It would have been best if you could make up for all the birthday gifts you've owed us all these years, but you definitely couldn't say that we've been wronged. It's good that Grandpa is back now. Zhuxiaoduo, who was cursing in his heart, looked as if he had found someone to rely on. With Grandpa around, I'm suddenly not afraid of anything anymore. This sentence was also what Zhuxiaoduo was thinking, and there was no falsehood in it at all. After all, he had the backing of a peak expert in this world. From now on, he would become a third-generation cultivator and obtain the qualifications to lie down and win in life. This had always been Zhuxiaoduo's biggest dream. Now that his dream had come true, he was naturally elated and complacent. This was the first time in his life that he felt so confident when facing a powerful enemy. It felt so good to have someone to rely on. Good child, you're so obedient. Lei Chantian suddenly felt a strong sense of familial happiness, and he was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "Don't move." The two Dao integration stage powerful beings had wanted to slip away a long time ago. Now that he saw this old man coaxing his grandson, if he didn't leave now, when would he? But who would have thought that just as he thought about it, before he could put it into action, the old man turned around and warned him. "Senior Devil Cultivator, tonight's matter is a bit of karma between us juniors. Since Senior has condescended and intervened in this karma, how can we not give Senior face? This matter will naturally end here." Wang Jiazhe replied, "We're all members of the Astral Souls continent, so there's no need for internal strife. Tonight, the plan to lure Zhuxiaoduo by taking the opportunity of suppressing the Liu family had completely failed. It had even escalated to the point where their lives were in danger. Therefore, it was important for them to say a few words and retreat quickly. Although the old man in front of him was powerful, he had already given him enough face by putting in a good word for him. It was no different from admitting defeat. Would he really dare to kill two high-level Dao integration stage cultivators of the War God clan? The two of them were Dao integration stage cultivators and were among the most powerful beings on the continent. As long as he still had the big picture in mind, he wouldn't act so recklessly and suddenly damage the strength of the continent. The Astral Souls continent was already weak. Who would be willing to kill two Dao integration stage powerful beings over such a small matter? Family? Are you worthy? The demon ancestor opened his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand. The void demonic hand appeared again and grabbed the Dao integration stage powerful being who had just spoken. He stood at attention in front of him and slapped him across the face. "How dare your Wang family say that you're family with my family? Did I give you face? Or did I give Wang Feihong face?" The surroundings were so silent that one could probably hear a strand of hair falling to the ground. This slap was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens in the silence of all living beings. Slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire Dingjun stage. Everyone was instantly shocked to the extreme. One of the reasons why they were shocked was because of this old man's cultivation base. This man from the Wang family was a Dao integration stage powerful being. Even in the entire world, he was still a famous and vicious figure. And yet this old man had grabbed him with a casual wave of his hand. He was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, but he was completely powerless to resist. It was as if he was grabbing a chicken. No, Even grabbing a chicken would not be this easy. That movement, that ease. It should be like grabbing a chicken in one's pants. The second reason why they were shocked was this old man crazy? Just now, he had directly mentioned Wang Feihong's name. That was heavenly monarch Feihong, the god of war, the idol of the entire astral souls continent and the entire human race. Wang Feihong. It did not matter if one spoke ill of the Wang clan, especially the current Wang clan. It did not matter if one spoke ill of the Wang clan. However, one could not speak ill of Wang Feihong. Directly mentioning Wang Feihong was blasphemous to the hero of the entire star soul human race. Blood was about to spurt out of the Wang family Tao integration stage powerful being's eyes as he glared at the demon patriarch. Although he was unable to move, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Old bastard, you're dead." As far as he was concerned, no matter how high the old man's cultivation was, the old man was dead for sure after he had spoken those words without thinking. The other members of the Wu family and the Liu family all sighed in their hearts. This senior had misspoken. "Oh." Lei Chantian cocked his head to the side in surprise. "So serious. How dare you insult our ancestor? You insult the god of war. You're dead. Your entire family is dead." The Wang family Tao integration stage powerful beings' eyes were filled with humiliation and rage, as well as a hint of elation. "Old man, it's too late for you to apologize now. You're already standing on the opposite side of the entire astral souls continent." Lei Chantian faltered upon hearing this. "I'm standing on the opposite side of the entire astral souls continent just because I insulted that brat Wang Feihong?" The Wang family Tao integration stage powerful being's expression was unyielding as he straightened his neck. "I was captured by you because I wasn't as strong as you, so I admit defeat. You can kill me or torture me as you wish, but you insulted the god of war. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you deserve to die. All warriors of the entire astral souls continent want to kill you. This is a major issue of right and wrong. We can't be confused." He looked at Lei Changtian with a stern expression. "Insulting the god of war is a crime that deserves to be punished." Lei Zhangtian's eyes dimmed as he said, "Is it really that serious? But it's not a big deal. There are many people nearby. If I kill all of you, who will know what I said or did? It's just a small matter of silencing people. It's not worth mentioning." Before he finished speaking, Lei Changtian's aura suddenly surged. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, was enveloped by this powerful aura. No one was able to move. Everyone present was inexplicably frightened, and they felt a chill run down their spines. With the astonishing strength displayed by this old man, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill everyone present. This was definitely not a joke. Even the Yu family members who knew the true identity of this old man still felt a chill run down their spines. This old man had always done things his own way and didn't follow the rules. So what if he killed a few people? Please don't kill us as well. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. The Wang family's Tao integration stage expert panicked when he saw that his words seemed to have provoked the old man in front of him. However, he didn't show it on his face. He forced himself to activate his cultivation to the limit and said, "Justice is in people's hearts. How can black and white be confused? Old man, you rely on your cultivation to run amok. Even if you can kill all of us, can you kill all the people in the world? This kind of perverse behavior is going against the heavens. The heavens have eyes and will definitely kill you. You can't redeem yourself for blaspheming the heroes of our continent." What the fuck? Lei Zhangtian was frightened by his righteous gaze. He thought to himself, back then, Wang Feihong was ridden and beaten by me 7 or 8 times a day for more than 300 years. So, even if I died 100,000 times, it wouldn't be enough for me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he cursed out loud. Even if Wang Feihong was here now, I would still beat him up if I wanted to, let alone you. Lei Changtian snorted and said, "Look at what kind of people he raised. Every day, other than talking about the war god family, what other fucking business do they have?" How many people have your Wang family harmed by using Wang Feihong's name as a protective talisman? Do you really think there are no records? Lei Chantian became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He slapped the Dao integration stage expert in front of him. War God Family. What an impressive title. Wang Feihong sacrificed himself for the continent back then, and his reputation is indeed very high. I admire him and respect him. However, how much has his reputation been ruined by you unfilial descendants over the years? If Wang Feihong were still alive, let me tell you, he would be the first to destroy your Wang family. With Wang Feihong's violent temper, he could kill everyone in your Wang family. Lei Chantian slapped the Dao integration stage expert's face. Can you be more shameless? With your cultivation base, why can't you defeat a general at the front line? Aren't you just afraid of death? Don't you dare to go to the front line? Why are you pretending in front of me? Even if your ancestors come back to life, you're fucking unqualified in front of me. Do you understand? Do you have to live off your ancestors' wealth? Do you have to carry the flag of your ancestors' war god family as a shell? If you don't carry that flag, won't your Wang family starve to death? Carrying the good reputation of your ancestors, doing evil things, and putting bad labels on others. You're so bad that you've grown sores all over your heads and pus all over your feet. However, you have to put yourself on the moral high ground in everything you do. As Lei Chantian spoke, he suddenly stopped slapping the Dao integration stage expert's face. He looked at the sky with a hint of melancholy. He thought of his brothers in the past and saw the current corruption of the Wang family. He couldn't help but feel sad. An extremely uncomfortable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. I don't know if you feel particularly humiliated. Chapter 1126. Lei Chantian looked up into the sky and heaved a long sigh. This Dao integration stage, super mighty figure of the Wang family, was enraged after being slapped repeatedly. What right do you have to criticize our ancestors? Just because you're so powerful? Although you're powerful, justice is in everyone's heart. You've insulted the Wang family and the God of War. You'll definitely get what you deserve. Old bastard, you won't be able to absolve yourself, even if you die 10,000 times. Behind him, the members of the Wang family and the other families started to clamor at the same time. You've insulted the God of War. 100 deaths won't atone for that. 1,000 cuts won't be enough to atone for your sins. Everyone could see that. This person seemed to have some scruples. He didn't want to kill them. In the face of such a powerful being, there was really no other way except to use righteousness to suppress him. They couldn't beat him. Absolve myself from the blame. The public enemy of the continent. Noisy. Too noisy. There are too many people. It makes me feel like I'm outnumbered. It doesn't feel good. Let's not kill them. Lei Chantian chuckled coldly and sighed softly. Suddenly, he flipped his hand. With a smack, he slammed it down. Aside from these two Dao integration stage super mighty figures, everyone else from the Shun family, the Yin family, and the Huangfu family, regardless of who they were all slapped into mincemeat by this sudden slap, right as astonishment appeared on their faces. It was like swatting flies with a fly swatter. Blood splattered all over the ground. At this moment, blood flowed like a river and converged into a stream before condensing in front of them. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lei Chantian said indifferently, "How can I absolve myself from the blame?" He was still sighing with melancholy a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was already ruthless and merciless. He didn't even need Zhou Xiaoduo to remind him. He was merciless and merciless in his attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, the two remaining survivors, the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family, were instantly dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the churning waves of blood behind them. They couldn't even move their eyes. On the other side, the Liu family, Wu family, Yu family, and Liu family in their own camp didn't feel the slightest bit of joy when they saw this scene. They only trembled in fear. Why did this powerful existence suddenly make a move to kill? He didn't feel like he was going to kill anyone. nor did he feel any murderous intent. What was going on? Are they really going to kill us to silence us? We all thought that he was just joking. This old man, can no longer be described as a ruthless person. He is a cruel wolf. Everyone, don't be so nervous. The reason why I attacked was because these people all wanted to run away. Lei Changtian said in distress. I want them to stay, and I want them to calm down, so I had to come up with this plan. I don't know how to reason with them, and I'll try my best not to blabber when I can. That's all. The muscles on Zhuxiaoyan's pretty face twitched. What you meant by staying here and calming down was to kill him with one slap. Then this sentence was really appropriate. There was no room for exaggeration. Everyone stayed, and they stayed forever. They quieted down like never before, and they would never make a scene again in this lifetime. The others are a little noisy, and I'm also worried that the news will be leaked. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the 4 guards of the Yu family and the Lu family. Suddenly, everyone trembled in unison. Grandpa, so Xiaoduo called out, these are my friends. Lei Changtian's attitude suddenly changed. He smiled and said, good boy, friend can also leak secrets. I guarantee that they won't, so Xiaoduo said seriously. Everyone looked at Xiaoduo with gratitude. You all can go back. Remember not to talk nonsense. So Xiaoduo smiled and waved his hand. Little fatty, don't pretend to be unconscious. If the news here leaks out, I won't look for anyone else but you. Don't worry, Zhua. The unconscious Yuxia jumped up and said energetically, don't worry. Not a single word will leak out. Let's go. Okay. Zhua, I'll contact you tomorrow. The Yuxia began to call out to the others. Let's go to the meeting. I'll be the host. In the Lu family, 4th Master Lu looked at Xiaoduo with a complicated expression and said, take care. When I get out, I'll pay a visit to the Lu family, Xiaoduo said seriously. We'll wait for you. Under the Yuxia's lead, everyone left in unison. Only Xiaoduo, Xiaoyan, the demon ancestor, and the 2 Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were left. The entire Dingjun stage became extremely empty. The 2 Dao integration stage experts felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but tremble all over. Only the 2 of us are left. What? What do you want to do? Bai and Jiao turned into 2 streaks of black and white light, respectively, and swept away the power of their souls. So Xiaoduo was not to be outdone either. He immediately rushed into the pool of blood and began to rummage through it excitedly. These people are going to stay here forever. They probably don't want any of their worldly possessions. There's so many spatial rings here. How many good things are there? Even if we don't need them, we can sell them and benefit the world, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. It's always possible. Zhuo Xiaoduo actually managed to collect more than 70 storage rings and their personal weapons and put them all into the storage rings. Well, this was mainly because Lei Changtian's cultivation base and strength were truly unfathomable. His strength was so precise that he only wanted to take his opponent's life and destroy his opponent's body. He didn't take any of his worldly possessions at all. This made Xiaoduo overjoyed. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. Who do you plan to help? Do you have a target in mind? So Xiaoduo replied righteously. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. Of course I have a target in mind. Lei Changtian was very pleased. His grandson's awareness was quite high. Not bad. It's no wonder your mother has taught you for so many years to have such a heart. Of course, Grandpa, if we were rich, I would have. So Xiaoduo didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before he saw the demon ancestor's expression turn a little off. Ahem, we're poor. The demon ancestor felt like he couldn't continue this conversation. Look at the 2 of you, brother and sister. You have 4 hands and 3 divine artifacts. Do you think I'm blind? You're so fucking poor. Just from what I've seen, you're already extremely wealthy on the Umno Alliance continent. No, that's not right. Even in the entire Astral Souls continent, or even the other 3 continents, few people would dare to say that they could take out that much. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked around the two Dao integration stage experts, collecting things. However, the two Dao integration stage experts didn't dare to move at all. There was no other reason. The old man in front of them was simply too terrifying. He was so terrifying that he exceeded the scope of their knowledge. They had originally wanted to use righteousness to suppress him. After all, no matter what kind of expert he was, he had to consider the consequences of offending so many established families in Shangjing. There was also the overall situation of the world, the role of high-level cultivators, etc. These were all problems that peak cultivators of the Astral Souls continent had to consider as long as they were individuals. But, in the end, they had just threatened him, and he had only said a few words in total. And this person had casually raised his hand and directly slapped most of them to death, leaving only the two of them who had escaped the net. The instant the demon ancestor killed them, the two Dao integration stage experts' heads buzzed. How could there be such a lunatic in this world? Could it be that he didn't care about the 5 major families at all? Didn't he care about the situation of the continent and the safety of the world at all? The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were so aggrieved that their lips trembled. What kind of crazy old man was this? In the past, who wouldn't be wary of such a move? However, this old man was actually like this. In that case, he had killed everyone else without any warning, yet he hadn't killed the two of them. Was it because he was more or less concerned about the two of them, or did he have other intentions? However, no matter what, it was good that they were still alive. However, Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a benevolent smile. My good grandson, why didn't you let me kill these two guys? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled very innocently and said, Grandpa, these two are Dao integration stage experts. It's a pity that they were killed by you with a single palm strike. Upon hearing this, the two Dao integration stage experts felt even more relieved. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still looking at the big picture. That was good, that was good. When they returned, they had to report this matter to their family. This matter needed to be considered at length and could not be rash anymore. Who would have thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was born in a small border city and came from a country bumpkin background, would have such a powerful backer? With such a ridiculously powerful grandfather, this matter was really troublesome. Lei Changtian frowned. Pity. Upon hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, the demon ancestor couldn't help but feel the urge to teach his grandson a lesson. Women's kindness was not to be taken lightly. If a snake was not beaten to death, it would be harmed. Although it was a good thing that his grandson was so kind, it was too easy for others to take advantage of him. Lei Changtian was very worried. Sai, this child was too kind, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. That's right, Grandpa. It's a pity to kill them just like that. Nian Yin Mao, and I have never had any experience fighting against Dao integration stage experts. This is a great opportunity. Why don't we let them spar with us before we talk about what happens next? Lei Changtian's facial muscles twitched instantly. He understood. He completely understood. I'll let these two spar with me first. Trash can be reused. When they're done with their spar and have no more value, I'll kill them myself. Was this what they meant by talking about what happens next? Suddenly, he felt that his earlier worries were groundless. This little bastard was kind? What did that have to do with him? To think that he was so kind, it seemed that this old man was the one who was truly too kind. Why was this old man's old face burning? Did you two hear that? Lei Changtian looked at the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family. If you want to kill us, just do it. What's the point of saying so much? Humiliating others like this is not what a hero should do. The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family wore expressions of grief and indignation. These two were also very experienced people. After hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, how could they not know that they were overthinking things? Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Humiliate you? Do you think you're worthy? Let me tell you clearly. Spar with my grandson and granddaughter tonight. If they can successfully adapt to the way and atmosphere of fighting against Dao integration stage experts, I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Chapter 11:27. I'll spare your lives. These words were like heavenly music to the ears of the two Tao integration stage experts. What followed was a sense of ecstasy. Are you serious? With this old man's cultivation, do you think that I would lie? Or slap myself in the face? Lei Chantian said disdainfully. All right then. The two Tao integration stage experts were overjoyed. In front of this old man, they didn't even have the slightest bit of power. They had thought that they would definitely die tonight, given how ferocious this old man was. Only then did they manage to brace themselves for once. Who would have thought that there would be such a turn of events? Could it be that the heavens are really blessing the kind-hearted and giving them a chance to live? Sparring isn't a big deal. We love to guide our juniors. Then let's begin. Let's begin. I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. You should know that your little tricks won't work in front of me. Don't worry, senior. We won't. Lei Chantian released the suppression on the two Tao integration stage experts. This was a unique exchange of pointers, and also a dutiful exchange of pointers. The two Tao integration stage experts of the Wong family were really giving their all for this sparring. From their auras, to their moves, to defending themselves, and then to their counterattacks as they sparred, they also had to patiently and painstakingly explain everything in detail. Well, they had to give it their all. There was a life-seizing old monster eyeing them covetously from the side. He was an expert among experts. If either of them didn't teach properly and let him catch the slightest flaw, they would probably lose their lives here. But at this moment, there was no such thing as an outsider watching. The entire Dingjun stage was enveloped by Lei Changtian's enormous divine consciousness. Not even a bird in the sky could fly over, let alone spectators. That's not how you're going about it. The difference in your cultivation is too great. Don't even think about counterattacking at a time like this. In the Tao integration realm, the most important thing is the fusion of all techniques, and you can't grasp the key point at all with your cultivation. Any slight movement will cause you to be exposed and your condition to collapse. Therefore, any counterattack at a time like this is futile. At this time, don't even think about dodging. Dodging is just a temporary expedient. Once you start dodging, I can use the momentum of the convergence of 10,000 arts to continue chasing after you, making you constantly show flaws. Then, you can only keep dodging until you can't dodge anymore. If you can't dodge anymore, you'll be captured and killed. At a time like this, the best way to deal with it is to use the most subtle techniques you know. You can divert the force with little effort. When the attack is eliminated, you can then dodge. Only then can you ensure that your opponent will not catch a flaw and continue to pursue you. How do you explain this? For example, when the flood peak comes, you have to take it head-on and survive the first wave. Then, you have to divert the force of the flood. Only then can you ensure that the dam is not breached. Do you understand? If you dodge right away, the power of the flood peak will follow you closely until the dam is destroyed. That's right, said Ji Hao. You should understand now, right? Taking it head-on is also a matter of technique. If you can avoid it head-on, then don't. First of all, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Once you misjudge your opponent's power level, it's very likely that you'll collapse instantly. Similarly, if your opponent finds out that you actually dare to take it head-on, he'll add more force, and it's very likely that he'll kill you in an instant. The trick to dealing with this is, if we're heavy weapons, it'll be easier for you to carry them. However, if we're light weapons, it'll be even more difficult to deal with. For high-level cultivators, lifting light weapons as if they're heavy is a piece of cake. Different enemies, different battles, different weapons. Especially when you're up against Tao integration stage cultivators, given the vast difference in your cultivation bases. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan battled again and again under the pressure of Tao integration stage cultivators. This went on for a full hour. During this hour, both of them benefited immensely. It was a rare opportunity to receive wholehearted guidance from two Tao integration stage cultivators. Finally, even Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were feeling a little exhausted. Only then did this sparring match officially come to an end. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had truly understood two concepts. One concept, powerful beings. The other concept, Tao integration stage. Both of them felt that they had benefited immensely from this constant tempering. Now, all that was left was for the two of them to carefully ponder over these concepts in their daily battles. There were many things that one knew but did not know the reason for. No matter how high one's aptitude was, it was impossible to master these concepts in a short period of time. The two Tao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were also very tired. However, they felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. "Senior, we've done it," one of them said. "In other words, could you let's go now?" Lei Changtian nodded and praised. "Not bad, not bad. You're welcome. I hope that in the future, our Wang family can put aside our former enmity and visit you more often." The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was full of smiles. "In that case, we'll take our leave now." "Leave? Who said you could leave?" Lei Changtian emphasized the word you. The two Tao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the condition that they had agreed on? Lei Changtian said indifferently. "I said that I would spare your lives. Of course, I won't go back on my word. However, don't you know how to count? What's a life?" The two Tao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were instantly stunned. A life? What the fuck? Was there such a thing? A life? Didn't that mean? "Senior, what do you mean?" "It's very clear. This old man has said that I will spare your lives, and I will spare your lives. However, I will definitely not spare two lives." Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "I didn't say that I would spare your lives, did I?" The two Tao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were dumbfounded. You have a cultivation level above the clouds and are at least in the primordial chaos realm. How can you say such shameless words? You've gone too far. It's your lack of understanding. How can you blame me?" The two Tao integration stage cultivators roared and charged forward. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had been domineering their entire lives. When had they ever been played like this? "We almost became nannies for your grandson. In the end, you were playing us." Once this kind of anger rushed up, his lungs almost exploded. "We'll fight you to the death." The two Tao integration stage cultivators surged their spiritual energy and tried their best to activate their dantian. Their bodies suddenly expanded. Self-detonation. They wanted to self-detonate. Lei Changtian clasped his hands together. His hands, which were hundreds of feet long and wide, held the two Tao integration stage cultivators in his hands. Amidst the black smoke, two puffs sounded like two farts. One of the two Tao integration stage cultivators had already been reduced to a pile of mush. As for the other, his dantian had been destroyed, his divine sense had been sealed, his life essence had been split, and his essence had been shattered. Lei Changtian released his hands. The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family stood there. He seemed to have aged 10,000 years. He couldn't even stand up. He sat down on the ground with a thump. Looking at the corpse of his brother beside him, he suddenly howled into the sky. His voice was extremely miserable. "Leave your name, you old bastard. We've been destroyed by your hands in this life. We'll definitely repay you in our next life." He glared viciously at Lei Changtian. At this moment, all fear disappeared. All that was left was hatred. Lei Changtian said in surprise, "You're fucking dreaming. You're actually thinking about the next life. What do you want? You said yourself that you would spare our lives. Now, my brother has been killed by you, and I have been crippled by you. Could it be that you want to go back on your promise of sparing our lives?" The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family roared furiously. "The heavens have eyes. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Lei Changtian said leisurely, "Of course I said that I'd spare your lives. But did I say that I'd let you go?" The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family's eyes widened to the extreme. He looked at Lei Changtian with grief and indignation for 3 lifetimes, crying tears of blood from his heart. "Old bastard, how could a person be as despicable as you?" Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "My big brother used to deal with me in the past. He was always so stingy with his words. Isn't it natural for me to learn from him?" "Who's your boss?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family asked furiously. A proud expression appeared on Lei Chantian's face. He said smugly, "My boss is." At this point, his expression suddenly changed. He became extremely vexed, self-reproach, disdain, and anger. He slapped him and said furiously, "What does this have to do with you? What's there to ask?" In anger, he slapped him twice more. He immediately fainted. "Grandpa, don't kill him," was Xiao Duo reminded him. "You still have to ask why they're targeting me." Lei Chantian said, "Don't worry, he won't die." A gust of spiritual energy flashed past. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family slowly regained consciousness. "Tell me, why is the Wang family plotting against my grandson?" Lei Chantian said, "Tell me honestly, and I'll let you go." However, the Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was much smarter now. He said resentfully, "You let me go, but your grandson and granddaughter won't let me go. What's the use of that?" "Oh my." Lei Changtian's eyes widened. He's actually become smarter. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family closed his eyes angrily and turned his head to the side. "I've been tricked to this extent. If I still can't figure out what tricks you're playing, wouldn't I be an idiot?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he turned his head and spat on the ground. He closed his eyes and said disdainfully, "I can't believe there's such a shameless person like you in this world." Lei Chantian snorted and said, "You're also a Dao integration stage cultivator. Don't you know that there's a Dharma spell called soul searching in this world?" The Wang family cultivator trembled all over. "You can't live or die in front of me. Why do you want to suffer the pain of soul searching before you die? You won't have anything left anyway." Lei Chantian said patiently, "Soul searching." The Wang family cultivator suddenly burst into tears and howled in a hoarse voice. "But you won't believe me. Even if I tell you, you'll still have to soul search to verify it. Old bastard, hurry up if you want to soul search. Why do you have to play with me?" Lei Chantian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He cursed with a gloomy face. "Fuck, you shouldn't have been so smart earlier. Your IQ just has to be online now." Chapter 1128. In the end, Lei Chantian still performed a soul-searching on this Dao integration stage super mighty figure. After a soul-searching operation, the demon ancestor sighed softly and looked at the Wang family Dao integration stage super mighty figure, who was now like a pile of mud. "Which one of you is going to do it? I said that I would spare his life, so I will definitely spare his life. There is no falsehood, and there is no discount." "But you two didn't say that, did you?" Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan both had the same thought. Grandpa is so shameless. Then, Zhou Xiaoyan turned to Zhou Xiaoduo and blinked her bright eyes. "Got it." Zhou Xiaoduo obviously couldn't let Zhou Xiaoyan do such dirty work. He stepped forward and smashed the Dao integration stage super mighty figure's head into pieces. Little White and Little Jiu happily came out to wander around. This was a Dao integration stage divine spirit. Since the two of them had made their debut, they had never devoured a divine spirit of this level. Today, they actually had two portions at once. They ate heartily, and the aftertaste was endless. Both of them had a good time, and their strength had increased significantly. Once they were done enjoying themselves, their Dao integration stage remnant souls would be completely annihilated in body and soul. "What's going on, Grandpa?" These two are already Dao integration stage super mighty figures, so they should be at the very top of the Wang family. Even if they don't know everything, they should at least know a lot about it, right? So Xiao Duo asked. "This is really fucking complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few sentences." Lei Changtian frowned. "We'll talk about it when we get back to our place." "Sai, your father is so irresponsible. He left you two to do this alone. He's so careless and doesn't know how to take care of his children at all. What kind of father is this? What kind of son is this? This is too much. What kind of father is this? I really can't stand it." He complained as he returned with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuxianyan was not used to her grandfather complaining about her father, but he was an elder. It was reasonable for the father-in-law to scold the son-in-law. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "You're such an old father-in-law. You're such a coward in front of my dad. Now that my dad isn't in front of you, you're acting all arrogant." That night in Shangjing was destined to be peaceful. After the Liu family and the Yu family returned, they immediately called for an emergency meeting with the upper echelons of the family. As for the Wang clan, the Shun clan, and the others, none of the people from the opposing clans returned. It was inevitable that some of the clans found it strange. After a while, they sent people out to search and inquire about the situation. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find even the slightest clue. What's more, they couldn't even find the clearest location of the incident, the Dingjun stage. Once the group of scouts got close to the Dingjun platform, they would encounter a strange atmosphere similar to that of ghosts going around in circles. They would end up getting further and further away. They couldn't even get close to the location of the incident. How could they find the relevant people? This strange situation lasted until 4:30 in the morning. With the crowing of the rooster, dawn came and the fog in front of them gradually dissipated. The scouts could finally enter the Dingjun stage. But after entering, they only saw broken wreckage and broken limbs all over the ground. Basically, every corpse that was still intact was decayed and dilapidated as if they'd been dead for several years. Damn. What exactly happened? Why didn't even leave behind a fragment of the soul? Could it be that there was really a ghost last night? The more I think about it, the more horrifying it is. I wandered around here for almost the whole night, but I couldn't really get close. It's most likely that I encountered a ghost going around in circles. It didn't run away, isn't it? It's obviously nearby. But no matter how much I wandered around, I couldn't get close. There were a few times when I directly went out of the city. If it wasn't a ghost, what else could it be? Over the years, more and more people have died in Shangjing City. More than half of the people who died unjustly. After so many years, it's understandable that it finally exploded. It's reasonable. Thinking back to the things that the Wang family and the Shun family have done over the years, it's an understatement to say that they have done all kinds of evil. Now that the cycle of karma has come, it's karma. It should be said that this is the first paranormal incident in Shangjing in the past 1,000 years. The rumor spread from mouth to mouth. It became more and more widespread. The supernatural incidents in Shangjing became a hot topic in a very short period of time. Translator, Nioibo, studio editor. Nioibo studio. In fact, there were quite a few people who came in contact with the paranormal incident at the Dingjun stage to a certain extent yesterday. There were really many people who took photos and videos from afar last night. Later on, they even saw the black fog rising from afar. It was rolling and rolling inside, as if there were countless ghosts howling excitedly inside. However, it was difficult to identify more specific things. Although the government took action to remove these videos and pictures at the first opportunity, the rumor of paranormal activity in Shangjing caused a great uproar. Only the few clans involved in the matter remained silent. The Wang family. Bam! The head of the family, Wang Han, slammed his hand on the table. Paranormal activity? What a load of nonsense. There must be other powerful beings who have entered the battle and used special techniques to obscure their vision. If it's just a paranormal activity, what kind of ghost would be able to kill a Dao integration stage cultivator? Even a ghost king wouldn't be able to do that. A powerful being of at least the Dao integration pinnacle stage has entered Shangjing, and he's standing on the side of the Liu family. This is already confirmed. Last night, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxianyan must have been present as well. Otherwise, the two 12th generation ancestors wouldn't have intervened and caused the situation to spiral out of control. There must be something fishy about this. Even if it's really a paranormal activity, it doesn't make sense that the Liu family members have returned while our people have all died there. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Now, the only thing the Wang clan could be sure of was that the Yu clan had also made a move in this battle. Yesterday, Hero Yu had held a welcoming dinner for Zhuxiaoduo and it was such a grand occasion that almost everyone in Shangjing knew about it. The Wang clan and Lu clan's life-and-death battle had been decided on the military platform. So a Xiaoduo had appeared at the military platform, and Hero Yu had most likely followed along as well. It was even possible that it was the Yu clan's handiwork to be able to produce an ability user above the Dao integration stage. However, they couldn't and didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yu family. There were also the Wu family and the Lu family. They had also made arrangements last night, and it was very likely that they had also entered the battle. Another key suspect was the Lu family. The Lu family was the invitee, and the Wang family could secretly invite allies. They could even secretly send a Dao integration stage cultivator as their trump card. Why couldn't the Lu family arrange other powerful beings? However, it was useless to ask the families on his side, because like him, they were all dead and naturally didn't know anything. If there were people who knew the truth, it would probably be the Yu family, the Wu family, the Lu family, and the Lu family. The Yu family definitely couldn't be provoked, and they didn't dare to provoke them. When it came to the Wu family and the Lu family, the leaders of the two families could easily push the blame away. We didn't go. It had nothing to do with us. You said we went? Bring out evidence? If it really came to this point, the situation would be very troublesome. There could be even more troublesome situations. If they were really forced into a corner, there was a very high chance that the other party would directly go into battle. Fuck, you're too much of a bully. Who's afraid of who? Let's have another decisive battle on the battle stage. The Wang family was very clear about the hooligan ways of these families in Shangjing. Don't look at how each of them was more gentle, kind, and courteous than the other. However, when something really happened, each one of them would act like a hooligan, twisting words and forcing logic, and saying things that weren't right. As a result, only the Lu family was left to openly ask about this matter. Because the Lu family was the invitee, all the other families could deny and shirk responsibility, but the Lu family couldn't shirk responsibility. Pay attention to the news of the Lu family's fourth son, Lu Zhongyun. If you can catch him, catch him. If you can't, we'll pay him a visit. Wang Han faintly felt a huge sense of danger approaching in his heart. At this moment, he actually felt upset, and his heart was in turmoil. Two Dao fusing experts, two of the pillars of the Wang clan, had actually died without a sound yesterday. This was simply unbearable pain, an unbearable loss. Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this matter. Wang Zhong, Wang Han's younger brother, had always been recognized as the brains of the Wang family. At this moment, he frowned and stroked his beard over and over again. He narrowed his eyes and said, I've sorted through all the clues related to yesterday's incident, and I've come up with an extremely terrifying conjecture. What conjecture? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Wang Han was in a state of turmoil, and he didn't hold back at all. You guys leave first, Wang Zhong said to the others. After these people left, Wang Zhong set up a soundproof barrier and then sat in front of Wang Han cautiously. Big brother, something's not right. Who doesn't know that something's not right? The question now is, where did it come from? I thought about it yesterday. The most fundamental source of this series of events is Zhua, Xiaoduo, and the root cause is Qin Fangyang and He Yuanwei. The former is his teacher, and the latter is his principal. Can you say something I don't know? The main point. I want to hear the main point now. Big brother, don't worry. Here comes the main point. The company that's desperately trying to smear our reputation online is called Zhua Shui Company. After the incident with Qin Fangyang, the Minister Vigilant came to ancestral Dragon Gaolu as his first stop after coming out of seclusion. He even bluntly said that he was friends with Qin Fangyang. Do you still remember that the minister's surname is Zhua? Wang Zhong frowned and said, the terrifying conjecture I'm talking about is, with so many Zhuas gathered together, could there be a connection? As soon as Wang Zhong said this, Wang Han's expression changed drastically. He sat down on the chair, and sweat dripped down his head. He only felt that his heart was beating like a drum in an instant, and his mouth was dry for a moment. This can't be said carelessly. Of course, why would I say carelessly? There's a reason for this conjecture. Wang Zhong said, Big brother, think about it carefully. Zhua Shui Company is a Shao company, and with the power of our Wang family in both public and private affairs, and the power of both the good and the bad, we can't touch it? In this land of astral souls, what company can't even touch our Wang family? Chapter 1129. Last night, two Dao integration stage patriarchs died without a sound. How can such an accident be described as strange? Even if a powerful enemy joined the battle, even if it was a primordial chaos expert like the Marshal of the Four Directions, with the cultivation, strength, and battle prowess of our two ancestors, they wouldn't have died so silently, right? To be able to make two Dao integration stage experts die without a sound. The most conservative estimate is that the enemy's cultivation and strength are at least at the peak of the primordial chaos realm, or even higher. But how many almighty beings have reached this level, let alone the Astral Souls continent, even if we include the Umno Alliance continent and the Dao League continent? On the other hand, if we only include the Astral Souls continent, the left and right heavenly kings, Baiyin Fairy, and, at most, there are no more than 15. Boss, what do you think about this? Could it be? Wang Zhong's voice was trembling. His eyes flickered, and his face suddenly turned pale. Don't tell me it's really the minister's fault. Wang Han's whole body trembled. No, no, no. This is absolutely impossible. Why is it impossible? Wang Han moved quickly and quickly pulled out the information about Zhua Xiaoduo from the pile of investigation materials. Look carefully. This Zhua Xiaoduo's background is clear. Although his surname is Zhua Xiaoduo, his father is Zhua Chonglu, and his mother is Wu Yuding. The life history of this family, from the birth of Zhua Xiaoduo to the present, and the resumes of his parents, are all well documented. It has nothing to do with the minister at all, right? Zhua Xiaoduo has only risen in recent years. Before that, he was a well-behaved student. Moreover, he was a good-for-nothing for so many years. If he is the son of the minister and his wife, how could he be like this? Even if he has some problems, what problems can the minister not solve? And that's with Xiaoyan. Although she has been known as a genius since she was a child, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect to cultivate. Although the Kunlun Taoist sect can be considered a big sect, it can only be considered a small sect compared to the minister, right? Everything is clear. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan have nothing to do with the minister. They have nothing to do with each other. Wang Zhong sighed and said, Boss, why are you? When did I say Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan? Pay attention to this report. He reached out and took the scroll beside him. It was the investigation file of Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding. Take a look at Zhua Xiaoduo's parents. The life trajectory of this couple is indeed clear, but what about their relationship with their parents? This Wu Chonglu. Who is his father? Who is his mother? Who is his grandfather? There is nothing. And this Wu Yuding is also the same. There is no clear social relationship. Wang Zhong said, Boss, don't you think it is strange? This is the current survey of interpersonal relationships. But a person's life trajectory is not a problem. A deeper background is the key. Wang Han stared at the file. His lips trembled as he said, What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this Zhua couple is the minister's descendant? But the three continents have already confirmed that the minister has no descendants in this world. Who said that they are the minister's descendants? Wang Zhong said, I am more inclined to say that this Zhua couple is the minister's clansman. Even if they're only his clansmen, we are still finished. Wang Handa shook his head. That's impossible. The minister's clansmen were all killed in battle before the minister rose to power. This part has been recorded for a long time. When the minister reached the sky realm, he went back to his birthplace to search for his clansmen. At that time, the one who accompanied the minister was my ancestor. My ancestor left behind a letter that mentioned this matter. The entire village had more than 2,000 people, but no one survived. After that, the minister, in order to take revenge, traveled all over the continent to search for his enemy. After his cultivation reached the peak, he killed a heavenly king of the Wu people. In that battle, that heavenly king of the Wu people, along with 300,000 soldiers under his command, was turned into ashes by the minister. Therefore, I can say with certainty that the minister has no descendants and no clansmen. This Zhuo Chenglu, Xiaoduo, and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Although their surnames are also Zhuo, there is no way they are related to the minister. It is just a coincidence that they have the same surname. Wang Han said decisively, Wang Zhong, you've always been cautious. That's part of you. But don't be so paranoid and scare yourself. When we first identified Zhuo Xiaoduo as the target, because of the words you, and I had already considered all the details. There's no such possibility at all. Wang Zhong said, but how do you explain today's matter? Who can mobilize such manpower? Who has the power to protect the Zhuo clan to this extent? Wang Han's face was gloomy. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he said, I'll say it again. Don't scare yourself. Think about it carefully. If the minister has a bloodline descendant, and if there's a clan related to the minister's bloodline in this world, it should be a clan that's more prosperous than the Yu clan, right? But in fact, is there such a prominent clan in the world? No. Think about it again. The things that our Wang clan has done over the years are indeed out of line. Naturally, there are many people who don't like us. Today, the whole Astral Souls continent's attention is on our Wang clan. What's so strange about hitting us when we are down? I have repeatedly investigated the Zhuo clan's company. I can confirm that there are a few veterans in the Eastern Army and a few who used to work in the munitions factory. It is possible that the generals and the heavenly king of the right protected the company. But that is the limit. They will not do anything more. But how do you explain the Zhuo in the Zhuo clan's company? This has something to do with the big boss behind them. According to the investigation, the big boss behind the Zhuo clan's company is an internet expert with a particularly rich background. Looking for his roots, it is either the UMNO Alliance or the Tao League. It is obviously a smokescreen, but it also shows that he does not have a strong background. Otherwise, why would he be so careful? Also, this person's recent contact exposed a clue, but it was quickly erased. What clue was exposed? The so-called clue is actually the confirmation of the big boss's online name. It is called a clue, but it is actually useless. It is better than nothing. What is his name? Jingjing Cat. Jingjing Cat. Wang Zhong scratched his head. What is this name? His online name has always been strange. Maybe this person likes cats very much. Wang Han was a little impatient. He was shocked just now, and now he felt weak all over. He really did not want to talk anymore. It seems that spiritual thought goddess's nickname at home is Nian Nian Cat. Wang Zhong pondered, why do I have a feeling that this company might belong to Zhuo Xiaoduo? Huh? Wang Han was stunned. Yeah, this is really possible. If the company was really founded by Zhuo Xiaoduo, then wouldn't the cause and effect be connected? Wang Han slapped his thigh. Don't forget, according to the information we have, that Zhuo Xiaoyan was adopted by the Zhuo couple. She has no blood relation to Zhuo Xiaoduo. That's right, so it's possible. That explains why this company is called Zhuo Shui. It's because Zhuo Xiaoduo is the boss. Moreover, this brat always brags that he's handsome and often talks about it. Yes. Isn't everything correct now? No, it's still not right. If it's really the company founded by Zhuo Xiaoduo, why are there so many big shots supporting him? Wang Zhong frowned and thought about it, but he still could not figure out this question. After going around in circles, the topic finally came back to that sensitive question. Wang Han and Wang Zhong looked at each other, both confused. In the military, in a real circle of high-ranking officials, we still don't have anyone. We can only guess based on the information we have. This is our biggest shortcoming. Wang Han sighed. I'll go to the Nian family this afternoon. The Nian family? I'll go personally and find out what they're thinking. I don't think it's the Yu family who did this, but the Nian family. This time, I'll go there to find out what the Nian family's attitude is. Wang Han pondered and said, but what should we do about Zhuo Xiaoduo? It's imperative that we target Zhuo Xiaoduo. But If there's really such a master, a super master, who's always around Zhuo, we won't stand a chance at all. Wang Zhong frowned and asked, "That's not a problem. If we can capture Zhuo, that'll be the best. If we can't, in the end, we'll have to use the blood sacrifice to expand the range to cover the entire capital. As long as Zhuo is still in the capital, we'll still be able to succeed, right?" Wang Han said uncertainly. "Big brother, this is a big deal. You have to be sure." Wang Zhong asked. "Then I'll go ask the master again. We'll talk about it after we confirm the situation." "Okay, I'll go. Be careful, big brother." After Wang Han left, Wang Zhong sat in the study with a sullen face and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he slowly walked out. He walked all the way to his courtyard and found his wife. "Juan, there's something you need to deal with as soon as possible. It'd be best if you can finish it today." "What is it?" "Our 7 youngest grandsons. Can you let your family take them away today? Tell them that they're your children. Or maybe a relative of the Yang family just gave birth to them. Things have actually gotten to this point?" Chapter 1130. Well, it's always good to be prepared. It's always good to have a backup plan. If the Wang clan can survive these last few months peacefully, everything will be fine. At that time, we could just find a random reason to bring them back. But if they can't, I'm afraid the Wang clan will cease to exist. They are still young. Leave them some life. Don't let the Wang clan really die. Wang Zhong sighed with melancholy. Cease to exist? His wife couldn't help but widen her eyes. It can't be, right? We're the God of War's family. How can it? There's nothing new under the sun. Retribution is never good. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, everything will be retribution. Wang Zhong said lightly. Hurry up and do it. Only you know about this. Don't tell anyone else. But this. The old lady's eyes flashed with hesitation. Only he knew that it was impossible because a lot of people would be involved in this matter if he wanted to succeed. What about the others who knew about it? They were all very close to him, and he couldn't just give them up just because he wanted to. This is the backup plan for the bloodline. It's urgent. Wang Zhong pondered for a while and said, "You can do as you see fit. It's impossible that the children's parents don't know about this. It's good if these things are exposed. It'll be a better cover for the bloodline that was sent out. But all the previous relationships with the family must be cut off completely. Completely cut off. Understood." In Zhua Xianyan's courtyard, Lei Changtian clicked his tongue in wonder. In the inner city of Shangjing, where every inch of land is worth an inch of gold, my granddaughter actually has the money to buy a small courtyard house. After he learned about the growth of his grandson and granddaughter, he deeply felt that it was a miracle. It was a miracle in novels. They were the proper male and female protagonists. Zhuo puffed out his chest. He was so proud that his face glowed. He almost announced loudly, "This daughter-in-law is mine." Zhuo blushed and said, "This is all Dogda's money. I'm only responsible for spending it." No wonder. Based on the way he stirred up trouble and obtained resources in the Wizard Alliance, 1 meter taller sky is not enough to describe him. He must have a lot of wealth. Lei Changtian looked at Zhuo with gratification and said, "Grandson, your cultivation is not low. Why don't you have a famous nickname until now? Look at your sister, the goddess of spiritual thoughts. What a nice name." Zhuo said, "Why don't I have a famous nickname? My nickname, Iron Fist Young Master, is more or less popular." "Forget it. What's your nickname?" Nicknames are your name tags. People can give wrong names, but they can't give wrong nicknames. This is the principle. What kind of lousy name is that Iron Fist Young Master of yours? Lei Changtian glared at her. "Grandpa will give you a nice name." Zhuo humbly asked for advice. "Grandpa, please go ahead." After thinking for a long time, Lei Changtian said, "How about 3 miles higher in the sky?" Zhuo frowned. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied. What kind of lousy name was this? However, it was Grandpa who gave it, so Zhuo had to politely decline. "I'll discuss this with my parents first. If it's okay, I'll use it." Lei Chantian was shocked and said, "If you don't like it, we'll talk about it later. You don't have to discuss such a small matter with your parents. You don't have to tell them." Zhuo Xiaoyan served the tea that had been brewed. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to pour the tea. "Grandpa, what did you find from the soul search?" This was the most important thing at the moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his grandpa was a little out of tune. He didn't do anything important and always talked nonsense. Other than his extremely high cultivation level, he didn't have any other advantages. Of course, just his extremely high cultivation level alone was enough to make Zhuo Xiaoduo kneel and lick his boots for a long time. It's really quite complicated. I haven't sorted it all out yet. Forget it. I'll just tell you directly. Lei Chantian put on the airs of a grandpa and said kindly, "It's like this." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan sat upright in front of Lei Chantian and pricked up their ears at the same time. "Ah!" Lei Chantian laughed inexplicably, rocking back and forth. Zhuo Xiaoyan was curious. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very interested. Was the Wang family's matter that funny? "Ha ha! Seeing the two of you sitting upright and pricking up your ears, I suddenly thought of your nicknames, ha ha." Lei Chantian laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. Their nicknames? Sitting upright and pricking up their ears and their nicknames? Duo Duo Dog? Yin Yin Cat? Did we give you a sense of déjà vu just because we listened carefully? What's the connection? Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was distorted. Lei Chantian was overjoyed and pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo, "Duo Duo Dog." Then he pointed at Zhuo Xiaoyan, "Yin Yin Cat." After a pause, he said, "This is the nickname that suits the two of you best. It's really too vivid. Indeed, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. The ancients didn't lie to me. They didn't lie to me. Ha 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 ha." Lei Changtian's laughter shook the courtyard house. The siblings suddenly felt their worldview collapse. They looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. They finally understood the real reason why their parents didn't let Grandpa see them, even though they were already so old. "That was way too out of place. I was waiting for you to talk about serious matters, but your thoughts flew tens of thousands of miles away. That I'm so angry." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. "I'm so angry." Zhuo Xiaoduo puffed up his cheeks. "If you weren't Grandpa, I would have smashed you with a hammer." The siblings looked at Lei Changtian, who couldn't stop laughing. They could clearly see the demon ancestor's tongue jumping happily in his big mouth. "Grandpa!" The two of them shouted at the same time. Their voices were very loud, unprecedentedly loud, and a little deafening. "Ha ha! Cough, cough, cough." Lei Changtian suddenly stopped laughing and coughed a few times. He probably felt embarrassed. Suddenly laughing like this really damaged Grandpa's mighty and kind image. "I'm not joking about your names. Actually, I thought of a little wolf dog sitting on the ground with its ears up. No, actually, the front line of the Sun Moon Pass was very badly fought. Very badly." Lei Chantian hurriedly changed the topic. "Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo." Lei Chantian could only pick up the teacup and take a sip to hide his embarrassment. Finally, with a gulp, he poured the tea into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, and said, "Good tea." Then he asked, "Where were we just now?" The two of them were speechless. "We were talking about what you found when you searched our souls." Oh. Lei Zhangtian's train of thought finally returned to its original position. He said, "It's actually very simple. That's all. The Wang family is planning to do something big. They're gathering luck. Isn't this the time when the dragons are fighting for the bloodline? It just so happens that some other opportunities are also gathering at this time. In order to accomplish this, they need a carrier, or rather, a sacrifice. And the choice of this sacrifice is no small matter. In addition to possessing extremely strong fate energy, the person's cultivation must also be at a certain level. It's not easy to have these two characteristics at the same time, but Xiao Duo, you're recognized as the continent's #1 genius. Moreover, you have great fortune and great fate energy. Therefore, The Wang family plans to sacrifice Xiao Duo to trigger an explosion of fate energy. Then, they'll use some special method to seize the fate energy of the dragons fighting over the veins, as well as the fate energy from the heavenly secrets, and let the Wang family monopolize it. It's best to pour it all into one person. If this wishful thinking succeeds, then the fate energy of the beneficiary will be favored by heaven and earth. After all, it's all of Xiao Duo's fate energy, all of the dragon's fate energy from the dragons fighting over the veins, and all of the heaven and earth's fate energy from the heavenly secrets. If all of it is gathered in one person, wouldn't it seize the fortune of heaven and earth and create an earth-shattering legend of a genius? Lei Changtian said, "That's basically what it is. If you don't understand anything, I'll explain in detail." Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were completely confused and didn't know what was going on. "We don't understand at all," the two of them said in unison. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you asking you to make an outline? Even if you're writing an outline for a novel, it doesn't seem to be as simple as you thought, although there are geniuses who never use an outline when writing novels, such as Wind Conquers the World. But can you be compared to that person's brain? The more detailed situation is more or less like this. About 200 years ago, the Wang family obtained a mysterious secret record. It looks like a very, very ancient thing. No one knows how many years it has existed in the world, and there are a few sentences in it that look very much like a description of a prophecy. This secret record is very magical. All the words are very ordinary on it. However, as long as one sentence is interpreted correctly, these few words will light up on the secret record, and the other words together that are not interpreted correctly will remain dark. This is an extremely magical phenomenon. What's the content? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Lei Changtian pondered and recalled. The content is the great calamity descends upon the world, the extinction of all life, destruction followed by establishment, defeat followed by success. The sun and the moon pass through the sky. Ice and fire are of the same origin. The hidden dragon rises out of the sea. The phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. In the world of great fortune, the prodigies gather. The dragon veins rise. The heavenly fortune descends to the mortal world. On the day of the phoenix's rush, the hidden dragon rises out of the abyss. At the time of extreme yang, the earth turns upside down. Heaven and earth, the universe, gather at one pass. If one person obtains it, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. The blood of the dragon's luck is sacrificed in front of the door. The glory of 10,000 generations will be passed down forever. It took the Wang family a full 200 years to decipher these few sentences, and in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wang family, this matter is inseparable from the dragons fighting for the dragon veins. As long as they can maximize the use of this great opportunity that fell from the sky, the Wang family will be able to ascend to heaven. However, this is all that is recorded in the secret record, and there is no more specific way to do it. Most of the content was blurry and unclear. Probably a few decades ago, the Wang family met a master, and through this master's interpretation, the content became much clearer. Chapter 1131. All these years, the Wang family did not give up on deciphering this secret record. As time passed and the world changed, more and more of the contents of this secret record were verified. The higher-ups of the Wang family felt that the time for the secret record to be fully deciphered was coming. As time passed, the Astral Souls continent suddenly ushered in the year of an explosion of geniuses. Countless geniuses appeared like a geyser. Then, in the second half of this year, the Wang family finally deciphered the entire contents of this prophecy. When the great calamity descends, all life will be exterminated. This refers to the calamity that destroyed the world. Destruction, establishment, defeat, and success. This is the current tripartite balance of the star witchcraft Tao. Sun and moon shock the heavens. Ice and fire come from the same origin. hidden dragon emerges from the sea, phoenix dances in the nine heavens. These four sentences should be interpreted to the two of you. Cultivation techniques and Xiaoyin's Phoenix Meridian Soul Rush. After that, in the era of great fortune, prodigies will gather together. This is exactly what happened in the past 2 years. Then, the Dragon Meridian will rise, and heavenly fortune will descend to the mortal world. This is naturally referring to the Dragon Meridian incident, and heavenly fortune will descend on the mortal world. On the day of extreme yang, the world will turn upside down. This should be referring to this year's day of extreme yang, which is the 25th of May. And this day is also the day when the Dragon Meridian incident takes place. Heaven and earth will gather at this stage. If one person obtains it, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. This means that on that day, the power of heaven and earth can gather all this fortune on one person. As long as one succeeds, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. As for the blood of Dragon Meridian incident before the sacrificial ceremony, at least in the Wang family's understanding, it refers to you, Xiao Duo, being recognized as the heir of the blood of Dragon Meridian incident. As long as your blood is sacrificed, the Wang family will be able to obtain this opportunity. From then on, the glory of the Wang family will be passed down for eternity. Lei Zhangtian said, "That's all the content that the Wang family had found a master to decipher." However, because their contact was very secretive, even the Wang family's Dao integration stage experts are not clear about the master's specific identity. They only know that this person exists. All in all, the Wang clan firmly believes in this prophecy, which is why they have made such a series of moves. This was because the carrier of this prophecy had another very magical effect. As long as the contents of the secret record were interpreted correctly, the corresponding sentence would light up. Previously, as they were unable to determine who the carrier of the dragon vein was, the last few sentences did not light up no matter how they interpreted it. But last year, as your name became more and more famous, it finally reached the ears of the Wang family. Once, they unconsciously interpreted your name, Xiao Duo, and the relevant words lit up. At this point, after reading your name, the entire prophecy carrier shone like a light bulb. There was not a single word that was gloomy anymore. This phenomenon strengthened the confidence of the Wang family's upper echelons. Do you understand now? Under such circumstances, not to mention the Wang family, as long as they know the contents of the prophecy, no one will doubt it. And as long as you, Xiao Duo, are sacrificed during the Dragon Vein scramble, the Wang family can let their prodigy disciples reap all the benefits of this Dragon Vein scramble and the heaven and earth opportunity. From then on, they will achieve meteoric success. Perhaps they will be even more impressive than the minister and the emperor. No matter what the final outcome is, at least this hope is the greatest hope of the Wang family. They will not regret it even if they die 100 times. Therefore, for the Wang family, everything has already reached the final stage. As long as you, Xiao Duo, are sacrificed, everything will be over. They will wait for the great success. The Wang family has already made all the other preparations. Therefore, they used a series of events such as killing Qin Fangyang and digging up He Yuanyue's grave to lure you to the capital. In this way, with your character, you will definitely come. And as long as you come, you will never be able to escape from the Wang family's control. As long as you come, you will either die here or the Wang family will be destroyed by your hands. Other than that, there will be no third way to make you leave. However, in the Wang family's judgment, even if you are a prodigy and have extraordinary strength, you are still a junior from the border. You have no status, no background, and no support. What is there to fear? In fact, if not for the minister's strong intervention after Qin Fangyang's death, the Wang family would have acted even more unscrupulously. They would have even attacked you directly. After all, on the surface, the two sides cannot be reconciled. Only one side can be completely destroyed. And if anyone were to judge, it would only be you, a junior, who will die. After that, no one would pursue this matter. This is also where the confidence of the descendants of the god of war comes from. Basically, this is the Wang family's plan. Do you understand now? Do you understand? Lei Changtian finished his explanation. So Xiaoduo heaved a deep sigh. He had already guessed most of the reasons and even the process from what he had encountered during this period of time. However, he didn't know the most crucial part. He really shouldn't have let his grandfather search his soul like this, that he really should have interrogated that Wang family Dao integration expert personally. Apart from being more specific and concrete, the basic framework and ideas were actually similar to what he had guessed. It had nothing to do with the main point. Grandpa, what's really important now is how did they plan this? Who are they collaborating with? Apart from the Wang family, who is that master of deciphering? How can he decipher the secret records that the Wang family has been unable to decipher for 200 years? What more specific plans do they have? How do they want to deal with this when the time comes? So as Xiaoduo said in distress, these are the most important things. I know these things are important, but they are not in the memories of that guy's divine spirit. Lei Changtian was also very distressed. Let's put it this way. The two Dao integration experts of the Wang family are like the stabilizing pillars of the family. And these kinds of people usually don't participate in the family's decision-making. They only stand out to protect the family at critical moments or facilitate some important goal. That's enough. It's not that they don't have the right to know these things. It's just that these things are no longer important to people of their level. Their status has already been determined. They only need to know that this matter is very important to the family and that they know the general process. Everything else is not important. They only need to know that at certain critical moments, they have to take action. That's all. And now, that's exactly what they are doing. It's the same for your life and death. Today, their final goal is to capture you and completely control your life and death. Even though their Wang family wants to sacrifice you, they need to do it at a suitable time. It can't be early, it can't be late. You have to die on that day. Do you understand? So now, the first key they have to ensure is that you can't leave Shangjing. And to achieve this goal, the safest way is naturally to capture you. That's why the two of them are here today. That's all. The so-called intervention of the Wang family, Shun family, and other families is just a minor detail. Or rather, it's just a smokescreen to capture you. Lei Changtian said with a hint of melancholy. As for the many details of this matter, how it was carried out, who was in charge, how the needle was threaded, and even how the venue was set up, these are completely irrelevant to these old antiques. They are completely unimportant. The only useful information is that in the entire Wang family, there are only two people who are in charge of this matter or qualified to participate in the operation of this matter. Lei Changtian suddenly paused and revealed an embarrassed expression. Do you know who they are? Zhou Xiaoduo immediately asked. One is the head of the family, Wang Han, and the other is the head's younger brother, Wang Zhong, who is recognized as the brains of the Wang family. Apart from these two people, no one else knows the details. So Xiaoduo slapped his thigh and said, Grandfather, this is the really useful information. Lei Changtian coughed twice and rolled his eyes. The way this kid slapped his thigh was really like his father, and his tone was also like his father's. I really want to beat him up. So what you're saying is that I've been busy for half a day and have said a basket of unimportant things, but not a single important thing? Is that what you mean? You deserve to be beaten up. You deserve to be spanked. The kind of spanking that blossoms. So Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, fortunately, I asked a few more questions. Grandfather's brain really makes me worried. He said a basket of unimportant things, but almost forgot the important things. It was fortunate that the old man's cultivation level was so high that it shocked the world. Otherwise, what would have happened? No, his cultivation base is shocking, but his brain is not good. Who knows? He might get into big trouble. I have to be careful. I have to be careful. Now that we know who the specific target is, things will be much easier, as what Xiaoduo said excitedly. I'm just afraid that we don't have a specific target. Now that we have a confirmed target, we can complete this task in one night. What do you want to do, kid? Lei Chantian stared at him. Grandfather, you're a layman. Although we're in a society ruled by law, and nothing can be accomplished without rules, and power and influence are the rules, in the eyes of cultivators who have entered the Tao, isn't the power of the fist the real reason? The task that I want to complete can be said to be quite difficult for the two of us. It requires hundreds of plans, thousands of calculations, and a lot of luck. It's easy to lose everything. But for you, it's a piece of cake. So Xiaoduo flattered him eagerly. Grandfather, as long as you personally go and capture Wang Han and Wang Zhong, then we can interrogate them or search their souls. Everything will be clear, won't it? So Xiaoduo already wanted to win without doing anything. His grandfather was the fiend ancestor. Such a trivial matter was a piece of cake for him. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 1132. So Xiaoduo said eagerly, Of course, if you want to save some trouble, you can help us take down all the Wang family and the families that colluded with them to do this. You don't have to worry about killing people. Just leave this kind of rough work to me. As long as you can control all of them, I will naturally kill them one by one with my sword. Then we will have our revenge. How easy and pleasant it will be. There will be a lot of benefits. As a 10,000-year-old aristocratic family, they must have a lot of wealth. The three of us will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. 2 piles of gold will not be a problem. The more Xiaoduo spoke, the more excited he became. He deeply felt the benefits of being the 3rd generation. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to lie at home and wait for his enemies to be captured. He would wake up, wash his face, brush his teeth, and lazily go out. He would treat it as if he was practicing his swordsmanship. He would tie those people up and line up to kill them one by one, then he would have his revenge. It was just that easy. This was a textbook example of lying down to win a life. Otherwise, he would be willing to be the 2nd generation. This was a risk-free and profitable job. It wasn't tiring at all. He just had to drink some tea and be done with it. My life seems to have reached its peak. It doesn't matter how long this kind of life lasts. For thousands of years, I'll enjoy it and forget to go back. I'll forget my worries and get what I want. I'll enjoy it so much that I won't think of home. So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. It felt good. Lei Changtian widened his eyes. What the hell? You mean, I'll go out and capture them? Then I'll capture them and search their souls for interrogation? After the interrogation, I'll go and capture them? I'll capture these thousands of people, line them up, tie them up, and make them kneel here. Then you'll come out and kill them one by one? That's it. Then you'll be able to get your hands on a mountain of gold. The demon ancestor's voice was very strange. How did it become my business? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. However, it's not just me alone, but the 3 of us. Think about it. We're not targeting just the Wang clan alone. We're targeting a few clans. So how can we not reap a lot of benefits? So Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Grandpa, you see, this is the most direct result. Nian Nian and I won't be in any danger. We won't have to go out and take risks. We won't have to fight with others. We won't be killed or sacrificed to the gods. We'll be safe and you won't have to worry about us, right? And for an old man like you, it's not a difficult thing and it's not that tiring. Just think of it as an old man going out for a walk after breakfast to loosen his muscles and bones, digest the food, and exercise his body. Well, morning exercise, right? Isn't that right? Such a small matter is nothing to you. So Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, besides, you're my grandfather. Isn't it only right for you to avenge me? That's right. If I don't ask you for help, who else can I ask for help, right? Why would we bother others when we can do it ourselves? If you ask me, if you don't help me, your dear grandson, that would be strange. Lei Changtian nodded and then couldn't help but scratch his head. You're right. It's only right for me to avenge my dear grandson. Well, why do I feel like something's not right? What's wrong with that? Yin Yin Cat and I are your treasures. So Xiaoduo said, Grandpa, please help us. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "Grandpa, please help us." Lei Chantian scratched his head. He was a little confused. He stared blankly for a while, and then turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, "I'm done." "What are you going to do?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said in surprise. "What am I going to do? Didn't I just say it? Didn't I take charge of the whole situation and kill these people to avenge my teacher? The last and most important dirty work has to be done by me." Lei Chantian said angrily, "Can I kill these people? Can I kill them? Do I need you to kill them?" So Xiaoduo said, "Grandpa, think about it carefully. If you kill them yourself, you're just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. If you don't, it's just a matter of convenience. But no matter how you look at it, you're not avenging my teacher. You're not justified. We still have to figure out the logic of this." So Xiaoduo said earnestly, "Grandpa, we're here to avenge, not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Lei Chantian felt more and more confused. Why? Why? Suddenly, this job is all mine? But why does it sound so reasonable? What is this saying? No. The devil ancestor shook his head. Why should I do this? I have to do all the work. It doesn't feel right, and I don't even have a proper title. Why did you do this? Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. "You're my grandpa, my biological grandpa. If you don't help me, who will? You're my grandpa. You're helping your grandson out and doing something small. Do you want extra remuneration? Do you want us to give you a salary?" Lei Chantian said angrily. "Who said anything about remuneration? What did I say that?" "Then you mean, you're my grandpa, so you should do all these things? You don't need remuneration?" "Yes, it's very necessary. It's just that you don't need remuneration." Lei Chantian really felt that his brain was turning to mush. He was getting more and more confused. "Okay, then I understand. Originally, when I was going to confiscate the property, I was going to split the profits into 3 portions. Since you didn't want to do so, I won't force you. Just treat it as your reward to us. As the saying goes, one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder." Zhuo Xiaoduo said happily. Zhuo Xiaoduo said these words with absolute confidence and confidence. "Grandpa doesn't want to help me? What a joke. Is there a need to say this? Grandpa is just helping his grandson out a little. How can he have the cheek to share the profits of other people's children? This doesn't make sense. Saying that one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. This is the end. Lei Chantian felt his brain was in a mess. He held his head and said, Wait, let me think." So Xiaoduo was puzzled. "I've already explained it so clearly. Why can't you understand? This doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Grandpa, you're acting so strange." So Xiaoduo said in confusion, "I just don't understand. Which family doesn't step up when the younger generation is bullied? As the saying goes, when a younger generation is beaten up, the older generation will step up. Isn't this the current situation of the world? Why is it that when it comes to us, why are you suddenly refusing? You've been in seclusion all this time and didn't even know about my existence. There's nothing to say. Now that you've come out of seclusion and reappeared in the world, why can't you stand up for me?" Lei Chantian frowned and thought, "I'm not refusing." So Xiaoduo's expression changed immediately. He cried and said, "Grandpa, you don't love me." Zhuo Xiaoyan also frowned and asked pitifully, "Grandpa, why don't you help us?" Well, although Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't have any dirty thoughts like Zhuo Xiaoduo, her thoughts were habitually following Zhuo Xiaoduo's. After so many years, she had long been used to it. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were fallacious, they were the most common things in the secular world. It could be said that his words were reasonable. At this time, Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally followed Zhuo Xiaoduo's tone. Lei Chantian was completely dumbfounded. This still can't stop trembling. Bai Yunduo kept transmitting her voice in his ear. Don't interfere, please don't interfere again." So Xiaoduo asked his grandpa for help with tears in his eyes. "Why don't you do it? Why don't you help me? Why? Let me think. Lei Chantian held his head. Bai Yunduo seemed to have a point. "If I could interfere, then when my master came to Shangjing, he would have directly arrested all these people and waited for junior brother to behead them. Wouldn't it be over? Why would I need you? To put it bluntly, Bai Yunhua's words were very rude, but they were very reasonable. Wasn't it to train junior sister and junior brother to deal with half of the matter and leave the other half behind? Besides, what's the point of doing everything directly? If you don't train in the mainland, do you really want to go to the battlefield to experience life and death? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Are you able to get rid of all of little Duo Yu's enemies in this lifetime? Then what's the point of him cultivating? From now on, he can just lie down and be a salted fish. When Lei Changtian heard this, he seemed to have understood. When he turned his head again, he saw Xiao Duo half lying on the sofa. His body was so lazy that it seemed to have no bones. His hands were behind his head, and his legs were crossed. Well, he really looked like a standard salted fish. It seemed that after this kid knew his identity, he had started to win by lying down. What a standard way to lie down. Bai Yunhuo kept complaining through telepathy in the air. I told you not to do anything. Not to do anything. Even if you want to do something, it's enough to do it secretly. You can't do it personally. You loved your grandson, so you wanted to leave a good impression. You wanted to go down. Now look, what my master is most afraid of is that junior brother's salted fish personality suddenly exploding. Once there's a strong person around him, he won't do anything even if he's beaten to death. To him, there's no other choice. Now that you've shown up, you've confirmed his identity as a third-generation cultivator. Won't he directly enter salted fish mode? If junior brother didn't know your identity, it would have been fine. But now he clearly knows that you're the demon ancestor, the strongest person in the 3 continents that no one dares to provoke. Now, look, isn't he starting to become a salted fish? Look at what you've done. If master and mistress find out. The title of this chapter is just like what I'm doing now. It's a bit confusing. From a long time ago, when Xiao Duo encountered something, many of his brothers were looking forward to it. Father's should do something, mother's should do something. I'm thinking about this. Do I need to write it down? If I write it down, will you think that I'm preaching? It's a bit confusing. I need to sort it out. Chapter 1133. Bai Yunhuo was really anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so rudely. This Lord Devil Ancestor was really incapable of accomplishing anything but good at ruining things. Look at what he had done now. He had turned the tense and indignant journey of revenge into a spring outing and a wantonly accumulating wealth. However, what Xiao was thinking was completely right. There was a way to save physical strength and time. Why did he have to make a fuss over nothing? Why did he have to spend so much effort? Wouldn't that be like taking off his pants to fart? Anyway, his purpose was only revenge. He had asked someone to help him take revenge with his own hands. The result was the same. Wasn't it revenge? Was it not helping Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others taking action with him? If we didn't have a grandfather, then I met Uncle Nan by chance and asked Uncle Nan to help me deal with the enemy. Was that not revenge? Using tyrannical force was revenge. Using scheming was revenge. Using group wisdom and group effort to exchange benefits was also revenge. Then, using family ties to achieve the goal of revenge was also revenge. Was it not revenge? That was outrageous. Since Grandpa was in front of him, why should he give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? Why do I have to go through painstaking efforts to take revenge? Why do I have to take the risk of being half dead and covered in wounds? What was wrong with this logic? Lei Changtian covered his head and didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, the Lord Devil Ancestor lay on the sofa, frowning and groaning. Why did I suddenly have a headache? It seems that the old injury has relapsed. I'll lie down for a while. Is there a bedroom? I'd better find a quiet place to discuss with Bai Yunhuo. My brain is a mess now. No matter how I think about it, something is wrong. Zhui Xiaoyan hurriedly asked with concern. Grandpa, were you feeling unwell? I have a lot of good medicine here. It's okay. I'll be fine after a while. It's an old injury of more than 10,000 years. Ordinary medicine is useless. Lei Changtian hurriedly refused. Under Zhua Xiaoyan's worried gaze, he entered the guest room and slammed the door shut. Outside, Zhua Xiaoduo was lying on the sofa, swinging his legs and singing. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. Eating and waiting for death is so blissful. Winning without doing anything is so refreshing. Oh. Obviously, Zhua Xiaoduo was really happy at this moment. Zhua Xiaoyan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo anxiously and hesitantly. Finally, she pouted and asked, "Doggy, you really want a salted fish? You haven't even ascended yet." Zhua Xiaoduo grinned, winked, and sighed. "I'm just afraid that Teacher Qin and the old principal will wait too long. If they can't wait and reincarnate, they won't be able to see me avenge him." Lei Chantian shrank into his room and set up several layers of soundproof barriers in one breath. His expression was unprecedentedly complicated. He felt that he had made a huge mistake and ruined some of his plans. That what should he do? Bai Yunduo, who was hiding in the sky, was completely anxious. This demon ancestor was simply a super shit-stirrer who couldn't do anything right. The situation was out of control. Now that he had caused it to this point, what should they do next? How could they continue? Master and Mistress were worried about this change, so they didn't reveal their identity, background, cultivation, and strength. They completely blended into the ordinary. You, on the other hand, exposed everything the moment you showed up. If we could intervene directly, you wouldn't have a chance to do it. It's just the Wong family. Either Xiaohu or I would be able to wipe them out instantly. Look at the situation now. How am I going to explain it to Master and Mistress? Bai Yunduo was so anxious that she stomped her feet in the air. Her elegant demeanor was gone. If Lei Chantian completely triggered little junior brother's salted fish attribute, that Bai Yunduo guaranteed that her master and mistress would flip out when they came back. They would flip out extremely. When that time came, this demon ancestor would most likely be beaten into a demon pig. His entire body would swell up, and he would have a pig's head and pig's face. Aren't I just concerned about the child? Lei Chantian defended himself weakly. The child is being bullied by the adults outside. Are we supposed to just watch from the sidelines? They don't care about the child. I'm just a distant relative. Distant relative means that you're only showing your face when you're in your 20s, right? Bai Yunduo said mercilessly. How dare you? Lei Chantian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Junior, how can you say that? Even Mistress doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Bai Yunduo choked for a moment. After a long while, she nodded. All right, I'll find Mistress to talk to you. I also want to know what Mistress will say to you. Don't. However, Bai Yunduo had already left in a fit of anger. He did something wrong, but he didn't allow others to talk about it. Now, he was even using his seniority to pressure others that I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. It's up to you now. Lei Zhangtian heaved a long sigh. He took out his phone and dialed his daughter's number. He murmured, Fine, I'll say it myself. This couple doesn't care about their child. Are they in the right? They don't care about the child after having it. It's better not to have it. His finger hovered over the button for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and pressed the button. Dao League Mainland. Sanqing Holy Mountain. Daoist Yun stood up from the ruins with his face covered in dust. He said sullenly, Sister-in-law, you've been sparring for a few days now. My old bones have been torn apart by you 14 or 15 times. It's about time. Wu Yuding stood with her sword in hand and said with a smile, Big brother Yun, what are you talking about? I feel that I have benefited a lot from this time's seclusion. I have gained a lot of understanding regarding the great Tao of martial arts, but I still need the tempering and stimulation of battle formations before I can truly comprehend and integrate it into myself. But this kind of comprehension can only be understood and not explained. We are all experts in cultivation, so how can we not understand this simple logic? Besides, we can also enlighten all of you through battle. I'm just worried that you won't be able to comprehend it in a short period of time. That's why I'm sparring a few more times. You'll occasionally be hit by me when you're distracted. However, it's still much easier than fighting the demons in the future, right? I'm really doing this out of kindness, out of sincerity, out of kindness, and out of sincerity. The faces of the 5 Taoists on the scene were filled with grievances. Easy? Even if the demons really come, they probably won't be as cruel as you. Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng were fine, but Taoist Yu, Taoist Shuang, and Taoist Snow were both sullen and innocent. What does your grudge have to do with us? It really has nothing to do with us. This woman is so cruel with a smile. I can't take it anymore. Sister-in-law, the Xiao duo who targeted your family has nothing to do with us. In fact, it doesn't even have anything to do with us. Taoist Snow twisted his mouth. He bent over and straightened his thigh, aimed at the broken part, and caught it. Then, he hurriedly injected a stream of natural essence into it to heal the wound. His wound healed at a visible speed, but the pain he felt during the process wasn't lessened at all. Wu Yuting smiled and said, "Brother Snow, what are you talking about? Our sparring session this time has nothing to do with my son and daughter's matters. It's precisely because I want my 5 brothers to experience the grand Tao profundities that we comprehended during closed-door cultivation, and it's for the sake of preparing for the great battle in the future. You must know that even if one's strength is slightly stronger, it might cause one's strength to be insufficient at that time. This slight difference might be the difference between life and death. The difference between life and death. We're all cultivators with some level of cultivation. Little sister's actions are really for the good of you big brothers." Taoist Yu gave a bitter smile and said, "Thank you so much, sister-in-law. You're so considerate." Wu Yuting said, "You flatter me. We are allies, and our friendship is deep. In order to prevent my brothers from feeling aggrieved and resentful when they see the geniuses of other clans and want to destroy them, but can't defeat them, I have no choice but to work hard and reluctantly do it." Taoist Snow sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, I promise, nothing like that will ever happen again. I'll fight to the death with whoever does that again." As he spoke, Taoist Snow, Taoist Yu, and Taoist Shuang glared at Taoist Feng and Taoist Feng. Their eyes were full of unspeakable resentment. "It's all because of you two. I can't even leave after getting beaten up." Both Taoist Feng and Taoist Feng lowered their heads. "What the? We didn't want this. But who knew this woman would be so cruel?" In this competition, Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun were beaten up the most. It was the kind of ruthlessness where every bone in his body had been broken several times from head to toe. Wu Yuting was merciless. Every time she beat them up, she urged them to recover quickly so that it would be convenient for another round. Taoist Yun acted shamelessly on purpose and refused to have his injured leg fixed. Therefore, Wu Yuting gave him a good beating without giving him a chance to explain. With a broken leg, of course, Wu Yuting would beat him even harder. This time, Zhuo Changlu and his wife came to the Tao League's 3 Pure Ones Hall for a visit after settling their affairs in Shanjing. They called it a visit since they hadn't seen each other for many years to improve their relationship. Then, Taoist Thunder and Taoist Lightning really improved their relationship. So Changlu dragged them to discuss Tao. As for the remaining 5 people, Taoist Thunder arranged good work for them. "The 5 of you spar with my sister-in-law. At the same time, you can experience the aura of the great Tao that my sister-in-law obtained from her seclusion. At the same time, you can help her stabilize her current realm." Then, he left with Zhuo Changlu. In the beginning, the 5 of them were full of confidence. "You're just a woman. Even if you're the demon ancestor's daughter and the minister's wife, aren't you just a junior? As her big brothers, we'll let you experience what it means to be a senior." Who would have thought that they would discover that Wu Yuting's cultivation had already completely suppressed all of them after exchanging blows with her? They were beaten up miserably. Their so-called demeanor of a senior was all gone. It was only at this point that they realized that the 5 of them had been heartlessly abandoned by their own boss. Big brother and second brother went in to receive benefits, leaving the 5 of them here to let his wife vent her anger. Chapter 1134. Wu Yuting did not seem to know what fatigue was. She would beat anyone she met to death. His fists hit his flesh, his limbs were broken, his internal organs were injured, his body was covered in cuts and bruises, and his body was riddled with scars. None of this was a problem, and he had to repeat it over and over again. Round after round, the cracking sound was like a nightmare to the five Taoists. They could only go up and be beaten up one by one, and they could not gang up on her, because this was a spar, a discussion of Tao, a friendly interview that the five Taoists were so aggrieved that their hearts were about to explode. Especially later on, Wu Yuding, who had gone through a series of fierce battles, actually improved again. When she used her famous ultimate skills, Cold Sword of Mountains and Rivers, Frost Rain, and Meteor Shower, the power level was more than one level higher than before. When other people's sword light danced, it was basically a series of sword lights shooting out. However, when Wu Yuding's sword light started, it was like a series of shining raindrops in the dark night. It was like a meteor that swept wildly in all directions. The sword moves became more and more violent as time went by. Gradually, the quantity changed to the quality, turning raindrops into hailstones. Every raindrop and hailstone contained more or less traces of destructive power. Although Wu Yuding gradually restrained her power during the process of unleashing the sword energy, the sword wounds on the five Taoist bodies only became more painful. Even their souls were hurt. After 3 days of sparring, the five Taoists felt as long as 5,000 years. They were not even allowed to rest at night. Later on, the wind and cloud Taoists tore off their skin and apologized. But no matter how they apologized, Wu Yuding just ignored them and turned a deaf ear to them. Big brothers, you are thinking too much. I'm not here to vent my anger for my son. I am also not here to take revenge for my daughter. I am here to spar. I am very satisfied with the results of this spar. Just for such a big harvest this time, I have to express my gratitude to you, my brothers. We have not seen each other for a long time. I have to take a good look at all of you. These reasons came out of her mouth. None of them were repetitive. After being beaten up for 3 days in a row, the five Taoists were completely overwhelmed by the feeling of being unable to escape from the nightmare, which was worse than death. The most important thing was that they couldn't fall out with her. They didn't dare to fall out with her. Her husband was inside, discussing the Tao. This was a huge favor. Could it be that you're enjoying the kindness of others while fighting for your life with his wife? How is this something a human would do? Someone who could do such a thing was not human. Finally, one morning, Changlu, Taoist Thunder, and Taoist Lightning ended their discussion and walked out side by side. The moment the three of them appeared at the training ground, Feng Yun and the other four were so touched that they almost cried. Boss, you're finally out. We are about to be beaten to death. I've benefited greatly from this Tao discussion. Many thanks to the minister for his generosity. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Taoist Thunder was very emotional. He even used the word kindness. Although he had been beaten up by Zhou Changlu many times, he had indeed learned a lot. However, the faces of Feng Yun and the other four darkened. There was no need to say anything. Just by hearing the word kindness, they knew that they had been beaten up for nothing. Not only could they not mention it, but it would also remind Boss Thunder that he owed someone a favor. You're welcome, Zhonglu Xuan said elegantly. Even without me, it's only a matter of time before Brother Lei gains some insights. Taoist Thunder shook his head and smiled bitterly. What Zhou Changlu said might be possible, but Taoist Thunder did not dare to say that he could really gain enlightenment. When it came to comprehending and experiencing things, it had always been about fate. Without a bit of luck, it really wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Boss, Brother Zhou, I'll go into seclusion first. Taoist Lightning had obviously gained a lot of enlightenment. He was a little impatient now, especially when he saw the 5 people outside who were almost beaten into pig heads. He did not dare to stay. After saying that, he hurriedly left, seizing the time to turn his enlightenment into his own foundation. The Tao League and the Astral Souls will always be allies, Taoist Thunder said word by word. Of course, Zhou Changlu smiled. Brother Thunder, we still have to speed up the Tao League's no-fly zone. I've been having a lot of sudden inspiration recently, and I have a vague feeling that the tide is about to rise. It seems that time is not as optimistic as we thought. Understand, Taoist Thunder said in a low voice. From today onwards, we will personally go out to take a look and supervise the construction of the Tao League's no-fly zone. Zhuo Changlu smiled reservedly. We can also take a look at the Astral Soul's no-fly zone and the Umno Alliance's no-fly zone. Both of them are almost done. All right, Taoist Thunder turned to look at Wu Yuding. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard these few days. Wu Yuding put away her sword, rubbed her hands, and smiled. Brother Thunder, you're too polite. We're all allies. It's only right that we help each other. Feng Yun and the other Taoists were speechless. Her words were really fucking good. And Boss Thunder, are you thanking her for beating us too hard? If there's nothing else. Before Taoist Thunder could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Yuding. Boss Thunder, how can there be nothing else? Now that we're done with the important matters, it's time to talk about the private matters. The Tao League has violated the favor writ twice and attacked my son. Shouldn't they give us an explanation for this? Wu Yuding said in a low voice. As the saying goes, one can change their face faster than one can flip a book. This was probably it, right? The 6 swords of the Tao League were all dumbfounded, including Taoist Thunder. Didn't we go in to discuss Tao and leave you outside to deal with this matter? What? You've already beaten people to death dozens of times, and you're telling me it's not over yet? You want an explanation? Besides, after those 2 incidents, didn't I already give you an explanation? You sent Yun Zhonghu to blackmail us again and again. What else do you want? Why are you asking for an explanation again now? But that their boss had just accepted a huge benefit from Zhuo Changlu, and now his wife was asking for an explanation. Tell me, what should we do about this? Should they learn from Wu Yuding and turn their backs on them? Then, the Tao League would never be able to raise their heads again. What kind of explanation does sister-in-law want? You're a straightforward person. Just say it, Taoist Thunder stuttered. At this time, they would be stabbed regardless of whether they stuck their head out or retracted it. They would definitely have to suffer this attack. We've been in alliance for so many years, and we've known each other for so many years. Since Brother Thunder asked personally, I'm naturally embarrassed to go overboard. Wu Yuding said, I just want Feng Yun and Taoist Thunder's treasure vault. Impossible. Feng Yun and Taoist Thunder flew into a rage. Sister-in-law, brothers Wu Yu, you control your wife. How can she ask for such a huge sum? Zhuo Changlu smiled. Brothers, ahem, you think too highly of me. If I could control my master, I wouldn't need you to tell me this. But the main problem is that I'm henpecked. Zhuo Changlu smiled shyly and guiltily. Brothers, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. If henpecked is a disease, I'm afraid I'm already beyond cure. After hearing this, the 6 Tao League members, including Taoist Thunder, leaned back in unison. This sentence was really too fucking speechless. This reason was really enough. I'm henpecked, and I'll admit it to my face. What can you do? What can you do? There was really no other way. That Taoist Thunder laughed and said, our Tao League was indeed in the wrong. The Tao League should give sister-in-law an explanation. He pondered for a while and said decisively, how about this? Open all the treasure vaults of the 7 of us, including the main vault of the Tao League, and let sister-in-law wander around in them for 2 hours. Within 2 hours, there won't be anyone else in the treasure vault. Sister-in-law, whatever you want, just go ahead and get it. Even if you really take it all away, our Tao League will accept it. Taoist Thunder's face was full of smiles, and his voice was loud like a bell. The other 5 Taoists widened their eyes subconsciously, as if they were struck by lightning. Zhuo Changlu's gaze also froze, and then he shook his head with a bitter smile. Taoist Thunder's move was really brilliant. I'll let you in with the most honest attitude, and let you take whatever you want. Take as much as you can. But do you really have a nerve to take it? If you really have the nerve to empty the Tao League's treasure vault, then it would be Wu Yuding deliberately destroying the alliance between the human race and the astral souls and the Tao League. One had to admit that Daoist Thunder's move of using defense as an attack was a beautiful move. Wu Yuting said, "Okay." She actually agreed immediately. Then, the treasure vault was opened. Wu Yuting put her phone in Zhuo Chonglu's hand and walked in alone. Daoist Thunder was still full of smiles, as if he didn't hold any grudges. Zhuo Chonglu sighed, but his heart was full of sympathy for Daoist Thunder. Daoist Thunder's move could be said to be an upright man's action, and it was also the best choice to deal with the current situation. In such a situation, the person who dealt with it had to consider a lot. Even Zhuo Chonglu, who was once known as the 1 meter higher sky, was embarrassed to take too many things after entering. After all, Daoist Thunder had already shown such an attitude, so he couldn't go overboard and slap his face. However, there was only one person who was an exception, and this person was Wu Yuting. The first reason was that Wu Yuting was a woman. She had always done things without caring about the dignity of a man. She would take as much as she wanted, and you couldn't say anything about it. You asked me to go in and take it, but now that I've taken it, you're complaining that I've taken too much? Of course, there was also the second reason. If it was only the first reason, Wu Yuting also needed to consider a lot, and she wouldn't be embarrassed to take too much. However, if the second reason was added, it would be a completely different matter. The second reason was that Wu Yuting wasn't just a woman, she was also a mother. And this time, the main purpose was, my son and daughter were bullied. I'm here to cause trouble, and I'm here to ask for compensation. Otherwise, why would I come? Really to improve your cultivation? Is there something wrong with my brain? Chapter 1135. Moreover, Wu Yuting didn't have much of concept in her mind, nor did she have any idea of stopping. Even if you only hit my son with a finger, I want you to compensate me with the entire Dao League. What's more, you almost killed my son. At that time, I was still in seclusion. How dare you bully my son while I couldn't come out? With such a huge grudge, the Dao League can't be justified if it doesn't bleed. Everything that I took was compensation for my son and daughter. This concerns my son and daughter's cultivation prospects and cultivation resources. Therefore, Wu Yuting would never complain about having too much. If possible, Wu Yuting wouldn't mind at all. She would bring back resources for her son and daughter to break through to the saint level, or even the level above that. Unfortunately, the Dao League didn't have that much to compare to her son and daughter's happiness and future. What was her face? Wu Yuting entered the treasury. Zhuo Zhonglu and Daoist Thunder were chatting outside while waiting for the others. At this delicate moment, that the phone that Wu Yuting handed to Zhuo Chonglu rang. Zhuo Zhonglu looked at it and saw the words "old man" on it. It was flickering nonstop. Fuck. So it was this little bastard. Zhuo Chonglu didn't want to pick up this call, but after thinking for a long time, he still picked it up. What's the matter? He conveniently set up a soundproof barrier. Thunder Daoist was a little speechless. Whose call was it? Why was it so sneaky? Mistress? Raindrop? Ah, boss. Lei Changtian's voice was full of surprise and suddenly changed to flattery. Boss. Hee, I didn't expect you to pick up the call yourself. Zhuo Chonglu's face darkened. Not only do I have to pick up the call myself, but I also have to go to the toilet myself. Hee. Boss, you're wise and mighty. Love what you do. Lei Changtian chuckled. Raindrop isn't beside you? No, she's busy. Are you looking for her? You'll have to wait for 4 hours. Zhuo Chonglu said sternly. Why don't you wait? Ahem, I can tell you about this. You'll know about it sooner or later anyway. Lei Changtian coughed and said carefully, well, I'm in Shangjing right now. Niner, Xiao Duo, and I are together. What? Zhuo Zhonglu was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said unhappily, what are you doing there? The tone of this sentence was very harsh, and there was also a sense of condescension. Cough, cough, cough. I just had nothing to do, so I wandered around. Cough, cough, right, I came to visit my grandson and my granddaughter. Hearing Zhuo Chonglu's long-lost tone of voice, Lei Changtian was inexplicably flustered and hurriedly explained. His heart began to beat like a drum, and he stuttered a little. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he immediately felt dizzy. I'm not scared. I can't be scared of him. He's my son-in-law. Lei Chantian kept reminding himself in his heart, but the more he reminded himself, the more scared he became. The more scared he became, the more trembling he became. 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 Just say it. Why are you calling me? Zhuo Changlu asked calmly. What is it? Does it have to do with the children? What did you do? Lei Chantian panicked. Boss, I didn't do anything. I really don't dare to do anything. I accidentally exposed my identity, and then I accidentally killed 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang family in front of Xiao Duo. After that, Xiao Duo became lazy and wanted to win his life without doing anything. I don't think you can blame me for this. Zhuo Changlu's face darkened, and he took a deep breath. On the other side of the phone, Lei Chantian, who was all too familiar with his boss, instinctively covered his ears. Tell me, what else can you do? A thunderous roar rang out, almost shattering the demon ancestor's eardrums. Lei Chantian shuddered, and his phone fell onto the bed. He suddenly remembered that he could just ignore the call. The phone could bring people closer, but it could also bring them further. However, after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to do so. He plucked up his courage, stretched out a finger, and pressed the hands-free button with lightning speed. Zhuo Changlu's furious voice rushed out. You haven't been exposed for more than 20 years. You only appeared for a second, and you're exposed? What the hell are you doing? I asked you to look after the child, and this is the result you gave me? You're really good at ruining things. A series of earth-shattering roars came one after another. Lei Chantian was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He listened to the roars from the phone in a daze, and his body couldn't help but tremble like a cicada in winter. Finally, he couldn't help but defend himself. Wasn't my identity exposed long ago? When I was in the Umno Alliance, Xiao Duo, and I already knew. Exposed long ago. You're so great, aren't you? That's not what I meant. You still dare to talk back. What the hell, don't go too far. Lei Chantian exploded. You're what? Zhuo Changlu's voice suddenly became a little fierce, but it couldn't be heard if one didn't pay attention. I'm the child's grandfather. In the end, Lei Chantian didn't dare to say, I'm your father-in-law. Although he really wanted to say it, he really wanted to show off his majesty. Unfortunately, he had accumulated too much power in the past, and he didn't dare to say it. So what if you're the child's grandfather? Zhuo Changlu's voice suddenly became arrogant again. So you can harm the child, right? Have you forgotten that you almost caused little Duo's death before, right? Just tell me if you did or not. Lei Chantian's face turned red. I'm just afraid that you'll spoil the child. Then what are you doing now? We're spoiling the child? We're spoiling the child? Can you stop lying through your teeth? I'm not lying. I saw that the child was in danger. How could I not do something? Tell me, if it were you, would you not do something? If it were me, I would do something too. I would definitely do something, but I wouldn't do it all. I would only do it secretly to make sure that Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian's lives are not in danger. Can't you do it secretly? Don't you have a sense of propriety? You're the devil ancestor, the devil ancestor. Where did all your years of cultivation go? Zhuo Changlu said angrily. Lei Chantian was sweating profusely, but somehow he felt comforted. In the past, boss always said, where did all your years of cultivation go? At least this time, he didn't scold me so harshly. I'm comforted. What's the situation now? Nothing. Tell me honestly, how bad is it? Tell me. It's like this. Xiao Duo begged me to search the souls of the Wang family and catch the mastermind. Then I'll kidnap him and kill him to avenge his master and the treasures of the other families. I said I don't want it. I'll give it all to the child. Zhuo Changlu almost fainted. What? You're doing all the work. What's he doing? He's waiting at home. Otherwise, wouldn't he call me grandpa for nothing? Waiting? He's waiting? You're doing all the work? Seems like it. How did you do it? Lei Tian said, I haven't done it yet. Boss, what do you think? Should I do? What should I do? Zhuo Chonglu was stunned. What should I do? You're asking me what to do. Do you really want to do it like this? I just feel that, as elders, we also need to stand up for our children. We can't just watch our children be helpless. We clearly have the ability to change the situation with a single move. Why should we watch our children risk their lives? Lei Tian suddenly felt a rush of anger. He spoke more fluently and loudly. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm just angry. This time, you have to let me finish. If you interrupt me, I'll vent my anger. Zhuo Chonglu didn't say anything. If you want to say it, just say it. It's rare for second brother to explode today. I have to let him explode and then kill him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he'll always feel that he has some ability that he hasn't used yet. If he really awakens the Mount Tai attribute, things will be really difficult to handle. Look at other people. After beating the young, the big one comes out. After beating the big one, the old one comes out. After beating the old one, an even older one comes out. Why can't our family do the same? Why? Lei Tian was really agitated. He spoke whatever came to his mind. It was all from the bottom of his heart. That's usually the case for villains. Only cannon fodder would do that. Our child is taking revenge alone. Facing such a powerful force, how can he beat them? The two of you can solve the problem by talking, but you have to torture our child to death. How can you bear to do that? Is this what father would do? The more Lei Tian spoke, the more confident he felt. Isn't it just catching a few people for our child? Isn't it just killing a few people for a child? Isn't it just doing something for our child? Our child is suffering so much now. It's so difficult and tiring. As her father, why don't you feel sorry for her? Even if you don't feel sorry for her, I do. Lei Tian said agitatedly. But the two of you keep using training as an excuse. You only care about yourself and have fun. You don't care about the life and death of your child. Isn't the child your biological child? Do the two of you even have a heart? Are you done? I'm done. What's wrong? Lei Tian felt very confident. I've been listening to you for a long time, and this is all you can say? Fortunately, I was the one who raised Rainy. If she was with you, I don't know how much she would be spoiled by you. Look at your awareness. Zhuo Chonglu scolded. Can you see the big picture? Do you know what's good for a child? Chapter 1136. Ting, Air, and I. Stop. Please call her Rainy. Don't change my daughter's name. Do you believe that I will fall out with you? We have raised the child since he was young. Don't you know what kind of temperament he has? We worked so hard to hide his identity and let him fight on his own to experience the hardships of the world. But you, why can't you let the child have an easier time? If this is a peaceful world, I can naturally let him die like a salted fish. He doesn't even need to practice martial arts. Even if my lifespan comes to an end, I can still bring my son back in the next reincarnation and raise him until he dies. Over and over again for tens of thousands of years. Zhuo Chonglu exploded. But what time is it now? Don't you know? Don't you know? Without power, he is just an ant that can't be protected at all times. Even I may not know when I will die in the next battle. If the child doesn't work hard, how can he live a long life and stay in the human world? As for the Wang family, why don't I interfere? Why? What do you know? You are the one who only knows how to spoil. Let's put it this way. According to what you said, you've done everything for the child. Then, I'll give you a very simple example. When a child is just starting to understand and know how to count, there's a question that asks, what's 5 plus 4? Who doesn't know it is 9? Who doesn't know? The child who just knows how to count doesn't know. You are so powerful that you can naturally write the answer for him before the exam and fill in the answer of 9. But if you do that, what will the child learn? What will he gain? What benefits will it bring him? Of course, I can clear all obstacles for Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian. If anyone dares to look at my son, I will destroy that person's family. Is that a problem for me? But what will happen after I do that? I can cover the Astral Souls continent. I can also cover the Umno Alliance continent. I can also cover the Dao League continent. I can cover the entire 3 continents. But even if I can cover them, accidents are everywhere. Unless you hang the child on your belt every day, you will never be at ease. How did Taoist Lei's son die? Until now, have you found the murderer? Could Taoist Thunder not protect him? The Flood Witch's great-grandson, who is also known as a genius, died inexplicably in the interior of the Umno Alliance. Even today, the Flood Witch still found the murderer. Isn't the Flood Witch better protected than I am? Do you think that just because you're awesome, no one dares to kill your son? Kill your grandson? Even if you are a saint, your son is useless. You can only accept your fate when he is killed. You may not be able to find the person who killed your son, so you can only suffer in silence. This is the current world, the current Jianghu. Even if 2 people have no enmity with each other, just one more glance on the road can trigger a life and death battle. This kind of battle has no cause and effect. How are you going to find the murderer? Even the murderer himself may not know for the rest of his life that he killed Taoist Lei's son, the Flood Witch's grandson, or the son of the sky, inspecting minister. They just met by chance and didn't see eye to eye. They fought each other, the other one, and you died. It's that simple. How awesome do you have to be to monitor hundreds of billions of people in 3 continents? Even if you can monitor them for a while, can you monitor them for a lifetime? Now, the 3 continents are already so chaotic. What's more, in the future when the Spirit Clan, the Devil Clan, the Demon Clan, the Azura Clan, the Western religious sect, and the Deity Clan return, even people with cultivation like yours and mine may become shrimps. Protection? How can you talk about protection? At that time, there will be as many experts as there are clouds. There will be martial saints, and they will run amok on the continent. Wherever they go, there will be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Can't you see all this? That's why I have to think of ways to let Xiao Duo enjoy some resources that others can't get without him knowing. At the same time, he can train himself with real guns and bullets. Only when he truly becomes a peerless expert who can suppress an entire race by himself, a super powerful being who can suppress an entire race by himself, will I spoil my children the most, and not use your lame method to raise him into a good-for-nothing. Although with Changlu's tone was harsh, his voice wasn't loud. From the moment Xiao Duo came into contact with martial arts until now, I can help him avoid all the troubles. I only need to say a word, and it can be done. It can't be easier. However, if I were to say this out loud, with Xiao Duo's personality, it would be good if he could reach the nascent soul stage at most. Perhaps he might not even reach the elixir core stage. No matter how optimistic the consideration is, he can't reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. And it's the peak of the nascent soul stage that can suppress the geniuses of the 3 continents. I can arrange a heavenly king-level bodyguard for him from the moment he was born. If I did that, would it be your turn to meddle in the child's growth? What did I meddle in? Aren't you just worried about Wang Feihong's brotherhood? Aren't you just embarrassed to do it? Nonsense. Don't I know the Wang family better than you? Wang Feihong is my brother, my comrade, and his family. After he passed away, I took care of them for more than 2,000 years. I've done my best, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Even if Wang Feihong were still here, I'm afraid he would be more determined to destroy the Wang family than I am. There's really nothing to worry about. Even if this matter happened in Yu Xingchen's family, I have no scruples. I will make a move if I have to. There's nothing to say, but this experience is a rare stage in the child's growth. We must let him charge through on his own. If he lies down and becomes a salted fish from now on, when the major tribes return, only pain will greet us, because with his cultivation base, there's no way he can stay out of it. He must rush to the front lines. When his brothers, friends, classmates, and teachers step onto the battlefield, when they're all bleeding and sacrificing themselves, how could he stay out of it? He must participate. Will his comrades die in battle beside him? What will he do? If he doesn't lay a good foundation now, What will happen when the time comes? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it. How did your 36 demon guards die? You brought your demon guards with you every day, drinking, playing, and causing trouble everywhere. Only when we had no other choice did you train together. What happened next? Even Yu Dongtian's 5 great guards are all at the peak of the Sky Soul realm, and 2 of them have even advanced to the Dao integration stage. Your demon guards are only at the Sky Soul realm. If their cultivation base was just a little bit higher, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out and had to self-destruct to send you out, right? Yu Xingqian's cultivation base is the same as yours, but he and his 3 personal guards were able to fight against Flood. Even if they weren't a match for Flood in the end, they had no problem escaping with their lives. But what about you and your demon guard? What happened to you? They're all gone. I shouldn't have brought this up to make you sad, but you've already learned a painful lesson. Why do you want to repeat it? Do you want to experience the pain again? Or do you want Xiao Duo's little Nian to follow in the footsteps of the demon guards? Zhuo Zhonglu had expected better from him. Second brother, you were the first one to start a family among us. You were even earlier than Xing Chun. But when will you become more mature? The more time we have, the more we have to squeeze out all of our people's potential. We have to let them experience the world, let them experience life and death. Only in this way can they survive in the future. Even in the future, in a life and death crisis, they have to break through themselves. Although Xiao Duo is now at the mystic returning realm and can be called a genius among geniuses, he's still only at the mystic returning realm. If he has something to rely on from now on, he knows that his grandfather is the demon ancestor and his father is the minister. What if he becomes a salted fish? Then, with his cultivation base, when the major clans arrive, who can he beat? How many days can he fight for? Are you sure he can survive the continuous war afterward? Or are you going to tie your grandson to your belt and watch over him in the 100-clan battlefield in the future? Even if you don't find it shameful, we don't find it shameful, and Xiao Duo doesn't find it shameful. What do you want me to say about you? Zhuo Zhonglu's long-winded speech was heartfelt and heartfelt. He had spoken it to his heart's content. He had even said that he would shed tears and hang his head to the heavens. He had been scolded to the point that he was speechless and had no words to respond to it. He didn't feel shameful, but he was awakened by the scolding. He was more awake than ever. He asked himself, if he had watched Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoning grow up, would these 2 children be as outstanding as they are now? The aptitude of these 2 children, each of them could surpass the geniuses of the 3 continents by God knows how many levels. Could it be? If he didn't do anything now, wouldn't he be creating another demon guard's tragedy? But what do we do now? Now that he already knows, he's implicitly begging me to help him with this matter. What do you want me to do? Lei Changtian was at a loss. You say 1,000 times, but the children already know too much. What can I do? I'm also very helpless. Okay? Zhuo Changlu's nose was crooked. What to do? You asked me what to do. You don't even know how to say no? Do you know how to reject him? I'm asking you, do you know how to? Then, what's the use of me as a grandfather? Lei Changtian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. What do you think? What's the use of you as a grandfather? Zhuo Changlu sneered from his nostrils. The veins on Lei Changtian's forehead throbbed violently. He took a deep breath fiercely. He felt that he had been completely enraged. How could you mock people like that? Even if you're right, so what? Therefore, he took a deep breath, forced himself to control himself, and said humbly, "Then we'll do as you say." Chapter 1137. Humph. But even if we reject him, he will still find out. Lei Changtian had a new question. Zhuo Changlu said without hesitation, "What you need to do now is to reject him and stop helping him. You don't have to worry about anything else. Anyway, it's his teacher's revenge and his principal's revenge. If he can bear it, then don't take revenge. What's the big deal? We definitely won't help him anyway. He can do whatever he wants with this revenge. Won't that make the child feel resentful? Are you stupid? Do you not have a brain? Or is there mold in your brain? Did I tell you so much just now for nothing? You didn't take it to heart at all. It's better for him to feel resentful now than to suffer a big loss on the battlefield in the future. As his elders, if we don't bear his resentment, who else can bear it? Do you really want the child to use his own flesh and blood to prove his mistake today? Lei Chantian was moved. Boss, you're right. I understand. It's good that you understand. Let go and let him do it himself. Yes. The more Lei Chantian thought about it, the more he felt that Zhuo Chonglu was right. He couldn't help but sigh. Boss, you're right. Being a parent isn't just about raising a child. It requires scheming, wisdom, and means. None of them can be missing. Not only do you have to play tricks with the enemy, but you also have to play tricks with your own child for the sake of the child's growth. This is also knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge in this. Lei Chantian sighed. Fortunately, Rainey grew up with you. If she grew up with me, I don't know what she would be like. Boss, thank you. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but cough a few times. His face darkened and he said, if you don't have anything else to say, then I'll hang up. Although Lei Chantian was thanking him, Zhuo Chonglu still felt guilty in his heart. Something's not right. My father-in-law sincerely thanked me for helping him raise his daughter, my wife. This matter. Zhuo Chonglu put the phone in his pocket, shook his head, and sighed. Why are you sighing over there? Wu Yuding had come out at some point and was looking at him coldly with her bright eyes. Nothing, nothing. Zhuo Chonglu was startled. Looking at you. I guess you scolded your second son again? Wu Yuding's pretty face was frosty. Cough, cough. What do you want me to say to you? Even if he's not very sensible most of the time, and his mind isn't clear, he's still my father. Your father-in-law isn't. Wu Yuding said with a dark face, when you reprimand me in the future, can't you leave me some face? You're right, cough, you're right. You reprimand your father-in-law every day as if he's your son. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You didn't even scold Xiao Duo like that. Xiao Duo is good because you gave birth to him. Why should I scold him? Zhuo Chonglu smiled again and again with a flattering face. Sigh. Wu Yuding felt more and more powerless to complain. Having such a strange father-in-law and son-in-law, as a daughter and as a daughter-in-law, it was really enough. Wu Yuding even dared to bet that such a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship was not only unprecedented, but also had a high chance of it happening in the future. It had never happened before, and it most likely wouldn't happen again in the future. Although in the previous feudal era, from time to time, when the son-in-law was the emperor, the father-in-law would still kneel, but that was the feudal system after all. What's up with these two weirdos in front of me? Thinking of her son and daughter, she sighed. Son and daughter, daughter and son-in-law, mother-in-law and father-in-law. Well, such a family relationship seemed to be rare. My life is so hard. Why am I involved in all of this? Forget it, this is fate. People still have to believe in fate. Wu Yuding said bitterly. What's the matter? Can you tell me now? It's nothing. It's just that his grandfather accidentally exposed his true identity and strength. He flew to the battlefield to help Xiao Duo when he was fighting the enemy, and now Xiao Duo wants to be a salted fish. Zhuo Chonglu looked at his wife's face carefully and quietly complained to Lei Chantian. Isn't it because of this that I'm angry? And just now he called me and scolded me. And? He dared to scold you? Yes, he said that we only cared about ourselves and didn't care about the child. So he went to spoil the child. I just lost my temper, sigh. What? Wu Yuding's eyes widened, and then she was furious. Call me. Is this something a human would do? I'm so angry. He's been muddle-headed for so many years, and he still can't change this old habit. Forget it, forget it. Zhuo Chonglu held the phone and hurriedly handed it over. Don't scold him. After all, he's your father. Leave him some face. Leave him some face? Then what about my son and daughter? To eliminate hidden dangers, we have to deal with the root. He's getting more and more muddle-headed. I'm so angry. Wu Yuding took the phone and went to the side to make a call. Zhuo Chonglu wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly removed the soundproof barrier. He saw the 6 people from the Dao League gossiping. Brothers, what's wrong? Snow Taoist asked with concern. They didn't hear the conversation between Zhuo Chonglu and his wife, but they still saw Zhuo Chonglu's submissive attitude. To them, it was not only refreshing, but also pleasing to the eye. Nothing, Zhuo Chonglu said casually. It's just that my little brother was a little mischievous. I scolded him. Oh. Which little brother of yours? What does it have to do with you? Zhuo Chonglu squinted. The minister's demeanor was once again elevated, and he was completely different from his previous flattery. They didn't expect the minister to have more than two faces. On the other side of the barrier, Wu Yuding was already holding the phone and roaring after a long time. Zhuo Chonglu asked his wife sneakily, "How much did you take?" "I didn't have the nerve to take all of it." "Hey, you're too shy. The treasury is open, and you don't have the nerve to take more?" "Well, we're allies after all." Zhuo Chonglu sighed. "That's fine, as long as you're happy. How much did you take?" "I took 40% at most." 40%? Zhuo Chonglu was a little confused. 40% of a warehouse? Cough, 40% of all. Zhuo Chonglu sighed deeply. "Then, let's hurry up and leave." He knew that there were good and bad things in the warehouse. This was inevitable. If Wu Yuding only took 40%, then according to the ratio, it was basically the most valuable thing in the entire Dao League. But Wu Yuding didn't leave a single thing for anyone else. She had completely emptied it. Under such circumstances, if they didn't hurry up and leave, they might let the two figures disappear with a whoosh. A second later, Thunder Taoist rushed out of the clouds. "Brother Zhuo, sister-in-law, wait, you two." He saw that the front was already filled with clouds, and there was no trace of them. Thunder Taoist sighed deeply. They left. Well, it should be said that they slipped away. Taoist Master Yun rushed out, his face full of anger. "Boss, this is too much. There's not even a blade of grass in my warehouse." "Cough, it doesn't matter." "Boss, I have hundreds of thousands of years of." "Narrow-minded," Thunder Taoist said angrily. "Isn't it to fight against the demons? Can your treasures only be used for internal strife?" Taoist Yun lowered his head as soon as the accusation was made. "Sigh, I hope." "Hope what? Do I need you to say that?" "I'm sorry. Big brother boss. It's empty. It's empty." A few old Taoists rushed over as fast as lightning. Thunder Taoist frowned and said angrily, "Go back and cultivate." He said in his heart, "Damn it, only yours is empty? Mine is empty too." Shang Jing. Lei Changtian put down his phone exhausted and lay on the bed. He felt weak all over, and his limbs were limp like a pile of mud. Am I still an elder in this family? I'm just a punching bag. Lei Changtian sighed. My status in the family is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. My grandson and niece order me to work. My son-in-law scolded me. My daughter scolded me again. Since ancient times, who could be a father-in-law as sullen as me? Wait until my cultivation surpasses yours. If I can't beat you 8 times a day, I won't be considered human. Lei Zhangtian gritted his teeth and swore an oath. He was imagining himself beating Zui Zhonglu to the ground with a slap when his cultivation was higher than his own. Then he would grab Zui Zhonglu's hair and attack him with the Wu song beating the tiger style. He shook his head and said, "Do you still dare? Do you still dare? Do you still dare?" As he spoke, he waved his hand in the air. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. This is so satisfying. He removed the soundproof barrier. Now that he had received the death order from those two, it would be easy to deal with this little dog. He opened the door and walked out with his hands behind his back. His face was serious. "Grandpa, how is it? What do you want to do it?" "I'm ready." Zhuo Xiaoduo was suddenly energized. "What are you ready for?" "This won't do. We can't do it according to what you said." Lei Changtian frowned. "Your parents have ordered me not to interfere in your affairs." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. There was such a thing? "Grandpa, you helping me? What does it have to do with my parents? Do you think my parents can control you?" The muscles on Lei Zhangtian's face twitched. "How can they control me? Then you. I can't interfere in your affairs." Lei Changtian refused. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's astonished face, a refreshing feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 1138. Rejection turned out to be such a satisfying thing that Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at each other at this. Didn't seem quite right. They couldn't help but think of what they were most concerned about. Their parents' identities. Now that Grandpa had appeared, their parents' identities were obvious. Although they couldn't find out, their surname was Zhuo. How many people with the surname Zhuo in the world were worthy of the demon ancestor's daughter? Was there a need to ask? My father must be the son or grandson of the Sky Patrol Minister. There was no doubt about that. So Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, if you're the demon ancestor, then what are my parents' identities? Why don't you tell us? Lei Changtian snorted and said, You'll have to ask your parents yourself. What are their identities? No matter what their identities are, they're still your parents, and also my daughter's son-in-law. This will never change. So Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, you're acting like you're keeping a big secret from us. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Lei Changtian was stunned. What do you know? We know a lot. So Xiao Duo said proudly, Grandpa, you're the demon ancestor whose name shakes the entire continent. As for the demon ancestor's daughter and son-in-law, isn't it obvious? Grandpa, you're still keeping this a secret. Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan also pursed her lips and laughed. That's right. Grandpa is so funny. Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who thought of it. Zhuo Xiaoyan also thought of it. Both of them were very amused. Grandpa was still keeping this a secret. Ha ha ha. Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, Then what do you know? Ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Grandpa, you're really keeping this a secret? At this time, who doesn't know that my father is the Sky Patrol Minister? Lei Changtian's shock was no small matter. He suddenly stood up from his chair and said in a flabbergasted manner, You guys already knew that your father was the Heaven Inspecting Minister? Yeah. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty eyes suddenly widened. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat down on the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? My father is the Heaven Inspecting Minister? Lei Changtian was dumbstruck. What was the meaning of this? What kind of reaction is this? You've already guessed it, so why are you so shocked? High up in the sky, Bai Yunduo covered her face. She couldn't bear to listen or watch. This was a wooden club that compared to the furious Bai Yunduo. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. It turned out that these two guys didn't even know who their parents were. But I exposed them with a single sentence. Looking at the two people who were dumbstruck, Lei Changtian had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. It's over. I've exposed my biggest secret. How can I have a good time? Wouldn't it be better if I ended my own life? You two look quite smart, but how can you not even guess such a small thing? Are you deliberately trying to trick me? Didn't you just say that everyone knows that your father is the Heaven Inspecting Minister? This means that you clearly know. Lei Changtian was unwilling to die just like that. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Even when he was about to die, he wanted to drag someone down with him, even if it was his own grandson. He had never met such a deceitful junior. At this time, Zhuo Duo also felt that his thoughts had been scattered into thousands of fireworks in the starry sky by this sudden explosive information. He muttered, What I want to say is, who doesn't know if my father is the son or grandson of the Heaven Inspecting Minister? I just want to ask you to tell me if my father is the son or grandson of the Heaven Inspecting Minister. According to reason, this should be more logical. Zhuo Xiaoyan leaned on Zhuo Xiaoduo in a daze. She could only nod her head vigorously. Her expression was dull. I think so too. You couldn't blame them for not thinking of this. Other than someone with a god's perspective, perhaps no one would dare to think this way, including all of you who are reading now. With a healthy and well-to-do life, who would dare to think that their parents were originally the richest people in the world and hid their identities? That was something that no one would ever think of, Zhuo Xiaoyan said in a dreamlike tone. The demon ancestor is recognized by the continent as one of the top 3 astral souls of the Heaven Inspecting Minister and Emperor Zhaixing. How many clans are qualified to be related to the demon ancestor by marriage? Naturally, there aren't many. However, Our surname is Zwa, the same surname as the minister, considering that the demon ancestor and the minister were people of the same era. It is only natural to infer that we should be related to the minister. This logic is the most wrong inference. It has been unanimously recognized by both of us. That is, my father is the minister's junior. But now, you are telling us. Oh my God. Zwa Xiaoyan felt that she was sleepwalking. Zwa Xiaoduo felt that he was dreaming in the middle of an exploding starry sky. His whole body was floating to huge fireworks were shooting up in his pitiful little head. His mind was mottled with dreams, bright and blurred. Even his spine felt weak that this was a dream. But this dream was so beautiful that it was hard to bear to, oh, cake seller, my father, is the heaven inspecting minister. I'll be damned, great master. What the hell? I am the second generation. The second generation. Second generation. Second generation. Two dots where Xiaoduo felt dizzy and felt like he was floating. I've always been envious of those second generations. Even in my dreams, I've always wanted to be a second generation. Who would have thought that I'm really a second generation, and the most awesome one at that? Roar. Ha! Xiaoduo was drooling. He was like a retard. Lei Chantian felt increasingly powerless. He wished that he could collapse on the ground. His eyes looked into the void, and he unconsciously muttered to himself, "You guys actually think that your father is the son or grandson of the heaven inspecting minister. And you guys even unanimously agree. This is logical. My God, how can this matter be judged and understood like this?" I'm a little confused. Lei Changtian stood up shakily and walked towards the guest room that he had just come out of. I have to think. Carefully think. How could this be? Why is it the most logical? I'm a little dizzy. My eyes are shining. Don't pay attention to me. A soundproof enchantment was immediately formed. After a long time, Zwa Xiaoduo unconsciously turned his head, and his gaze met Zwa Xiaoyan beside him. He was completely unfocused. Zwa Xiaoyan also turned her little head, and her innocent and dazed eyes met with Zwa Xiaoduo's unfocused gaze. "Oh, cake seller," Zwa Xiaoduo said. "Oh my God," Zwa Xiaoyan said. "This is really shocking, this dog. Indeed, shocking, this cat. Phew." Zwa Xiaoduo let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Zwa Xiaoyan patted his chest and heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heart surged. Both of them felt that their whole body was soft and weak, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Oh my God. It turns out that I'm the most awesome second generation in the world. Zwa Xiaoduo's body was soft like a cooked sweet potato. Moreover, it was a completely boiled sweet potato. His entire body slowly became limp like a pancake. He collapsed on the ground. He said as if he was dreaming, "Nian Mao." Yes. Zwa Xiaoyan leaned on his side, her delicate body half lying down, and her face was flushed, magnificent, and dazzling. Zwa Xiaoduo held Zwa Xiaoyan's slender waist and murmured, "Nian Mao, I think we should retire, get married, and have children. There's nothing in this world that's worth fighting for anymore." Zwa Xiaoyan didn't answer for a long time. "After we have a bunch of children, we'll let our parents choose a few with good aptitude to cultivate. With their skills, it'll be easy to create a few more talents of the continent." So Xiaoduo's eyes shone, and he murmured, "Anyway, I don't want to be so tired anymore. I've worked myself to death day after day. Finally, it's the end." But Zwa Xiaoyan was still in a daze. His intuition was strange, and he felt like he was in a dream. Zwa Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and rubbed Zwa Xiaoyan's soft waist. "After working so hard for so many years, I suddenly found out that my father is the richest man in the world. My feelings are so complicated. I don't know if I should be excited, comforted, refreshed, or arrogant. I'm so excited, happy, and scared. So sad. How am I going to spend so much money?" Speaking of complicated feelings, Zwa Xiaoyan's feelings were also complicated. Even if it was anyone else, they would feel the same. For example, if the author suddenly told her that her father was actually richer than the richest man in the world, she would probably fucking Zhuo Xiaoyan's feelings were unprecedentedly complicated. She thought and thought, but she didn't know what to think. Then, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, that the hand that was originally on her waist had actually quietly moved up to her chest at some unknown time, and was slowly. Smack! With a crisp sound, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned red, and her body went limp. She flew into a rage. Dogda, do you want to die? Before he finished speaking, he had already flipped over and pressed down on Puppy to go. What followed was a series of fierce punches. Every punch landed on flesh, and it was nothing difficult. Zhuo Xiao Duo loudly begged for mercy and screamed. He also spouted a lot of nonsense in an attempt to persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan, but Zhuo Xiaoyan completely ignored him and only focused on beating Xiao Duo. She couldn't even be bothered to be shy now. Dogda, die! Chapter 1139. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't take it anymore and fought back. So that the scene became chaotic. But it was good. If it didn't go crazy, they wouldn't know how to vent the countless inexplicable emotions that had accumulated in their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. Lei Zhongtian sat in his room in a daze. He couldn't speak of his annoyance. He couldn't speak of his regret. I'm so stupid, really. I've been smart all my life, but I was tricked by 2 kids. I really failed miserably at such an easy task. In the air, Bai Yunduo looked up at the sky, speechless. How could you say that you've been smart all your life? I can understand all the mistakes you've made today, but I really can't agree with what you just said. After a long time, Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiao Duo finally stopped, gasping for breath. It seems that Grandpa won't help us anymore. Zhuo Xiao Duo sighed. That seems to be the case. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed as well. After knowing the identity of their parents, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that they had to do it themselves. Last time, their father went to the ancestral Dragon High School and dealt with the matter, then left. Now that they thought about it carefully, the situation was very clear. But, with Grandpa's support, I feel that the Wang family is just a small that can be crushed with a finger at any time. Even if there's the suspicious family, it's not enough to reach the apex. I can destroy it with a raise of my hand. But now that Grandpa hasn't done anything, I feel that the Wang family has become a giant again. With our cultivation and strength, we can't do anything at all. Yes, then what should we do now? Aren't I just thinking about it? My head hurts. I clearly have an unimaginable amount of wealth, so much savings, and it's within reach, but I'm not allowed to use it. What do you think this is? So Xiaoduo sighed. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for me? He looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan and hurriedly added, and deliberately making things difficult for Zhuo Xiaoyan? This is too much. Don't think about it. By the way, didn't you say that you're going to visit the Liu family? When are you going? We'll talk about it later, Zhuo Xiaoduo said pitifully. I'm weak now. I was scared to death by my parents. Sigh, I'm the same. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. It's really strange. Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Yu Moyin, and Li Changming, these bastards, I don't know where they want to train. I can't get through to their phones, and they're not replying to my messages. It's fine if we can't get through to one of them, but now we can't get through to all of them. Even Principal Yi and Teacher Wen don't know where these bastards went. It's really strange. It's really annoying. If only a few of them could come to help, even if they're just depressed with us. But we can't find them. It's really strange. So Xiaoduo scratched his head. His hair that he had just used his vitality to make it look like a chicken's nest. Melancholy. At the same time, at the far north of Shangjing, in a quiet and nameless valley, the few people that made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel melancholy were gathered here. Not only were they all here, but there were even a few more. This group of people included Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu Yumoyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Divina Zhan Pia Piao, Yin and Pai Bao, but except for Pai Bao, the others were all covered in blood. They surrounded a ferocious demon beast and were fighting fiercely in the sky. Pai Bao was floating there, but he didn't have the slightest sense of existence. No one noticed him, whether it was the people or the demon beast. Even Li Chenglong, the leader of the battle formation who arranged for him to stay outside, didn't notice his position at the moment. His sense of existence was really too weak. During this period of time, Pai Bao's presence had become so low that it made people's hair stand on end. To give a direct example, everyone had been here for such a long time, but every time it was time for a meal, no one would think of calling Pai Bao. It was only when Li Chenglong habitually called his name and saw Pai Bao's name tag in his hand that he would remember that there was another person in the group dot, and this name tag was specially made by Pai Bao for fear that he would forget about him. Pai Bao stood in the sky and waved his hand. A long bow appeared in his hand. It was a long bow with a strange shape and an indescribable sense of solemnity. However, the strange shape wasn't the most eye-catching thing about this bow. The most special and unique thing about this bow was that it didn't have a bowstring. In other words, this was a bow without a bowstring. Pai Bao used his hands to condense qi, and the surging qi of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, a whale swallowing the sea, the qi of heaven and earth poured into the longbow. After a while, the longbow gradually changed. A faint light flashed on both ends of the bowstring. Pai Bao held the bow with one hand and an arrow with the other. He suddenly pulled it back. In an instant, an arrow that looked like a ray of light appeared in his hand and on the bow. Then, an invisible string appeared on the bowstring. This invisible string, as Pai Bao poured all his cultivation and a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth into the bow, became more and more full. The light flashed, and the heaven and earth were shocked. The light arrow became more and more solid. Finally, the bow was like a full moon, ready to be released. Finally, the light arrow completely solidified. A ray of red light bloomed on the body of the arrow and flowed continuously on the arrow. At this moment, Pai Bao had poured all his cultivation into this arrow. He didn't even hold anything back for himself. Swoosh! Pai Bao's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly let go. A ray of light, as if it wanted to split the heaven and earth in half, broke through layer after layer of black space barriers and broke through the air. This arrow was too fast and too swift. It didn't even make any sound. This arrow seemed to have transcended the difference between time and space. It was faster than flowing light. In a flash, it had already hit its target. Their target was a monster that Li Chenglong and the other 11 people were besieging with all their might. It was a monster with 2 heads, 8 arms, 6 tails. Yes, no, it originally had 3 heads. However, one of the heads had already been chopped off. This monster was a very strange demon king. Its body was like a lion, but its head was like a wolf. However, it had a horn like a flood dragon. Its tail was like a fox. Its combat power was unprecedentedly strong. During this period of confrontation and battle, Li Chenglong and the others could be said to have suffered greatly. In the beginning, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio came to the nearby valley and found that there was an area covered by a strange array. They broke the seal and went inside to explore. Finally, they found a heart-cleansing fruit growing in the innermost position. Heart-cleansing fruit was a legendary treasure. It took 500 years to sprout and grow, 5,000 years to become a tree, another 500 years to bloom, another 500 years to bear fruit. After that, the fruit would mature after another 3,000 years. After 10,000 years, there were only 3 fruits. However, if these 3 fruits were not picked, they would fall to the ground and become the foundation of the heart-cleansing fruit tree. After 10,000 years, it could bear 9 heart-cleansing fruit trees. If it was still not picked by someone after another 10,000 years, that is, after 30,000 years, the heart-cleansing fruit tree would bear 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees. The heart-cleansing fruit tree that Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio found had 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees that were about to mature. That was to say, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was a big treasure that had been growing for 30,000 years. this kind of spiritual fruit, not to mention eating one, just by smelling the fragrance for a long time, could achieve the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow. It could even be used multiple times to consolidate the foundation of martial arts again and again. There was no after effect at all. If it was eaten directly, the effect was even more amazing. Even if an ordinary person ate this fruit, his body would transform into an innate spiritual body in a very short time. He would become the best and most talented martial artist. With the continuous effect of the medicine, the martial artist could be promoted to a martial master after suppressing the real essence for at least 9 times. Then he would break through all the way until the effect of the heart-cleansing fruit tree was completely exerted. A 30,000-year-old heart-cleansing fruit tree was enough to make a person with poor aptitude break through all the way from an ordinary person to the most talented peak of transformation cloud. Therefore, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was also called one step to heaven fruit in the legends. After Long Yuxing found this heart-cleansing fruit tree, he also found the guardian monster at the same time. This was reasonable. Besides such spiritual trees and spiritual fruits, there were always guardian monsters who coveted them and regarded them as their belongings. Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiuqing knew that with the strength of the two of them, it was absolutely impossible to take down this monster at the Demon King level. Naturally, they informed Li Qinglong immediately. Li Qinglong was shocked when he heard the news. He repeatedly told the two of them not to act rashly. Then, he urgently called all the others from all directions and rushed to the site of the incident at night. Until all the people gathered, they began to launch a joint attack. Although they had already planned before taking action, the strength of this unknown demonic beast was unexpectedly strong. It was many times stronger than ordinary demonic beasts of the Demonic King realm. More than a dozen people used all their skills, but the joint attack didn't have any effect. Instead, they were on the verge of being wiped out several times. Finally, Li Qinglong carefully observed the demonic beast attack range and its moves and explored a feasible strategy to deal with the demonic beast in actual combat. After several days of fierce fighting, everyone paid the price of serious injuries several times before they finally dealt a heavy blow to the demonic beast. Chapter 1140. That time, it was Li Qinglong who controlled the whole situation and mobilized everyone to launch a targeted attack. This created an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot one of the monster's heads with an arrow. But from the moment it was severely injured, the monster became even crazier. It attacked with all its might several times, trying to break through the encirclement and rush into the valley. It rushed to the heart-cleansing fruit. Even if the fruit was not ripe yet, it could still exert a powerful effect. If the monster really swallowed it, it would be easy for it to recover instantly. And when that time came, none of the 12 people could escape. So, everyone naturally joined forces to stop it at all costs. This also caused the battle to be extremely tragic. The word miserable was not enough to describe it, especially after the previous arrow wound. This demonic beast had become even more cautious. It was constantly on guard against any possible attacks, making it difficult for Pai Yibao to find another opportunity. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not very high. If he wanted to shoot an arrow that could severely injure this demonic beast, he would need a considerable amount of time to accumulate his strength. However, this demonic beast obviously would not give him such an opportunity. The current opportunity to attack was Li Zhongming risking his life to launch the Dream Divine technique. He wanted to force the demonic beast into a dream and create an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot the arrow. But the current situation was that Li Zhongming really fell asleep and entered a dream. But this demonic beast was only slightly confused and a little confused. That was all there was to it. If the first head of this demon beast had not been blown off by the sneak attack, it might not have even fainted. Instead, Li Zhongming would have fallen into a state of eternal slumber, never to wake up again. But now, Li Chuming risked his life to create an opportunity. In the current situation, this opportunity was enough for Pai Bao. How could he miss such a fleeting opportunity? Pai Bao pulled the bow, an arrow in the sky. The arrow was like a silent thunder, leaping through the sky. One arrow breaking the sky, breaking the space, killing the soul, killing the life. With a soft sound, the light arrow had been deeply inserted into the right eye of the middle head of the demonic beast, following which there was a muffled boom as another huge head of the demonic beast exploded. The remaining head of the demonic beast howled miserably towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. When Li Chenglong and the others saw that the demonic beast was severely injured again, they all rushed forward and shouted, "Kill it!" Li Chenglong's eyes were almost bleeding. This was the best chance, or perhaps the last chance, that in midair, Pai Bao, who had shot the arrow, fell to the ground like a withered leaf. That arrow had used up all of his focus and all of his strength. At this moment, the sound of something exploding in the air could be heard. That was the shrill shriek of the arrow that had pierced through the void. Yu Moyan roared and leaped into the air. He suddenly turned into a ray of light in the sky. His entire body turned into a demonic sword and rushed forward with unprecedented ferocity. Dugian followed closely behind. Her entire body turned into a wisp of black smoke that lingered above the devil sword that Yu Mo Yin had transformed into, causing the devil sword's power to suddenly double. The unparalleled devil sword whizzed past and actually pierced through the side of the demonic beast's body, leaving a transparent hole that was the size of a bowl. The demonic beast howled towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Long Yuxing let out a loud roar, and then the image of an azure dragon flashed into appearance in midair. It shook its head and wagged its tail before descending brazenly. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others used all of their strength to fight the final battle. Gao Xiao, and Zhen Piao all became one with their swords and charged forward. Now was the time for the final attack. It was also the most extreme time. They could not give the demonic beast any time to breathe. They had to finish it in one fell swoop. After such a long battle, everyone was already at the end of their rope. Once the demonic beast caught its breath, everyone would be done for. There would be no more luck. Puff, puff, puff. The few people who used their last bit of strength pierced through the demonic beast's body. This situation was definitely impossible when the demonic beast was at its peak. It seemed that not only were they at the end of their rope, the demonic beast was also at the end of its rope. The only thing left was to see who would be the first to run out of strength. The demonic beast let out an earth-shattering roar. On its burly body, there were clearly more than 10 transparent bloody holes. Xiang Chong roared, and the overlord halberd fell down. Together with Li Chenglong's sword, they landed on the remaining head of the demonic beast. All of his cultivation was unleashed. Boom! The remaining head of the demonic beast was also smashed into pieces. Red and white parts shot out wildly for thousands of meters, which also marked the end of this battle. The monstrous beast's huge body was still swaying. It had lost all 3 of its heads, and its life had already come to an end. However, it could not swallow its last breath no matter what. It did not understand. Ever since it mistakenly entered this strange, sealed territory thousands of years ago, it had spent a lot of effort to finally kill the original demonic beast king and monopolize this heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. It was only waiting for the heart-cleansing sacred fruit to ripen and eat it. Not only would it be able to advance to the demonic emperor level immediately, but it would also be able to continue climbing higher. Why? Why did it wait for thousands of years? It was clearly about to ripen in a few days. However, this group of uninvited guests had appeared and caused him to be killed at the last moment. Is there any justice in this world? I've been guarding the buy vegetable for thousands of years. Is it for others to take it? God, do you have eyes or not? God, why do you misjudge the virtuous and foolish? God, why do you invert black and white? Where's the justice? Where's the justice? A transparent shadow floated out of the demonic beast's body. It was the last bit of the demonic beast's soul. It roared with grief and indignation. Why? Boom, boom, boom. Long Yushing and the other 10 people used all of their remaining strength to launch a series of attacks on the transparent soul, shattering it into pieces. How could there be so many whys in this world? If it's not yours, it won't be yours even if it's a minute or a second later. This is your fate. Your fate should be like this. The demonic beast's huge body swayed for a moment before it finally fell down, causing the ground to sway for a moment. With a groan, Li Zhongming finally woke up. Just now, he used the great dream divine technique in an extreme way. His entire body and even his entire soul fell into a dream state. If this demonic beast didn't die, Li Zhongming could only sleep until the end of time. Of course, this was on the premise that the demonic beast wasn't interested in him and didn't eat him. Success. Li Chenglong's body swayed. He felt that his head was full of chaos and dizziness, as if he was lacking oxygen. Success. Everyone cheered in unison. Everyone was covered in bruises and scars, but now no one cared about these minor details. They really didn't expect that they could kill such a powerful demonic beast with their god reigning cultivation. This was a demonic beast that was even stronger than the Demon King. On the other side, in the bushes, Pai Yibao used his hands and feet to crawl out. He really didn't have any strength now. His whole body was like noodles. Just now, he used the method of draining the pond to catch fish to shoot the last arrow. He didn't even leave a seed of vital energy in his body. He used up all his energy and shot a fatal arrow. And using this method, if there was no external help, he wouldn't be able to recover by himself. But he still forced himself to crawl out with pure physical strength, because he was afraid that he didn't have any sense of existence now. If he didn't crawl in front of them, these guys would probably forget about him when they left. If he were to abandon himself here in such a situation, then he would only end up in a miserable state. You guys, give me something to eat. Pai Yibao shouted desperately. Hurry. When you leave later, don't forget about me. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Even though his body was covered in wounds and he was crying out in pain while laughing, he still couldn't stop laughing. Because what Pai Yibao said could really happen. He really didn't have any sense of existence that in the direction in front, a tempting fragrance came. The heart-cleansing sacred fruit is ripe. Long Yushing shouted. He couldn't express his excitement and couldn't express his fear. If the heart-cleansing sacred fruit was ripe half a minute earlier, just this fragrance alone could make the demonic beast feel refreshed. Just the refreshed spirit was enough. The situation of victory and defeat would be reversed immediately. They would be finished that sure enough, it was fate. It was not up to them at all. After a while, everyone who had taken the healing medicine more or less recovered some strength gathered in front of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. The 18 ripe, heart-cleansing sacred fruits were exuding a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling the fragrance, everyone felt refreshed. At the same time, the remaining scars on their bodies began to heal the moment they touched the fragrance. It was extremely magical. Everyone was refreshed. They suddenly felt that their hard work just now was not in vain. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Long Yushing's eyes were shining. He was amazed. This is the real treasure of heaven and earth. Li Zhongming held Yu Yin Air's shoulders and tried his best to support his body. However, his legs were trembling like gluten. However, he just happened to be lying on Yu Yin Air's body and enjoyed it very much. Yu Yin Air's face was red. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, so heavy. Pai Yibao, on the other hand, was sprawled on the ground. Everyone was completely exhausted, and no one had any energy left to help him recover his vital energy. His entire body was limp and weak. He greedily breathed in the fragrance. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. It's so comfortable. What's this smell? Fuck. Xiang Chong, hurry up and move your stinky feet away. Chapter 1141. Xiang Chong moved with difficulty and said with a black face, "It was you who took the initiative to crawl under my crotch. How dare you blame me?" Pai Bao's face was full of sadness. "Do you think I want to crawl here? I was just tired. Do you think I like the current position? If others see this, my reputation will be ruined." Everyone was drooling as they watched and waited. No one made a move. Good things were good things, but at this time, no one was willing to show their desire. Besides, there were so many people, and someone had to speak. So everyone looked at Li Chenglong together. Zhou Xiaoduo was not here, so Li Chenglong had the final say. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and stepped forward. He stood in front of everyone and said in a deep voice, "This heart-cleansing fruit is an opportunity for each of us to reach the sky in a single bound. What's more, there are enough heart-cleansing fruits here. We don't have to worry about the problem of uneven distribution. Now, let's discuss our distribution in detail." Long Yuxing said directly, "What's the point of discussing? Just tell us the plan. We don't want to think about it. I guess you already have a plan in mind, right? Just say it." Everyone said in unison, "Say it. Don't waste time." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and felt choked. He said, "If Zhuo were here, who would dare to be so rude? None of you treat me as a cadre. You still want to be a cadre. If you don't say it, we'll beat you together. So many people can't beat Zhuo, but can't we beat you?" "Okay," Li Chenglong said, "I won't talk nonsense. I think there are a total of 18 heart-cleansing fruits here. The 12 of us here will naturally give one to each of us. We'll pick it and eat it immediately. In addition to the 12 that we consumed, 2 of the remaining 6 must be reserved for Zhuo and sister-in-law. Even if Zhuo really can't come back, we'll have to wait for 2 years before we decide what to do with the one reserved for him." Li Chenglong said, "Does anyone have any objections to this? 2 years of buffer time, no matter what Zhuo Xiaoduo did or what he did in seclusion, it was more than enough. If he didn't appear after 2 years, then it was possible that he would never appear again in this lifetime. Regarding this point, everyone already had a consensus in their hearts, but they rarely said it out loud. We have no objections." Everyone spoke in unison. "As for the last 4, what I mean is that we have 2 choices. The first choice is for us to keep them in reserve. In case someone encounters an accident that damages their foundation and causes serious injuries to their origin, we can use one. This is our team's shared resource, our hidden trump card. As for the second option, it is to hand these 4 pills over to the higher-ups. Perhaps this move can cultivate 4 more powerhouses for the astral souls." Li Chenglong said, "Which method should we adopt? Everyone, please give me your opinion. No matter which choice is good, I can't make a decision on this. Everyone has to express their opinions. At least we can make a decision." Everyone looked at each other, but they couldn't make up their minds at the same time. Keeping them was equivalent to having an extra safeguard and 4 extra lives, but it would be a waste. If they handed them over, they were somewhat reluctant to do so. Li Chenglong saw that everyone was silent for a long time. So he simply said, "This choice must be finalized as soon as possible. Later, I will ask you some questions, and you can answer from your heart. Just express your thoughts. First, I'll ask a non-staff member. Zhan Piao, what's your opinion?" Zhan Piao looked at everyone and lowered her head. After thinking for a long time, she said in a low voice, "I prefer the second option." She raised her head and said, "I also want to keep a trump card for the team. If we keep the 4 spiritual fruits, we may be able to save 4 of us from a disaster. But if we take them out, we will have 4 more geniuses. As for how far these 4 geniuses can go, that's a matter of the future. It's hard to say, but if we don't encounter any injuries that can only be healed by the Sacred Heart cleansing fruit in our lifetime, it seems to be more meaningful than having 4 more geniuses. Even if we really encounter that kind of injury, as long as the 4 of us don't encounter that kind of injury, the 4 more geniuses can still fill the void that we lack. On the other hand, if we keep the Sacred Heart cleansing fruit in the future, it will undoubtedly be a waste. Even if the effect of the fruit doesn't disappear, we will still miss the opportunity to increase the astral souls." "I'm done." As soon as Zhan Piao finished her words, she lowered her head again. This was because Li Chenglong had clearly stated that he was a non-staff member of this squad. Being an unofficial member meant that she was not an official member. Zhen Piapiao, who had always cared about this, could not help but feel inferior. Her words lacked confidence. I agree with Zhen Piapiao. Gao Qiao saw Li Chenglong looking at her, and immediately said, I agree with the same reason as Zhen Piapiao. Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiu said at the same time, then let's do it. When the two of them were together with Li Chenglong, they were already used to not using their brains. Yumo said, if it was peacetime, I wouldn't even be willing to give up a whiff of the fragrance. But under the current situation, I agree to give it up. I agree, Xiang Chong said. Xiang Bing nodded at the side. Li Zhongming and Yu Yin also did not express any objection. At this moment, a voice came from Xiang Chong's crotch. I agree. Everyone looked over. Who was Pai Yibao, who was lying there without any sense of presence? If it was not for this voice, everyone would have forgotten about this guy. Along with this shout, it immediately caused a new round of roaring laughter. The main reason was that the image of Pai Yibao sticking his head out from Xiang Chong's crotch was quite amusing. If that's the case, each of us will take one. We will keep 2 for Zhua and sister-in-law. The remaining 4 will all be handed over. When we return to the school, we will hand them over to Principal Yi and let him pass them to the higher-ups. Principal Yi won't hold them back, right? Principal Yi has always been protective of the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Will he? Mo Yin objected. Absolutely not. Li Chenglong, Gao Qiao, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing all shook their heads. They had been in Hidden Dragon High School for a long time. They trusted Principal Yi Chongqing from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chongqing was not the kind of person who only cared about himself and did not care about the big picture. The next one is this fruit tree. Li Chenglong said in a deep voice, this baptism fruit tree has been through tens of thousands of years. It has become a treasure. With this tree, as long as you live long enough, you will be able to obtain a considerable amount of heart-cleansing fruit every 3,500 years. If everyone can live long enough, everyone's descendants will be able to get a share. At this point, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that they could get a lot of benefits. I personally suggest that this fruit tree be temporarily placed in my private cave abode. My private cave abode is a world of its own and will not delay the growth of the fruit tree. This is also the only way we can take this fruit tree away. If Zhuo returns, I will immediately hand this tree over to Zhuo. Zhuo's cave abode has better conditions than mine and is more suitable for the cultivation of spirit plants. When he said this, Li Chenglong hesitated for a moment but still said it. This was because this was the only way to maximize the benefits. Although the Ying Zhao cave abode that he had obtained had the ability to change the flow of time, it was far inferior to Zhuo Xiaodui's Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong was well aware of this. If Zhuo does not return, then I will temporarily take care of it on behalf of everyone. When it bears fruit in the future, apart from those who are still alive who can participate in the distribution, those who were unfortunately sacrificed, as long as there are descendants, will still have the right to get a share of the fruit. I mean, in case there are people who were unlucky enough to die. Li Chenglong looked at everyone. What does everyone think? No objections. Everyone nodded in unison without hesitation, indicating that they agreed with Li Chenglong's suggestion. Li Chenglong had even considered the life and death of his descendants. He was much more thorough than the others. He was truly far-sighted. So, how could he have any objections? Also, regarding that strange demon beast, whose name we don't know, there's not much left that can be used now. What I mean is that this demon beast has about 13,000 kilograms of flesh and blood left. We should divide it evenly. Li Chenglong raised his hand to stop everyone from speaking. Listen to me first before you voice your opinions. The flesh and blood of these demon beasts are also excellent things that can improve your cultivation. Once it is in your hands, no matter what you do with it, it is your personal choice. No one will restrict you. As for whether you ultimately choose to hand it over to the military, to the school, to your family, or even to keep it for yourself to improve your cultivation. It is everyone's freedom. No one is allowed to interfere. This is the first point. Then, the bones of the demon beast will be equally distributed. Once it is in your hands, you can use it however you want. Whether it is to make weapons or to make wine, it is up to you to decide. Thirdly, there must be bone pearls and marrow pearls in this demon beast body. We will cut it open later to determine the number. If there are 14 pearls, each person will get one, including Zwa and sister-in-law. If there is more, we will donate the excess. If there is not enough, even if there is only one less, we will donate it all. I do not allow and do not hope that there will be any complaints or unfair situations in our team. Does anyone have any objections to this? No. Everyone shook their heads in unison. As for the demon beast's inner core, it is estimated that there is only one of it. If it can be divided, everyone can solve it on the spot and use it as your personal foundation. If it cannot be divided, then donate it. For this inner core, Zwa and sister-in-law will not be considered. They pretended that they couldn't see or smell anything. None of this has anything to do with me. It was like you could never wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep. Pretending to be in a state of meditation could also avoid the current awkwardness. Although it was self-deception, the effect was still remarkable. As they cultivated and pretended to be in a state of meditation, they listened to the men beside them who couldn't hold back their laughter. Gao Xiao and the others were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. They all swore that if there was a next time, no matter what, they wouldn't cultivate with such a group of men. What the hell is this? Listen to what they are saying. Puffed. So smelly. What's that smell? It's such a strange smell. You say it's smelly, and there's a little fragrance. One idiot. That fragrance is clearly the smell of cosmetics. You idiot. Cosmetic smell. Yes. Could it be that this smell? You guessed right. Io, Long Yushing, your wife is smelly. Your wife is the one who is smelly. It's so strange. Aren't the little fairies all fragrant? Why is there such a smell? What do you know? Even if you were a fairy, you still have to eat grains. There's also that. What's that? Scram? Among the group of men, only Yu Moyan was more taciturn. The rest of them, such as Li Chenglong, Long Yushing, Li Changming, Pai Yibao, and Xiang Chong, each one of them could be counted as one after another. One after another, they talked with delight, and their crow-like laughter never stopped. What was most intolerable was that in the end, the silent UMO Yin actually joined in. The moment he joined in, it was as if he had opened up a chatterbox. The intensity of his conversation was not inferior to the other 5 people. It was as if he was a completely different person from usual. The 6 men chatted enthusiastically, as happy as mice, as if they were celebrating the new year. It proved that men who were not married had limited EQ. Even someone as wise and steady as Li Chenglong was lacking EQ. The most direct result appeared very quickly. After they finished cultivating, the 6 women found a place to take a bath. Then, they turned into 6 ice mountains. Strangers are not allowed to enter. The most miserable ones were Li Chenglong, Long Yushing, Li Chongming, and Mo Yin. Xiangbing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Yin and did not even look at their fiancée. It was as if they would never talk to each other again and break up. Gao Xiao and Zhen Piao were still beating the drums on the side. They seemed to be calm, but in fact, every beat hit the vital points. Their tongues were as sharp as knives, and every word hit the heart. He, a man who even laughs at his own wife. I really don't know how to rely on him. What kind of person is this? He doesn't even protect his own wife. What can we expect from him in the future? Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. This sentence is really true. If it was me, I would have broken up with him. If not, Would you let him stay for the new year? I really don't see what's so good about him. How can such a stinky man deserve a wife? Li Chenglong and the other three were in a terrible state. They kept apologizing, but this time they had really offended him. Xiang Bing and the others did not show any mercy. Du Guiyin had just shown signs of softening when she was mocked by the other 5 women. Oh, there's a traitor among us. Can't you be more promising? With a woman like Yin around, when will the status of women be raised? If he can still be forgiven like this, we should have cut him off tonight when he's unprepared. Under the hostile gazes of her sisters, Digner had no choice but to continue not forgiving Umo, no matter how Li Chenglong and the others bowed and apologized. In the end, their hearts were as hard as steel. When it was time to absorb the spiritual energy of the inner core, the 6 women did not hesitate to pay 3 times the price to cut the inner core and let the 6 of them find a place to absorb it. No matter what, they would not be with these stinky men. We've been completely hurt by these stinky men. All of you, just wait for me. Go away. During this special training process, the mainland of Astral Souls, Zhou Shuai's team, and the women's rights organization suddenly became a fighting force. This indifference lasted until the absorption of the inner core was completed and everyone left the valley. Finally, there was a change. Moreover, it was not a change of heart. Instead, it was a piece of news that made everyone's hearts heavier than ever. Only then did they gather to discuss things. The thing was that Zhou Xiaoduo had finally reappeared in the world at this moment. He was in Shangjing. What was even more shocking, or to everyone, was the extremely negative news that Qin Fangyang was killed. He Yuanyua's grave was destroyed. Zhou Xiaoduo was in Shangjing, planning revenge. It was said that he had turned the world upside down. The current situation in Shangjing was unpredictable and unpredictable. Extreme conflicts were inevitable. When they heard this news, they did not even have the time to be happy that they had found Zhou Xiaoduo. Instead, they were stunned by the bad news. Especially Long Yuxing, Li Zhongming, Wan Li Xiu, Li Chenglong, and Umo Yin. The 5 of them felt as if they had been hit hard on the head. Their bodies swayed, and stars appeared in front of their eyes. Umo Yin sat on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale. After this upgrade, everyone's cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent, profound realm. Moreover, it was suppressed more than 10 times with the help of the Sacred Heart cleansing fruit. In terms of the quality and quantity of spiritual energy, they had reached the level of breaking through to the sky realm. The only thing they lacked was a kind of enlightenment. As long as this enlightenment came, 12 sky realm cultivators would be born on this continent. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit was still in the stage where it could continue to exert its effect. Even if they broke through the current realm, it could still push their cultivation base a big step forward on the basis of the sky rank. With this kind of cultivation as the foundation, Umo Yin, who had completely recovered and was not injured, was stimulated to the point that he spat out blood. It could be seen how big a shock this news had to everyone. Chapter 1143. Li Chenglong's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was unprecedented. At all costs, we must avenge the old principal and Mr. Qin. Let's go to Shangjing now. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others all expressed their support. Therefore, the team of 12 didn't disband. Instead, all of them rushed to Shangjing overnight. Li Chenglong contacted Zhou Xiaoduo as he rushed. He needed to know what was going on. What was going on here? He had to make early preparations and plans for the upcoming extreme war. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xianyan couldn't do anything about their grandpa's sudden change from the role of the demon ancestor to the role of a pig pretending to be dead in his room. On the second day after their grandpa entered his room, Zhou Xiaoduo saw that it was already past 7 in the morning. Therefore, he and Zhou Xianyan went to knock on the door and asked their grandpa to come out for breakfast. They saw the demon ancestor with a warm white towel on his forehead. He opened the door and walked out with a sickly face. Then, he said something that terrified Zhuo and Zhuo. They almost lost their minds on the spot. I have a cold. I have a cold. As soon as they heard these words, their brains immediately crashed, and then they were horrified. All that was left was horror. Looking at their grandpa's sickly and weak face, Zhuo and Zhuo finally came back to their senses. They were speechless. What else could they do? They could only say that they believed him. A top master of the generation, one of the top masters in the world, a lofty figure like the almighty immortal, told them that he had a cold. What else could they do other than express their horror? Once a martial artist reached the primordial core realm, they would be immune to the illnesses of ordinary people for the rest of their lives. At the very least, those minor illnesses and disasters that belong to ordinary people would not be able to get close to them. However, this old man, who had reached the primordial core realm, could actually force himself to catch a cold once in order to avoid working for his grandson. This operation was really crazy. He was so drunk that he could topple a city with his drunkenness. Then, he could topple a country with his drunkenness. There was truly no one else like him. No one else, really no one else. According to their original plan, Zhuo and Zhuo went out to visit the Liu family. After leaving the house, Zhuo shook his head and sighed all the way. Do you know why we can't be salted fish? You know that we are the most powerful second generation, but we still have to work hard every day and put in so much effort to fight for ourselves. This is the reason. This is the reason. Zhuo paused for a while and continued to sigh. Just look at our grandfather and you'll know. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. With our grandfather in such a state, our parents have directly left the mainland. If we don't work hard and take care of ourselves, we might as well rely on them. It's more realistic to expect a pie from the sky. Zhuo's face was full of depression. His face was dispirited, and his 7 emotions were written all over his face. The surprise and excitement of knowing that he was a super second generation only existed for a few minutes. It shattered like a dream. The difficulty of life is, you can rely on your looks, but you have to rely on your talent. You can rely on your parents, but you have to work hard on your own. You can win without doing anything, but you are forced to risk your life. You want to be a salted fish, but you are forced to become a shark. What can you do? Life is really not as you wish. Zhuo said with infinite melancholy. Tell me, what's the use of me being a super second generation? Zhuo rolled her eyes. She didn't know whether this guy was complaining or showing off. On the surface, it sounded like he was complaining. However, with Zhuo and Zhuo being together for so many years, how could she not understand this guy's thoughts? This guy couldn't be judged by common sense. If it weren't for my perseverance, if it weren't for my overflowing talent. Sure enough, Zhuo naturally changed from complaining to bragging. What are you going to do next? Zhuo blurted out, rudely interrupting Zhuo was bragging. Don't you see that none of these old guys are willing to help us? What else can we do? We can't do anything. Zhuo sighed. Now we can only take one step at a time. If we find an opportunity, we naturally have to lie down. However, if we want to win without doing anything, it's definitely impossible. Grandpa even used the trick of pretending to be sick. That's obvious. Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. I think so too. However, don't you think that our grandfather can actually say that he has caught a cold? Don't you think that it's an amazing sight? Zhuo said with a distressed expression. Thinking of this, Zhuo helped to explain, but her body honestly couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. I guess he really didn't have any other choice. He had no choice but to do this. Do you really want to win without doing anything? Zhuo asked seriously. This time, Zhuo seriously considered it for a long time. After a long time, they had already walked 500 or 600 steps. Zhuo said in a heartbroken, dejected, and disappointed tone, life. As long as you can win without doing anything, who would be willing to risk their lives? As long as you can live well, who would be willing to wander about? Isn't it the same principle? Zhua Xiaoduo sighed sadly. It's a pity that now it's destined to be a dream. It's impossible. Impossible? Zhua Xiaoyan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo's face with her bright eyes. It's impossible. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed. Ever since I found out about our parents' true identities, I knew that it's impossible to win without doing anything. If Grandpa was the only one at the peak and Mom and Dad were just juniors, then we still have a chance to win without doing anything. There's no problem at all. But now, Zhua Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly and walked forward with heavy steps. The family has 3 people at the peak at the same time. Each of them has a high position and power, and their cultivation is unparalleled. As their children will only be under more pressure. Zhua Xiaoyan also sighed and said, yes, I have the same feeling. I don't need to explain it in 400 to 500 words, right? The 2 of them went all the way to the Liu family. They didn't know if it was an illusion or if it was real. Both of them felt that their figures were much taller and straighter than before. Even their appearances were much more dignified than before. Even their demeanor seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally approaching the most perfect side of them. They didn't force it, nor did they have any other thoughts. Everything was so natural, almost instinctive. Therefore, a young man and a young woman appeared in front of the Liu family's door. There was an indescribable elegance, an indescribable elegance, and an indescribable elegance. The courtesy and treatment given by the Liu family was also extraordinarily high-end. The door of the main house was wide open. 2 rows of Liu family members stood neatly on both sides. The head of the Liu family, his wife, and several elders of the Liu family came out to welcome them. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. The head of the Liu family, Liu Yingfeng, was very tall and straight. He looked at Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan with an indescribable fondness and kindness in his eyes. These were his daughter's 2 favorite students in her life. Now that they had come to the Liu family, it was like his daughter, who had been away for more than 80 years, had returned to her mother's home. This kind of feeling that could only be felt in dreams made Liu Yingfeng's heart sour and soft. Old master, you don't have to care so much. You are our elder, Zhua Xiaoyan said obediently. We're here to visit the old lady on behalf of Grandma He. Her words immediately made all the members of the Liu family feel cordial. Many people's eyes even reddened. Madame Liu, who was beside the head of the Liu family, suddenly trembled and tears almost fell. Good girl, come in quickly. Come in. Don't stand at the door when you're home. Madame Liu held Zhua Xiaoyan's hand and walked in. In a trance, it seemed that her daughter had returned to her arms again. She was still at the prime of her life, and she was still delicate and obedient. The scene that she had dreamed of countless times in the middle of the night was condensed in front of her eyes. At the moment of the ups and downs of her heart, it was difficult for her to restrain herself. Tears were full and almost burst out of her eyes. Zhua Xiaoduo smiled and suddenly said loudly, I am a student of Phoenix City's 2nd high school, Zhua Xiaoduo. I am the successor of the old principal, He Yuan Yue's Qi observation technique. Today, I came to Shangjing to visit the Liu family. On behalf of the old principal, I would like to greet your parents who have been away for many years. He took 2 steps back and bowed deeply with utmost respect. Liu Yingfeng's lips trembled. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Her throat seemed to be blocked by surging emotions. In accordance with the wishes of the old principal, I have prepared a few gifts for the elderly. I hope that the elderly will be healthy, happy, and have a long life. Liu Yingfeng said in a hoarse voice, Child, your arrival is already the best gift. So Xiaoduo said, I'll give the Liu family 3 7th grade, 9th grade face retaining elixirs. I hope that madam will be young forever. 10 longevity, golden elixirs. 10 beast cores of king level demonic beasts. 10 poison avoidance pearls. 10,000 years elixirs. 50 kilograms of emperor level monster meat. 10 divine weapons and sabers. Zhua Xiaoduo took out 99 gifts without hesitation. Some of these things were owned by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Some were collected with the help of Zhuo Xiaoyan. Some were given by his parents in the past, and some were just asked from his grandfather. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate, nor was he stingy. He took everything out. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never been so generous in his life. But this time, he didn't care about the cost and was very sincere. He wanted to make up for the old principal's regret of not being filial to his parents. No matter how much it cost, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't hesitate. In order to give face to the old principal, not to mention these things, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo had to go bankrupt and contribute all his wealth, he would still take it out. Chapter 1144. Hearing this series of gifts, the entire Liu family was shocked. The bitterness, relief, glory, surprise, and the softness and longing in the depths of their hearts all exploded at this moment. Too much, too much, Liu Yingfeng murmured with tears in his eyes. The Liu family was also a family with a long history. Every family that could be ranked among the ranks of the aristocratic families in Shangjing was in existence with a large family business. However, many of the gifts that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave this time were the best of the best. There were even many treasures. Just one of them was enough to become the heirloom of a top aristocratic family, like the Liu family in Shangjing. And Zhuo Xiaoduo took out hundreds of such things at once. Compared to everything that the Liu family's old principal has done for Phoenix City, this is not much at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. We're just afraid that it's not enough to express our sincerity. Please, old man, don't refuse. This is our sincerity as students, and also a sincerity on behalf of the old principal. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed together and said. Liu Yingfeng sighed softly, holding back the surging emotions in his heart. He tried his best to control it, but his voice was still hoarse and trembling. He said, Okay, then put it all away. Yes. The several elders did not dare to let others do it, so they did it themselves. These treasures were really too precious. With these as a foundation, as long as they were used properly, it was enough to ensure the prosperity of the Liu family for thousands of years. And all of this was only because the Liu family raised a good daughter. Madame Liu was sobbing, holding the 3 face retaining pills that were given to her. She cried until she could not speak. Although these 3 face retaining pills were given by Zhuo Xiaoduo, she clearly felt that the daughter that she missed the most and loved the most was standing in front of her and putting the pills in her hands. She seemed to be able to clearly hear her daughter say, with admiration, Mom, I'm leaving. Take care. At this moment, Madame Liu only felt that her liver and intestines were cut to pieces, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Even if she had to give up the entire world, even if all these things were gone, as long as she could get her daughter back home, she would do anything. But it was impossible. Pass down my order. Today, the Liu family will hold a grand banquet to celebrate. LV Yingfeng's voice trembled as he ordered. Invite all the students from Phoenix City, as long as they're still in Shangjing. Liu family, let's have a family feast. As a teacher, my greatest achievement is to have students all over the world. The happiest, the most glorious, and the happiest thing was that the students who had graduated for so many years still remembered to write to him, and even came to visit him at home. This is the lifetime achievement of a teacher, the true achievement, the greatest achievement. I'll entertain the students on behalf of my Qianqian and your old principal. Open the family's oldest storehouse and take out the Liu family's oldest wine. Let's get drunk today. We won't go home until we're drunk. Xiaoduo, Xiaoyan, please. This is the home of your old principal and also the home of Phoenix City's second high school. It will always be. Please. The Liu family celebrated this day as a festival. The entire family was busy. All the disciples of the Liu family who were not far from here were summoned back, especially He Yu and Yue's brothers. Your sister students are here to visit the family. Come back and meet them. Look good and dress up. Don't embarrass your sister. Come back quickly. Before the banquet, the head of the Liu family brought Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian into the study. Madame Liu returned to the inner residence to rest because she was too emotional. The head of the Liu family study was very large and magnificent. However, what really attracted Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's attention was a painting on the wall. The painting was of a peerless young girl in purple. Her eyebrows and eyes were as picturesque as a painting, and there was still a hint of youthfulness that had not faded. Not only was she delicate and cute, but she was also full of heroic spirit. She was holding a long sword in her hand as if she was playing with it. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were full of wisdom. A few wisps of wind blew through the window at the right time. The beautiful girl in the painting seemed to come alive in the gentle breeze. Her clothes fluttered, and she was in high spirits. Lu Yingfeng saw the two of them looking at the painting and smiled. This is Qianqian. This is the old principal. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were in disbelief. After all, in their hearts, the old principal was that old man with white hair and wrinkled skin who was confined to a wheelchair all year round. There were a few lines of words on the painting. My beloved daughter, Qianqian, the most tender and delicate girl. My flesh and blood is tied to her heart. She was called a talent since childhood. Her beauty is comparable to that of a fairy. When the storm arose, she carried her sword to Tiannan. There were many ghosts in Jianghu, but her wings were broken and she was buried in the human world. Flesh and blood nurtured seedlings. A new chapter of the Loyal Heart Manual. She did not return for 100 years. Only by the phoenix's side, young eagles soared to the sky. Plums and peach blossoms rejoiced everywhere. She thought in her heart every day and held in her dreams every night. If there is the meaning of reincarnation, we will continue our fate in the next life. The two of them recited softly and savored the taste carefully. The wording of the poem was quite ordinary. The words and sentences could even be said to be crude. The tone was also not standard. However, the strong emotions that flowed out of it could be seen at a glance and entered one's heart and soul. As long as one knew about this matter, when they saw this poem, there was no one who was not moved. This is my daughter's portrait. I drew the painting. I wrote the poem. Lu Yingfeng looked at his daughter in the painting, his eyes full of love as before. When Qianqian met with the accident, I still didn't know how to draw. I heard that. If a painting entered the divine path, the words would be followed by the law. With a single stroke, the person in the painting could return to the human world and reconstruct a body of flesh and blood. This old man began to cultivate painstakingly from then on. It has been close to 100 years now. I always thought about when I could draw my daughter and bring her back to life healthily and adorably. Then she would hug my neck and call me daddy. I always knew that she was teaching in Phoenix City, but her cultivation was destroyed and her face was old. She begged me not to see her. At first, I could still sneak a few glances, but later, that brat Xin Fangyang came to Phoenix City. But this old man missed her every day. Lu Yingfeng looked at the portrait in a daze and muttered, now, she is finally free. Gone. She will never call me daddy again. Even if there's an afterlife, even if there is reincarnation, she is no longer my treasure. I don't know whose treasure she has become. I hope that family can love and love their daughter as much as I do. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing the portrait as if he wanted to fix his daughter's messy hair that was blown by the wind. This old man is really happy to see you too. Lu Yingfeng exhaled from the bottom of his heart and said with relief and sadness, every time I see the students from Phoenix City's second high school, it is as if I see Qianqian's life's work. They are all like my grandchildren. That's great, Lu Yingfeng said. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian did not know what they were feeling. They only felt countless emotions rushing into their hearts. It was an extremely complicated and indescribable feeling that could not be described with words. In the portrait, there was a girl with peerless beauty. In Phoenix City, there was a white-haired, skinny old woman in a wheelchair that for a moment they felt suffocated and panicked. The three of them sat in the study. Lu Yingfeng made tea and greeted them. Zhua Xiaoyan stepped forward, took the teapot, and poured tea for the three of them. The portrait was hung on the wall. The wind blew in from the window, gently moving it up and down. Ever since the portrait was hung, Lu Yingfeng's study window had never been closed. His daughter liked to play outside, especially the garden outside the study. Now, his daughter's favorite flower had grown into a big flower tree with a canopy of more than 20 meters. The old thing was still there, but the person was no longer there. On the first day of my daughter's birth, the first person to carry her was me. I still remember that day, in my arms, the little ball of meat that had yet to open her eyes. Lu Yingfeng stood in front of the portrait and looked at it lovingly. When Qianqian was young, she liked to ride on my neck and take her to the garden. The first word she learned was daddy. Tears welled up in his eyes, and then they turned into a cloud of smoke. Then, he did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and sat in front of the desk. This is all I know about the Wang family. Lu Yingfeng casually handed over a document. This is the part of the Lu family's revenge and the progress. This is the direction of our future actions. This is... Lu Yingfeng's face was elegant, and his figure was slender. He looked like a middle-aged scholar, gentle and refined. In fact, he was certified by the top families in Shangjing as a peaceful person who stood aloof from worldly affairs and was kind to others. However, after receiving the news that Yuan's tomb had been destroyed, Lu Yingfeng's entire person changed. Even his state of mind, which was as still as water and rarely fluctuated, was destroyed. I know why you are here, and I also know that you will have follow-up actions. But this matter is not only your matter. The Lu family will never back out. Even if I have to wipe out the entire clan and bury it, I will avenge my daughter. So far, the Wang family's various shops, businesses, clubs, venues, and companies have been destroyed by us. Lu Yingfeng said indifferently, but this is far from enough. It is far from enough to hurt the Wang family. My request is not high. No matter what, I still have to give some face to the hero of the continent, the war god of astral souls. I have never thought of exterminating the Wang family. My ultimate goal is to mobilize the Wang family, and then I will personally dig up their ancestral tombs. Other than Heavenly King Guhong's tomb, I will dig up all the other tombs. This is the ultimate goal of the Lu family. The simplest way to end this is an eye for an eye. You dug up my daughter's tomb, so I will dig up their ancestral tombs. As for the grudge, we can settle it slowly. In the future, there will be plenty of time. One day, either the Lu family or the Wang family will be wiped out. The grudge will also end one day. My daughter, I was the first one to hold her. I was the first one to bring her into this world. Now, the last thing she will do in this world will also be done by me, her father. Chapter 1145. Lu Yingfeng was very calm. Since the decision has been made, there's no need to hesitate. As for you, students of Phoenix City, if you have the ability and are willing to help, I'm grateful. The Lu family is grateful, but everyone has to act according to your ability. Your old principal nurtured you for the future well-being of this continent and the safety of the human race. She definitely doesn't want to see you die here to avenge her. So, in principle, we don't want the students of Phoenix City to interfere in this matter. If there's really any damage, we won't be able to explain it to Qianqian in the future. Moreover, I don't want my Qianqian to accuse me of using her students to strengthen the Lu family. For a moment, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan were speechless. Lu Yingfeng's attitude was very clear and firm. At noon that day, all the members of the Lu family gathered for a family banquet. The fragrance of wine almost covered 100 miles. At least 1/10 of Shangjing City could smell this wine. Lu Yingfeng was drunk at this banquet. My daughter's life wasn't long, but she had a clear conscience. It was very meaningful and very accomplished. I, Lu Yingfeng, am proud of my daughter. Our Liu family has benefited from our daughter after all. I'm happy. I'm proud. I miss her. After lunch, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan left the Liu family. They wanted to discuss with Liu Yingfeng how to deal with the Wang family together, but Liu Yingfeng's attitude was very firm. He didn't oppose or interfere with Zhou Xiaoduo dealing with the Wang family, but it was impossible to talk about working together. For Liu Yingfeng, he was very stubborn. He stubbornly wanted to use his own strength and identity as a father to stand up for his daughter. He couldn't let his daughter feel that there was no one in her family. In the process, if he borrowed the strength of others, he would feel that he was an incompetent father, that he didn't do his best, and that he had let down his dead daughter. Therefore, he was so stubborn. He insisted on using the Liu family's strength to take revenge. He would go as far as he could. He wanted his daughter to see, "Daughter, your father will definitely not hold back at all." It could be said that he was truly going all out. Although this method was very illusory and her daughter wouldn't take it seriously, it was even more unrealistic. However, Liu Yingfeng insisted. This elegant family head of the Liu family was very reasonable in everything, but this matter was like a demon in his heart. He would never back down, never give in, and there was no room for negotiation or mediation. Faced with such a situation, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were at their wits' end. The only thing they could do was to be a little more proactive, to put in a little more effort to eliminate as much of the Wang clan's strength as possible, so that the Liu clan would be able to preserve a little more strength after this incident. If the Liu family were to suffer too many losses in this battle, or even be buried with the Wang family, that would not be worth it. After leaving the Liu family, the two of them flew up into the sky and stood a few thousand meters high in the air. Zhou Xiaoduo chose a position that faced the north and south and used the long-awaited Qi observation technique to observe the feng shui trend of Shangjing City. There is no doubt that the Wang clan wanted to plunder the providence of others. Based on this point, Zhou Xiaoduo decided to take a look at this aspect. Perhaps he could try the old Phoenix City incident and let the Wang family follow in the footsteps of the Meng family. Although Zhou Xiaoduo himself knew that the possibility was not high. It was too dangerous. Don't look at the feng shui of Shangjing casually. He Yuanyue had once warned Zhou Xiaoduo seriously. This was because Shangjing's providence was too strong. To use Xiaolong's analogy, he was a normal person, but the people outside were a group of lunatics who had lost their minds and only knew how to devour each other. And when a normal person faced a group of lunatics, even if he had thousands of methods, it was still an extremely dangerous thing to do. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo had been worried all this time. However, after thoroughly understanding the Wang family's plan, Zhou Xiaoduo did not want to wait any longer. He had to see what was going on. In view of this, he simply pulled Zhou Xiaoyan up with him this time. Although Zhou Xiaoyan did not understand the providence observation technique, she had already condensed an extremely powerful providence aura in her body. This providence aura was not only closely connected to the providence aura of the mainland because of the Phoenix City Great Array back then, but it also faintly had the momentum of surpassing the mainland situation in the astral souls. In Zhou Xiaoduo's opinion, he most likely would not be able to bear the backlash of Shangjing's providence aura alone. However, if Zhou Xiaoyan's providence aura was by his side to supplement him, even if there was still a backlash, it would not be a big problem. Standing in the sky above Shangjing, he observed the providence aura below from the closest distance. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but sigh in his heart. It was really too awesome. The dragon Qi was really too much. Naturally, his next instinctive thought was, if Xiaolong could devour all the dragon Qi here, Xiaolong would probably directly leap to a level that could not be more awesome. However, Zhou Xiaoduo also knew in his heart that this was just a thought, not to mention how to actually put it into action, how to peel the silk from the cocoon, and how to sort out the huge amount of dragon Qi here. Just the fact that this was the core of the mainland of the astral souls, and once a large amount of dragon Qi here dissipated, it would definitely cause the human race's providence aura to lose in the astral souls, and even the entire continent would collapse. Therefore, even if Xiao Long really had the ability to do so, he absolutely could not do so. Not to mention that after a slight contact last time, that fellow had curled up and did not dare to come out. It really did not want to and did not dare to face that group of lunatics again. To Xiao Long, they were a group of lunatics who had completely lost their rationality and had no trade-offs. They only knew how to devour and strengthen themselves. If there were only 1, 2, 10, 8, or even 30 to 50 Dragon Shi, Xiao Long would definitely have jumped out long ago. Even if Xiao Duo stopped him, Xiao Long would actively work hard to sneak out and destroy them one by one to complete himself. However, the dangerous situation now was there were too many and too many Dragon Shi. It could be said that ants could bite an elephant to death in real life. No matter how fierce a tiger was, it would be afraid of a group of wolves. Especially now, it was not just a problem of one group, but countless groups. So Xiao Duo looked at the crisscrossing, entangled, and crazily biting each other. Then he looked at the entire sky of Shangjing City and the various provinces that were even more tangled than tangled hemp. He muttered, "Nian Mao, the situation of the providence aura of the mainland of the astral souls is actually like this. From the current situation, it seems that the providence aura of the mainland is gradually losing." Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "Losing? What do you mean? It's really too messy. It's not terrible to be in a mess, as it can still be sorted out. However, the conflicts, fighting, and even devouring each other are the source of destruction. Now, the constant fighting at the border is already a huge external threat. As for the mainland, it has been peaceful for too long, and it has become a huge internal threat. The providence aura of each family is fighting for themselves and has begun to devour each other. More importantly, this situation has been going on for a very, very long time. As the saying goes, a century-old dynasty and a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. However, our unified dynasty has existed for too long. It has been more than 6,000 years. This has been going on for too long. It's so long that it can breed. Any unfairness, any corruption, and any conscience will be lost. The hot blood at the border is also a distant matter for the powerful people in the mainland. Shangjing and the Sun Moon Pass have evolved into two completely different things. Over there, people are gathering, fighting, sacrificing, shouting, and replenishing. But over here, there is internal strife. In the capital, people are fighting for power and profit. They are losing their conscience. They are recklessly forgetting their roots. The Sun Moon Pass is desperately fighting for power, but over here, it has begun to disperse for a long time. So Xiao Duo heaved a long sigh of relief. The Sun Moon Pass has protected the mainland too well. Really, peace can only be a blessing in the short term. So Xiao Duo murmured, "For the people, too long of a peace may not be a good thing," Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "but everyone is looking forward to peace. No one wants to see war. But sometimes the sacrifices and blood that happen around can awaken too many numb consciences and consciences that have been destroyed." So Xiao Duo sighed. Because only when one's own interests are invaded and destroyed will people understand the preciousness of beauty. People will only wake up and regret at the last moment. Everything that they once held in their hands, everything that they owned, will not be reborn. Chapter 1146. So Xiao Duo pointed to the front and said, "Look, there are at least 17 or 18 dragon veins in Shangjing that are fighting against each other. These dragon veins are actually fighting for the opportunity to enter the astral souls. I really don't know, and I'm even suspicious. What gives these families the confidence to think that they won't be punished for entering the astral souls? Among these dragon veins, there are clearly too many people who have no foundation and are riddled with holes. This is the result of a failed rebellion, and they are being devoured. There are also some dragon veins that seem to be plotting and accumulating power. But in fact, before they really take action, they're already fighting and devouring each other and are gradually dispersing. Yes, there are also the dragon veins left behind by the Dragon of Destiny that have already soared into the sky. They are quietly waiting and guarding. There are so many dragon veins and luck, it's too messy and messy. There's no clue. If it weren't for the ancestral dragon's veins that can still suppress all parties, the layout of Shangjing's veins would have collapsed long ago. Look, with the arrival of the era of geniuses, new veins are constantly being born in this world. Although they are still very weak, they are constantly wandering and wandering, obviously looking for opportunities to form dragon veins, and also looking for opportunities to lean on the dragon veins and borrow each other's strength. In the most enormous earth veins, the entire continent of astral souls is being transported here. That is the source of the earth, the foundation of existence. Veins of the sky. There are signs of veins of the sky. What's going on with the continent of astral souls? So Xiaoduo was suddenly felt dizzy because when he observed the existence of the veins of the sky just now, the abundant power from the veins of the sky seemed to spontaneously attack him. So Xiaoduo instantly felt that his spirit was shaking and shattering. This was obviously the backlash from the veins of the sky. Fortunately, he had been holding Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand and had not let go. At the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo was hit by the backlash, although Zhuo Xiaoyan did not notice it, a phoenix suddenly flapped its wings behind her and flew towards the veins of the sky. Then, the two special powers disappeared at the same time. The phoenix scattered into invisible droplets and gathered behind Zhuo Xiaoyan again, while the surging vein of heaven returned to the earth at the first moment, gathering the chi of heaven from all sides again and condensing bit by bit. That was close. So Xiaoduo broke out in a cold sweat. The backlash from the veins of the sky was mostly active. The other dragons that gathered from the boundless earth and rushed up again and again, wanting to take a bite of Zhuo Xiaoduo's luck. But the veins of the sky were not self-consciousness, and they sensed the purest of the power of the purest power of the heaven's power. As long as they could take a bite of the power, they would be a lot stronger. Driven by instinct, they no longer cared about how powerful the power of the heaven's power was. They also did not care, or rather, did not consider the possibility of being defeated or even devoured. No wonder there are so many Chi Watchers. The predecessors once said that one can't casually observe Shang Jing's Chi Watchers. The Chi Watchers are indeed mixed. It's really the gathering of thousands of dragons. To Chi Watchers, rashly observing this realm is equivalent to gambling with their own Chi Watchers. They may be overturned by the Chi of dragons at any time. Such a situation does not exist in other cities, only in Shangjing, because this place is the real ancestral dragon's land. And because of the convergence of the veins of the sky, all the veins of the earth in the world instinctively converge here. That little bit of true spirit is also gathered here. So Xiaoduo stood high in the sky. After paying the price of more than 10 attacks and bites, he could finally see some of the veins of the sky clearly. This trip was not in vain. At least I can be sure that the person who is Chi Watchers in Shangjing and who gave the Wang family advice must be an extremely capable Chi Watcher. Perhaps, not only is he extremely capable, but he's also an extremely powerful Chi Watcher who is even more powerful than me now. So Xiaoduo was very afraid of this. As he clearly saw the veins of sky below, fewer and fewer veins of sky rushed up to attack and bite him. In the end, they all calmed down. It was probably because Zhuo Xiaoduo's current position was already high enough in the sky. Looking around, he could see more than 1,000 dragon Chi Watchers. At this point, the veins of sky in Shangjing were scattered like stars in the sky, and they were all clearly visible to him. So Xiaoduo knew that the opportunity could not be missed. He simply dripped 2 drops of Chi Watchers into his eyes and concentrated on observing. He used the Qi Watcher's technique to confirm again and again. Then, he used the Feng Shui technique to verify again and again. Finally, he used the physiognomy technique to look over bit by bit. Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger. The entire city is arranged in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams pattern. Below the northernmost mountain, there are winding mountains on the left and right like divine dragons guarding the mountain. All the way down south is a flat land. Entering is Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger. Leaving is Ferocious Tiger and Crouching Tiger. Advancing can be used to attack, and retreating can be used to defend. Is blessed by nature. But from what I see, it is obvious that someone changed the feng shui pattern, causing the whole pattern to deviate a little. Although it is just a little bit, it is already a great mistake. The guardian is supposed to be loyal to the outside world. But with this deviation, it shows that he is looking at the master and the throne with the corner of his eyes. Gradually, there is a subtle change of the feng shui pattern. In the end, he wants to replace the master. Although it is not to the extent of turning the world upside down, there are already signs of this. This is not right. This is not right. If I was not certain that there must be something wrong with the Wang family's ancestral grave, causing the descendants of the Wang family to be so unfilial and corrupt, even the most brilliant feng shui master would not be able to see the flaw in the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Looking at it from a general point of view, there is no bias. But in fact, it gives people a feeling that it is biased. This feeling is very serious, and the consequences are even more serious. This was a little strange. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to pull Zhuo Xiaoyan up and down again. They descended for thousands of feet and looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave from above. Then, they immediately ascended and looked again. They changed directions and continued to descend. They continued to ascend. Zhuo Xiaoyan was held by his hand with a dumbfounded expression. They flew up and down again. And then again, Zhuo Xiaoduo's brows were knitted tighter and tighter. He had obviously found the problem, but he could not find the specific problem. This was the biggest problem. After 30 to 40 times of this, finally, they landed directly in midair, only a dozen meters away from the Wang family's ancestral grave. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally found something. With a thought, he turned into a cloud and wind and landed in the grave. As far as the eye could see, there were many tombstones. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave and heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally understood. Chapter 1147. So Xiaoduo could see it clearly. In front of the tombstones of the Wang family's ancestral tomb, on the right side of the sacrificial altar, there was a square stone in each tomb. Although it was weak, it emitted an indelible light. Sun and moonstones. And these sun and moonstones were all placed on the right side. The sun and moonstones carried a bit of the power of destiny. Now that they were neatly placed in the same place, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, leading to the entire Wang family cemetery. Although there were no omissions, in fact, the center of gravity showed a subtle change in tilting to the right side. Especially the dozens of tombs, the tilt was particularly severe. Those dozens of tombs are all empty. No one is buried. So Xiaoduo sighed softly. These should be the hidden experts of the Wang family. But empty tombs were ominous. A grave mound was a person. When the grave mound was piled up, it was empty inside. Such an empty grave couldn't be filled by 10 people. Coupled with the subtle tilt caused by the biased arrangement of the feng shui stones, it formed a special phenomenon called wind from an empty cave. Wind from an empty cave, a great building about to collapse. These things couldn't be seen with a single qi examination technique. Moreover, The power of destiny of the sun and moon stones was forcibly added to one side. The sun and moon stones were originally merit stones, and merit stones added to merit stones seemed to be a good thing. But in fact, it caused the hearts of the family to be tilted. My family has such great merit, my family of war gods. Without my family, there wouldn't be astral souls. But what about my family now? This was the origin of this inner demon. This merit wasn't consecrated by the Wang family, but suppressed in the heart by the Wang family, causing the heart to be tilted. And this was only one link. So was Xiaoduo's side in his heart. So the Wang family is like this. The person who came up with the idea for the Wang family didn't have good intentions at all. The Wang family graveyard is square-shaped, but there's a small layout where the flow of fortune is tilted, forming a different feng shui exit. And this exit just so happens to form a corner. And this corner extends out and is actually facing the place where the dragons are fighting for the veins, is a straight line that extends out. So with Xiaoduo's side, he only felt a little incredulous, a little admiring, and a little angry. Using the pressure of the heavens, using the momentum of the earth veins, using the situation of the qi veins in Shangjing, using the meritorious deeds of the heroes, all of these qi veins, feng shui, and feng shui all came together to form a single entity, causing the Wang clan's tilt to become more and more severe. In the end, the qi veins disappeared, the fortunes severed, and all of it was channeled into the dragons vying for the meridians, devoured by the dragons, becoming ownerless fortune and chaos in Shangjing. This person, what a vicious mind, what a vicious situation. Zhuo Duo was inexplicably furious, and his hair stood on end. What's wrong? Zhuo Yin keenly noticed the change in Zhuo Duo's attitude and finally asked, "This is a huge problem. Can it be changed? Too many years have passed. Those sun and moon stones have already become one with this place. Even if we take them away, we won't be able to remove their effects in a short amount of time. After all, the ancestral grave beneath the stones has already been suppressed for who knows how many years. It will only disappear after an extremely long period of time." So what Xiaoduo said lightly, "Besides, with what the Wang family has done, even if they beg me, I won't change it for them. If there is a deviation in the feng shui pattern of the ancestral grave, it's an unintentional mistake." Moreover, he kept exposing scars. No one else could do this. This kind of trash is our boss that we acknowledge. Why is our life so bitter? Besides, this is too strange. No matter when my presence is extremely weak. Why is it that in front of Xiaoduo, I am like a bright light in the dark? Even if there are tens of thousands of people together, the first thing he will definitely do is to mock me. This is also a skill. But why doesn't Xiaoduo care about my concealment? This is also strange. Boss, why are you so? Li Chenglong's eyes were red. The hatred between Teacher Qin and the old principal. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. How can it be resolved casually? I already have a clue. I will definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. Xiaoduo asked everyone to sit down. Since you are here, we can talk about this matter properly. Swollen, listen carefully. I will tell you all my established thoughts, and you will check for me and fill in the gaps. Okay. Xiaoyan brought out some tea. Everyone, drink some water and calm down. To us, the Wang family is an unshakable colossus. Even though everyone has become more powerful, not only do they have countless flying heaven stage cultivators, but they also have many Dao integration stage cultivators. Revenge is not something that can be resolved by rushing up to them in a fit of rage. If we act rashly, we will be the ones to die. As what Xiaoduo said, your sister-in-law is right. Everyone, calm down. Calm down. Revenge must be exacted. We have gathered here for the sake of revenge. However, if you act like this, you'll only be courting death. Our sister-in-law is right. Boss is right. Without saying a word, everyone sat down cross-legged and calmed themselves down to regulate their breathing. Everyone was here, and they were all working toward the same goal. That was enough. 10 minutes later, everyone had already calmed down. Zhuo had also sorted out his thoughts. I'll start with the whole story. I'll start with the Wang family. The ancestors of the Wang family obtained. Zhuo tried his best to explain the whole story in detail. He told them all the relevant information he knew, including the information he had obtained from the soul-searching technique, the Wang family's information collected by Xiao Xia, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's information on the Wang family, and the Lu family's information on the Wang family. He told them everything without leaving out any mistakes. Li Qinglong sat down with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. His ears were perked up, and he was clearly listening to Zui Xiaodui's explanation with rapt attention. He was trying his best to organize all the relevant information. In his mind, all the information and clues quickly formed a huge net. He was gradually narrowing and expanding this matter from the farthest and widest point. Apart from the information and clues, Zui Xiaoduo started to explain the feng shui situation. In the end, he went to investigate the feng shui situation himself. For a long time, no one interrupted to ask questions. Li Qinglong sat cross-legged, as if he was a wooden sculpture. After a long time, she opened her eyes and said, "If that's the case, the only family that can be confirmed to be of help to us in Shangjing is the Lu family, where the old headmaster came from. Is this a definite family?" "That's right. What about the Yu family?" Li Qinglong asked. "The Yu family is kind to us and can help us to a certain extent. But when it comes to sending experts to fight the Wang family head-on, they probably won't. I understand. The Yu family is the descendant of the emperor, and they have the right heavenly king. They must know their position and prioritize the stability of the astral souls. Moreover, the Yu family's fate is the same as the right heavenly king's. His actions will completely destroy the glory of Wang Feihong, the god of war in the astral souls. Whether it's for public or private reasons, the Yu family can't do anything. It's understandable. Then, apart from the Yu family, the Wu family and the Lu family can help us. These two families have helped the Lu family before. I need a relatively definite answer as to whether we can borrow their strength." Lu Yingfeng, the head of the Lu family, personally admitted and promised that these two families, although they may not help us with all their strength, will definitely send a lot of people. If that's the case, our overall strength isn't that weak. Li Qinglong frowned. It's just that in terms of high-end strength, there's still a considerable gap. "Yes, you're the one who gave the order to Zhuo Company, right?" Li Qinglong said this through telepathy. "It's me." "Then this matter is a little strange. Our company can actually resist the power of the Wang family without us taking action. With the Wang family's foundation, how can Zhuo Company resist? The Lu family clearly didn't help." Li Qinglong murmured, "There won't be any problems, right?" "Problems? Well, but don't worry. If there is a problem, it should be in the general direction." Li Qinglong pondered for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. He said, "Let's wait and see. First, let's see the follow-up of the public opinion situation on the internet. Second, the follow-up movements of the families in Shangjing. Third, whether the entire political situation in Shangjing will change. Lastly, the situation of the Wang family's family business. Let's wait and see." Li Qinglong pondered and said, "When I came, I already thought that the situation would be very unfavorable, but I never thought that the situation would be so complicated and involve so many changes. Especially according to Zhua, there is another inexplicable force under the observation of your qi observing technique. There is an inexplicable feng shui, qi-observing scholar. This person has the most treacherous mind, and the motive is even worse. So, which side do you think this qi-observing scholar secretly manipulates or influences the Wang family? Do you have any guesses? Chapter 1148. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head. That person is very cautious, so cautious that not only has he not shown his face until now, he has not even left any traces behind. Naturally, there is no evidence to prove his identity and origin. Also, this geomancy that involves heaven and earth has not been completed until now. So, there's no way to find out. Li Chenglong said thoughtfully. Then, have you gained anything from your physiognomy? Physiognomy? You mean my physiognomy? Yes. Now that the relationship between us and the enemy is clear, our physiognomy, and even the physiognomy of the Liu family head and the others can indirectly reflect the situation of the enemy. Li Qinglong said, "What about this?" His words woke her up from her dream. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart trembled. That's right, this was such an obvious direction. His strength had increased too quickly during this period of time, and he had neglected this aspect. Physiognomy was his fundamental means. Yes, looking at oneself is not necessarily not looking at the enemy, looking at the opponent. The moment of enlightenment made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel very energetic. This path was definitely feasible. Furthermore, physiognomy was a great way to help others and oneself. If he really looked at them one by one, just the income of Providence points alone would be extremely impressive. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately opened his eyes wide and focused on Li Chenglong and the others, intending to read their physiognomy first. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that his cultivation had improved greatly, and spying on the physiognomy of Li Chenglong and the others would definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and it would be easy for him to see clearly that. But when he took a closer look, his eyes, which were already wide open, almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with horror. What the hell? What happened to your cultivations? Could it be that you guys ate a feast of immortal pills? Did you guys fly one by one? Because what he saw in front of him were 12 gods at the peak of the mysterious realm, and they were the kind that had been suppressed to the extreme. However, in terms of cultivation level, he was not at all inferior to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who boasted that his cultivation had greatly improved. With this in mind, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyeballs not pop out? They were on the verge of bursting out. His heart was shocked to the point where it was about to split apart. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's frightened expression, the 12 of them immediately laughed complacently. They were all inexplicably smug. In the past, it was always you, Zhuo, who acted tough in front of us. Now, the tables have turned, and it's finally our turn. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao was a good reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? How is it? Are you jealous? Long Yuxing asked. What do you think? Jealous? Li Zhongming asked. Are you surprised? Li Chenglong asked. Are you surprised? Wan Li Xiu asked. It should be horror, right? Pai Bao asked. He definitely didn't expect this. Yu Moyan said. I don't even need to say anything if I'm scared. Gao Qiaoer said. Everyone had a smug look on their faces. It was as if they were saying, I didn't expect you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, to have such a day. They didn't hide it at all. Ioyo. Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips and looked at them from the corner of his eyes. This is incredible. What's the matter? Do you all want to rebel? What's the matter? All of you have improved greatly in your cultivation. Do you still want to beat me up? Everyone shrugged and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. They provoked him. So what if we want to beat you up? Even if you, Zhuo, are at the peak of the profound returning realm, even if we can't beat you one-on-one, do you think we can't beat you with so many of us? At most, it's because sister-in-law is here. You even have the nerve to say that you want to settle the old scores? What the? I only beat you 2 or 3 times in the past, but you've beaten me thousands of times in the past few years. You still have the nerve to talk about the old scores? Revenge? Where's your face? Where's your face? You've been holding on to this grudge for too long. Come on, I'll take my revenge today. Bang! So what, take my punch. Long Yuxing saw that the others were eager to give it a try. He was afraid that someone would beat him to it, so he jumped up and started to attack impatiently. Li Changming and Li Chenglong were also rubbing their fists, ready to take over from Long Yuxing at any time. Today, they didn't want to beat him up. He was the one who asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone. Finally, they could vent their anger. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. What? What happened? Because Long Yuxing, who had just rushed up, was slapped to the ground by Zhou Xiaoduo. Damn! How? How did this happen? Long Yuxing had been so arrogant and full of heroic spirit as he charged forward, but in less than a second, he had already been defeated. Puff, 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 that only the sound of a fierce beating could be heard, followed by Long Yuxing's miserable cry. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. I'm wrong. Boss. Boss. It didn't take more than a minute that Long Yuxing's entire body was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was a size bigger than before. So Xiaoduo curled him up and sat on him like a stool. Other than moaning, he couldn't move at all. So Xiaoduo sat on Long Yuxing's body and crossed his legs. Who else wants to beat me up? Come up quickly. I'll let you vent your anger today. Everyone looked at the miserable Long Yuxing, and their eyes were full of fear, and relief. No one said anything for a long time. Everyone had the same thought. Fortunately, the first one to rush up was not me. Haha. No, no, no. Li Chenglong shook his head like a rattledrum. I've always been loyal to Boss, Li Changming said. Boss is wise and powerful and will rule the world forever, Xiang Chong said. I only have respect for Boss, unlike Long Yuxing's wild ambition. Even if he's my man, I'll say the same. Boss is invincible because of his ability. Wan Lixiu said with emotion. I've never fought with Boss. I won't even if I can beat him, let alone if I can't, Yu Moyan said. I've always admired Boss, Gao Qiao said. I don't dare. Zhen Piapiao shook her head with fear. Don't push me, Pai Yibao screamed. I'm destined to never go against Boss, and sister-in-law is next to him. Even if I can beat him, I can't let Zhou lose face. Everyone wiped their cold sweat in unison. Long Yuxing was really a good person. If it wasn't for him, the one being beaten up and sitting on a chair would be me, that it's all thanks to Long Yuxing. Haha, this really makes people gloat. Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong said with dissatisfaction. What did you say just now? There's no love between husband and wife. Can't you see your man being beaten up so badly? Why don't you go up and help your man? Wan Lixiu looked indifferent and shook her head like a rattledrum. Li Chenglong, don't talk nonsense. Zhou is doing this for him to grow up and increase his experience. What beating? This is all love, you know? Just because he's my man, I want him to improve. How can steel be forged? Isn't it just by forging? Wan Lixiu said, Thank you for spurring Long Yuxing. Feel free to spur him more in the future. Xiu Long Yuxing shouted under his Xiaoduo's, but you're right. Everyone didn't expect that they still couldn't catch up with Xiaoduo, even though they had reached the sky in one step. What kind of achievement is this? It's just a one-step failure. Gao Qiao muttered. Okay, your cultivation has risen sharply and caught up with my current realm in one breath. There must be something going on. What's going on? Tell me. Do you still want to keep hiding it? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with great interest. It's like this. Li Chenglong began to explain the whole story of the heavenly fruit in a single step. Then he took out the tree and said, There are 6 fruits on it. What we mean is that Boss Zhou and his wife should eat 2 and donate the remaining 4 to the authorities. This is the original plan. What do you think, Zhou? Good stuff, very good stuff. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Since both of you have already decided, then let's do it. I believe in your judgment. He pondered for a moment and said, This heaven in one-step fruit is not only useful for relatively low-level martial artists, but also for high-level martial artists. If you must donate it, then it's better to give it to the top, or it'll be more reciprocal. Of course we know that, but it's not like we don't have any channels. Gao Qiao suggested that we take the Yu family's path, but if we take the Yu family's path, we'll have to give them at least one of the fruits. I'm a little hesitant, especially with the current situation. I've been considering whether we should use these 4 fruits as bargaining chips to ask the higher-ups to help us deal with the Wang family. No need to go through so much trouble. So Xiaoduo laughed. You don't have channels, but I do. He. Everyone inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. Where in the world did Boswa learn such a terrifying laughter? Where did you get the channels? Everyone was puzzled. You mysteriously disappeared for a few days, and you got the channels? GGG. So Xiaoduo was extremely proud. He shook his head and said, let me tell you a big secret. Your boss, I, am the most authentic second generation. GGG. Guess what kind of second generation I am? He. Guess your head. Everyone laughed, especially Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiao, and the others who were also from Phoenix City Second High. Their eyes were full of disdain. Okay, you're awesome. You have the channels, you can donate a dot, but you said you're second generation. Then we can only laugh. We all grew up together. How could we, who were born in the same place as you, not know your background? Second generation? Authentic? In your dreams. Yes, it was just a dream. Boss Swa had been longing to be a rich second generation for a long time. Everyone knew this. It was the same when he was in number 2 high school, and it was still the same when he was in Fenghai Qianlong. Everyone could understand very well. As for guessing, that we're not that bored. The ownership of the remaining 4 fruits is still for later. Zwa and sister-in-law, hurry up and eat these 2. Li Chenglong urged. It's a fact that we don't have enough strength. If you can use these 2 fruits to cultivate in seclusion and make a breakthrough, it'll be of great help to our future actions. Okay, Zwa Xiaoduo was not pretentious at all. He agreed and said, it seems that all of you have suppressed your cultivation to the limit, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. Then do you want to suppress it a few more times? Zwa Xiaoduo smiled proudly. Of course we want to. The process of suppressing it a few more times was painful, but it would be of great benefit to the huge expansion of the road of martial arts in the future. Who wouldn't want to? Our cultivation increased greatly this time. Most of it was because of the strong medicinal power of the ascending to heaven in one-step fruit. Now, everyone's degree of suppression is the same, all 9 times. Li Chenglong said, so, do you have any other good ideas? I do have a good idea to help you go one step further and reach a higher level. So Xiaoduo generously threw out 12 small jade bottles and said, there's a drop of 9 heaven spirit spring water in each jade bottle. After drinking it, it will expel the impurities in the genuine qi to the maximum limit and transform the genuine qi into the purest spiritual qi. Since you've suppressed it to 9 times, with the effect of this drop of 9 heaven spirit spring water, each of you can suppress it at least 3 to 5 times. It won't be a problem. Wow. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother is wise and mighty. Long Yuxing shouted under Zwa Xiaoduo's butt. Everyone, Swollen also said that we don't have enough strength now. We'll talk about other things later. Let's improve our strength first. Zwa Xiaoduo said, you take it first. You're sister-in-law, and I will protect you. The 12 people didn't stand on ceremony and took the bottles. When they were about to take it, Zwa Xiaoyan, who had been silent for a long time, said, girls, follow me. This will be a bit awkward. This reminder reminded Gao Qiao, and the others of the awkwardness when they took the heaven-ascending fruit in one step last time. They couldn't help but glare at Zwa Xiaoduo fiercely and hurriedly follow Zwa Xiaoyan. Why are you looking at me? That look is so fierce. What did I do wrong? Zwa Xiaoduo touched his nose and said, I just want to watch the fun. Do you have to look at me like that? Long Yuxing and the others' faces were twisted. They were almost killed by Zwa again. They had already experienced this kind of awkwardness once. If it happened again in a short period of time, they would probably break up soon. Zwa Xiaoduo and Zwa Xiaoyan stood guard for everyone. This time, the suppression of vital energy didn't last very long. After an hour, everyone was done. They took a bath and changed their clothes. They gathered neatly in the courtyard again. So Xiaoduo quickly planted the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After this incident, his void-exterminating pagoda was naturally exposed. After that, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's turn to enter the Tower of Annihilation. They took the heaven-ascending fruit in one step and completed the upgrade. However, to Zhuo Xiaoyan's surprise, the effect of the heaven-ascending fruit was a bit too great. It pushed her cultivation to the peak again and again. She tried to suppress it again and again, but finally, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Even after taking the 9 heavens spirit spring water, the pure vital energy and spiritual energy, she still couldn't suppress it. She had to break through the bottleneck of the peak of the profound returning realm and go one step further. She broke through to the realm of ascension. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt as if she was free from the restrictions of the earth. With just a thought, she could directly fly in the sky. Moreover, she could fly for a long time without using any spiritual energy. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment rose from the bottom of her heart. With a change of mind, she suddenly felt that the sky above her head and the earth below her feet had merged into one with her. That kind of majestic aura rose spontaneously. So this is the so-called realm of ascension. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt enlightened. She had a clear understanding of this new realm. She tried hard to strengthen her aura as she meditated. The power of the heaven-ascending fruit was still being emitted. There was still some left. Zhuo Xiaoyan tried her best to absorb it. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already suppressed his profound returning realm pinnacle for more than 10 times. With the help of the heaven-ascending fruit, he suppressed it for another 30 times. With the help of the 9 heaven spirits spring water and luck points, he suppressed his vital energy to an exaggerated level of 56 times. He kept bursting, compressing, bursting again, and compressing again. The cycle repeated, one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dare to be careless. He tried his best to suppress it. Whether or not he could surpass Nian Mao depended on this time and time again. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he could not suppress it anymore. However, he did not give up. No matter how crazy the medicinal power of the heaven-ascending fruit surged, he would always use all his strength to suppress it. This cycle repeated. In the end, he even forgot how many times he had suppressed the restlessness of his vital energy. Finally, he stopped at the critical point. Ordinary people who ate the heaven-ascending fruit were suppressed to the pinnacle of the profound returning realm pinnacle by Zhuo Xiaoduo. He had completely absorbed the medicinal power. It had to be said that this was a miracle, a true miracle. Because in terms of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation was still at the pinnacle of the profound returning realm. It seemed that he had not advanced at all, but in reality, he had strengthened his foundation more than 60 times. He already had the enlightenment of the flying realm. He only needed the last buffer period to break through and surpass his predecessors. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to break through just yet. He still felt that the suppression was too little, but there was almost no space left for him to compress. I wonder if I can catch up to Nian Mao after this breakthrough? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself. Yes, this was his greatest obsession at the moment. According to his mother, as long as he broke through to the flying realm, he could consummate his marriage. But, as a man, if he could not defeat his wife with his own strength, it would be bad, right? The reason why Zhuo Xiaoduo worked so hard was because he hoped to surpass Zhuo Xiaoyan one day. No matter how incredible it seemed to others, as long as he did not surpass Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his efforts were not enough. The two of them completed the breakthrough process in the Tower of Annihilation. When they came out, less than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. This made Li Chenglong and the others feel the difference in the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation. Let's not look for a place to stay. It's so troublesome to look for a hotel, Li Chenglong said. During our time in Shangjing, let's enter Zhuo's Tower of Annihilation to rest every night. It's not a problem if you want to stay, Zhuo Xiaoduo said, but let's be clear, there are no individual rooms in there. What's there to be afraid of? We can build it ourselves. Li Chenglong and the others were very straightforward. We'll prepare the things now and go in to build it later. Then there's no problem. So Xiaoduo thought for a moment. It was good to let this group of people in. At least they could continuously increase their cultivation and catch up with the progress. Although it was good to reach the heavens in a single bound, such an opportunity was destined to not happen again. It was already a pleasant surprise to have such an opportunity. You can go shopping now. I have some other things to do. Li Qinglong led the group out to buy things. Xiang Chong frowned and said, "Brother-in-law, about Xuejuan." Li Qinglong coughed and said, "We've just reunited. There are too many things. Let's slowly straighten them out one by one. Wait until tonight. Let's talk to Zhuo alone. What if you cry in public again? Also, there's something I need to say first." Li Qinglong looked at Xiang Chong and said, "You have to be mentally prepared." Xiang Chong was shocked. He nodded silently and could not help but feel sad. "Why?" Xiang Bing asked. Zhuo clearly saw our faces just now, but he didn't say anything. Li Qinglong said slowly, "I'm worried that he has seen something." But he didn't say anything. Obviously, it's not suitable to say in public. So when Xiang Chong wanted to say something, I stopped him. The more the better. I'll clean it up for you now. You continue to do it. Let's work harder and have a pleasant cooperation. How could Xiaoduo think that it was too much? When he saw those mountains, he was so happy that his eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't wait to pounce on them. Collect, 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 collect. That in less than half an hour, the hundreds of acres of land were all cleaned up, revealing the lawn below. He had truly collected every single bit of it. As usual, Xiaoduo paid the bill happily. Then, he gave Mr. Sun an extra 100,000 Astral Souls coins as a bonus, plus 2 trucks of cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, and other high-end supplements. Then, he left another 500,000 Astral Souls coins. Mr. Sun, don't be afraid of more. The more the better. Continue to collect. There's no end to it. Understood, understood. Mr. Sun smiled like a blooming flower. This money was really easy to earn. It was almost like a small investment and a huge profit that after leaving Mr. Sun's place, Xiaoduo went out of the city without stopping. He collected all the Astral Souls Jade Powder Mountain outside the city. Only then was he satisfied. It was true that many little drops made a mickle. After accumulating for a period of time, the surprise was unprecedentedly huge. Too much. It was really too much. Xiaoduo calculated that the Astral Souls Jade Powder that he had accumulated since he was kidnapped by his grandfather until today was almost half of the total amount of Astral Souls Jade Powder that he had collected before. In the face of so many Astral Souls Jade Powder, Xiaolong, who had been worried for a few days and was about to run out of food, suddenly felt invigorated. He started to work tirelessly, covering all directions. On the other hand, Xiaoduo started to move many of his things to the other side of the mountain. The Huahuang sword also automatically hit itself. After busying himself for a while, Xiaoduo saw Zhan Xuejuan, who was still unconscious. He subconsciously patted his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this girl, thinking of how Xiang Chong wanted to say something but stopped in front of him, and how he was chased away by him to get supplies, Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel amused. But then he frowned. How to justify himself and how to save Zhan Xuejuan was easy. The real problem now was how to wake Zhan Xuejuan up. Why do you still need the Astral Souls Jade Powder? Lei Chantian, who had been following him, was puzzled. There's a lot of Astral Souls Jade Powder. What's the use of it? You can have as much as you want. Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in surprise. Grandfather, do you know where I can find a lot of this stuff? Can you get it? Isn't that easy? Lei Chantian was dismissive. Just tell me how much you want. I want. The more the better. If you can get enough Astral Souls Jade Powder to drown the entire Fenghai city, I'll be happy. Easy. It's a piece of cake. Lei Chantian took on the responsibility. I'll make a phone call and collect all of it for you. You can have as much as you want. Grandfather, you're such a good person. You're my dearest grandfather. Zhuo immediately leaned forward, shaking his head and wagging his tail. Grandfather, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hurry up and give me as much as you want. Lei Zhangtian laughed. Just you wait. He did not delay. He took out his phone and called by Yinduo. Yinduo, your little junior brother needs a large amount of Astral Souls Jade Powder. Give the order and get a batch. The more the better. Astral Souls Jade Powder? I've been doing it. I've collected all the Astral Souls Jade Powder near Fenghai City. As long as there's enough for a space ring, I'll send it outside Fenghai City. This is the work that Master and Mistress have ordered long ago. Why? Lei Tian was speechless. Yes, he was embarrassed again. Damn, you've been doing it all this time. Or did Zhua and my daughter instruct you to do it long ago? Then if I open my mouth now, it won't even be considered a cliché. At most, it'll be that. But I've already bragged to my grandson. How am I going to break this? I'm really anxious. It's fine if I don't help to beat people up. If I can't even get some worthless powder, then what's the use of being a grandfather? Why do I have to be a grandfather? But, only around Fenghai City? Yinduo, I think it's just that the actions in Fenghai City are too insignificant. How about this? Divide all the cities in the Astral Souls continent into 9 districts. Each district will have a piece of land dedicated to storing the Astral Souls Jade Powder. All the Astral Souls Jade Powder must be sent there on time. If anyone dares to waste it, punish them directly. Lei Tian instructed. Punish them? Are you kidding me? Bai Yinduo was speechless. The Star Soul Jade Powder was the leftover waste left behind by cultivators during their cultivation. Anyone who used the Star Soul Jade to aid their cultivation would be able to obtain it. If there were no special orders, then that little bit of powder could only be casually thrown away. Just because of this, you want to punish him? Are you being unreasonable? This is something that doesn't make sense no matter where you go. Let's do it this way. Since you're in Shangjing, you can control the flow of the Astral Souls Jade Powder in Shangjing, then send it to. I think that Dingjun platform is a good place. It's spacious enough. Send it to Dingjun platform? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Shangjing is such a big place. It shouldn't be difficult to get 10 to 20 million tons of powder in 3 days, right? 10 to 20 million tons in 3 days. Bai Yinduo felt a little dizzy. Do you have any idea? Do you think it's a stone or a lus? It's settled. Chapter 1150. My good grandson, I can give you whatever you want. Lei Tian was completely carried away by his grandson's admiring gaze. As long as it's something that exists in the 3 continents, I can get it for you. Everything is a piece of cake. For your grandfather, the demon ancestor, it's not a problem at all. Zhuo's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandfather, it said that the Flood, which is also famous for her twin hammers. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer is famous in the 3 continents. Once she uses it, the sky will turn blood red and the earth will shake. Can you get it? Ga. Lei Changtian's eyes widened. This sentence. Why can't I understand it at all? Aren't you using the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer now? What does it mean? Is it a test of my eyesight? Xiao Duo, your current hammering technique. Lei Changtian chose his words carefully. My current hammering technique is also not bad. It was given to me by my godfather. However, it's still not as good as the Flood Witch's unparalleled hammering technique that can shake astral souls, Zhuo said. Cough, cough. Godfather? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. His brain was spinning so fast that his brain almost stopped working. Yes. Zhuo was puzzled. What's with your reaction? Lei Changtian coughed without warning. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, he felt that his heart was moving very strangely. If my guess is true, then wouldn't that old bastard Flood have to call me uncle? That's how it should be, right? But that blood feud. Lei Changtian was very conflicted. It seems that this kid still doesn't know that the flood, which is his godfather, but this matter Zwa definitely knows. He might even be the one who facilitated it. But they didn't say anything, then I definitely can't say anything. During this period of time, I've already revealed too many secrets. If I were to reveal even more secrets that I shouldn't, I reckon my bones would be torn apart. I can't do Flood's hammering technique. It's beyond my ability, Lei Changtian said straightforwardly. When he spoke, his face was full of smiles, and he looked a little proud. So Xiaoduo was a little confused. If you can't do it, then why are you smiling so proudly? It was as if he had taken advantage of the situation. Shouldn't he feel guilty? What should we do now? Back to Shangjing? Lei Changtian asked proudly. Back to Shangjing. So Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Grandpa's mental state seemed to be a little problematic. In fact, Xiaoduo did not have much hope. His grandfather and the flood, which were enemies. How could he possibly get the other party's trump card? The other party was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the 3 continents, so it was normal for them to not be able to deal with him. Therefore, he wasn't disappointed when he heard this reply. But this reaction. Next, Lei Changtian picked up Xiaoduo as if he was carrying a puppy. With a whoosh, he flew into the sky, tore through space, and stepped into the space that, including the times Xiaoduo spent collecting the Astral Soul's jade powder and arranging the work, it didn't take more than 2 hours in total. In these 2 hours, Li Chenglong and the others had already bought all the materials and were waiting here. When they saw Xiaoduo return, they immediately surrounded him. We still have to wait a while. Xiaoduo said, the interior is being renovated. Renovated? What renovated? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't he say that they were going to build the house themselves? The house hadn't been built yet, so what were they going to renovate? Naturally, they didn't know that Xiaoduo's so-called renovation was actually Xiao Long digesting the Astral Soul's jade powder inside. After this huge absorption, according to Xiaoduo's estimation, the time flow of the air exterminating tower would probably be increased by another step. The reality was just as Xiaoduo predicted. When Xiao Long reported it, he was pleasantly surprised. Previously, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to more than 3 months in the inner world. This ratio is already quite significant. Furthermore, after Elder One injected his life force into this space has completely stabilized. Now, all we need to do is to continuously absorb large amounts of Star Soul Jade Powder, and it will be able to steadily evolve. This time, we can increase the time by another 20 days from the original basis. In other words, 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 4 months in the inner realm. 1 day was equivalent to 120 days, a full 4 months, and a single night was equivalent to 2 months. Such a time flow ratio was simply too sufficient. After confirming the situation, Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Come in. If there's anything, we can talk inside. Xiaoduo waved his hand and opened a light door. Everyone filed in and looked around. As soon as they saw it, everyone was shocked and had different expressions. Damn, it's so big inside. I thought Li Chenglong's place was already big enough. I didn't expect Zhua's place to be even bigger. As expected of Zhua, he's bigger than Li Chenglong, much bigger and really strong. How is Li Chenglong big? Compared to Zhua's, it's almost the same, if not the same, right? Li Zhongming, who was talking dirty, was pinned to the ground by several people and beaten up. It's so comfortable here. This grass, this sky, this. There's actually a mountain. Li Chenglong was in a bad mood. My place is called a cave, but it's actually a cave. But Zhua's place is basically a world. There'll be plenty of time to appreciate it later. You guys should hurry up and build a house. Li Chenglong directed, and Gao Xiao hurriedly went to build her own house. Everyone was a high-level warrior, and doing this kind of work shouldn't take much effort, right? Li Chenglong pulled Xiangcheng, Xiangbing, and Xiaoduo to the side. Zhua, there's something. The face you saw. Xiangcheng's face. Do you still remember it? Zhou Xiaoduo said, I remember. What's wrong? Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed. Zhan Xuejuan was taken away. The situation was very strange at that time. As he spoke, he recounted everything from the beginning to the end. Zhua, can you calculate how we can find Xiang Bing's sister-in-law? Do you have any specific feasible methods? Xiang Chong looked at Zhou Xiaoduo from the side with a pleading face. Xiang Bing's face was also full of anticipation. Let me calculate. She was taken away. Zhou Xiaoduo furrowed his brows and raised his fingers to form a series of hand seals. His face was solemn and serious. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to be mysterious for a while. Then he opened his eyes and said, I calculated it. You calculated it? Xiang Chong rushed up. Zhua Xuejuan, where? Where is she? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, She's waiting for your summons. But she's not in a good condition now. She should be in a deep coma. Huh? Xiang Chong said, How do I summon her? How do I summon her? It's simple. You just have to shout here. As long as you're sincere enough, there will be a response. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Slap. Zhou Xiaoyan slapped Zhou Xiaoduo on the back of his head. You're still joking at a time like this? Is this something you can joke about? Zhou Xiaoduo touched his head sadly. I'm not. Hurry up. Okay. Under the stunned gazes of Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. A bed suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft bedding, there was a person lying quietly. Ah! Xiang Bing screamed. Xuejuan. Xiang Chong's eyes turned red. He was surprised and happy at the same time. Blood rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. He felt like he was in a dream. How did the missing Zhan Xuejuan appear when Zhou waved his hand? She wasn't pulled in by a monster. That how could it be? When I went out to train. Ahem, I was training in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I happened to pass by a forest in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I didn't expect it to be inhabited by demons. After that, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but I happened to see Xuejuan being captured by them. Since we all know each other, I naturally saved her. Zhou Xiaoduo casually explained the situation. Thank you, boss. Xiang Chong bowed deeply. The 2-meter-tall, burly man couldn't stop his tears. Boss, I'll remember this. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, Why do I feel that it's not right for us to thank each other? Forget it. This isn't the main point now. The sincere call I told you just now was not an illusion. She's seriously injured now, and she's been infected by demons. Her mind is in a mess. I've tried everything, but I can't wake her up. Maybe the call of a lover can be of some use? Zhou Xiaoduo rubbed his chin and said, It's always like this in TV dramas. This is the main point now, the key point. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't lying at all. He was really worried. According to what the God-killing spear said, Zhan Xuejuan had to wake up on her own. It was basically impossible to rely on external forces. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoduo would have asked his grandfather to help wake Zhan Xuejuan up. What's more, even if Zhan Xuejuan woke up, the fierceness of the God-killing spear would not disappear. In other words, compared to the past, Zhan Xuejuan's temperament would definitely change to a certain extent. But when she would wake up, and how her temperament would change, no one could say for sure. It's okay, it's okay. Xiang Chong smiled with tears in his eyes and said, No matter what happens to her, I'm already satisfied that I can see her again. I will patiently wait for her to come back. Wait for her to wake up. He sat by the bed and looked at Zhan Xuejuan's unconscious face. He only felt that his heart had suddenly settled down, and he was no longer as helpless as before. As long as she was still around, as long as she was still by his side, that was good. It meant that he had someone to rely on, and that he had a place to return to. What was there to be afraid of when she was unconscious? As long as she was still around, that was more important than anything else. Li Chenglong was silent for a long time. Zhou Xiao was tripped to the Umno Alliance. Although it was said lightly and casually, Li Chenglong and the others could imagine that it must have been full of dangers. If it wasn't for the dangers and tribulations that he had experienced, How could Zhuo's cultivation improve so quickly and so much? Even if the others had taken the ascending to heaven in a single step fruit, they still couldn't catch up. Just from the previous words, it could be seen that not only did he train in the Umno Alliance, but also in the process of training, he encountered the Devil Clan that was not from the three continents. The degree of danger could be imagined. Chapter 11:51. However, Zhuo didn't say a single word about the details. He only said a few words casually. Even if Li Chenglong and the others didn't pursue the matter, how could they not know the truth in their hearts? Let's keep some things to talk about. We'll talk about it when we have nothing to brag about in the future. Li Chenglong turned around and said, "Let's build a house according to the plan. From now on, this will be our base. Everyone can gather here." So Xiaoduo stared at them and said, "Who said this place belongs to you? Let me tell you, you can come here to cultivate and make a breakthrough, but there are conditions. Everyone has to pay rent. Don't stare at me with your big eyes. Are you saying that you don't have to pay to buy a house, rent a house, or stay in a hotel? Why do you want to eat and stay for free when you come to my place? It's okay, it's okay. Zwa, you can settle the bill yourself. How can we not pay? No matter how much you say, we'll pay. We won't bargain." Li Chenglong took Xiangbing to build the house as if nothing had happened and said, "When you settle the bill, I'll pay immediately. Let me see. Let's set up a temporary stay here for 100 years. 100 years? Zhuo was stunned. His eyes were wide open. Since you want to settle the bill, are you, the landlord, afraid that the tenant will stay here for a long time? Isn't it true that the longer the tenant stays, the more money you'll earn? Then give it to me now, no matter if it's heaven and earth treasures or divine weapons. I won't be picky. What's the rush? Owe it to me first, and we'll settle it together. It's not like I haven't owed you money before. Fuck. Then when are you going to pay me back? I'll pay you back in this life." The 12 of them shouted at the same time. Zhuo's mouth twitched and his eyes squinted. Fuck, there was only one Li Chenglong in the past. Now all of you are following his example. Can't you learn from him? Can't you be more shameless? Zhuo's cry of grief and indignation echoed in the air. Inside the Void Extermination Tower, 8 big courtyards rose from the ground one after another. Each courtyard occupied more than 2 acres of land. Why were there only 8 courtyards for 12 people? Because single dogs wouldn't understand this problem. Looking at the walls of the courtyard, he could see that they were all very imposing. The walls were heavily fortified and were at least 30 feet tall. There was only one place for the main gate. And then inside, the layout of the interior was rather unsatisfactory at the moment. It was true that these fellows were far stronger than ordinary people, and their cultivations were profound. Moving mountains was a piece of cake for them. However, when it came to building a house, how could it be so simple? There were 360 professions, and every profession had its own master. It was never just a saying, and every profession had its own mysteries. It was just like how Pai Yibao's seemingly grand and magnificent courtyard only had a shack built inside. It was not much better than a dog kennel. Xiang Chong thought that the house that he had painstakingly built was just a dog kennel. It was neither pleasing to the eye nor useful. Gao Qiao, and Zhun Piapiao really tried their best to build a house. However, while dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. Their architectural skills were also limited. They were unable to turn the blueprint in their minds into reality. In the end, what they completed was also a shack. Among them, Li Chenglong, who was the most knowledgeable, and Xiang Bing, who was willing to listen to Li Chenglong's instructions, worked very hard. There were 4 walls, but the roof was still bare. They couldn't help but sigh. It was easier said than done. In the end, they had no choice but to line the roof with pieces of wood to cover it. Then, they covered it with a layer of grass curtain. That was the end of the project. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about rain or snow in the Void Extermination Tower. Then, They placed a few poison prevention pearls around the room and courtyard. Even poisonous insects wouldn't dare to enter. As far as the result was concerned, their house was really the most magnificent and the one that was closest to the structure of a house. After the others came over to take a look, they all praised Li Chenglong for his extensive knowledge. He was even good at building houses. They all followed his example and imitated him. When everyone's house was in its embryonic form, they pulled out beds, sofas, bedding, coffee tables, cups, chairs, and other household items from their space rings. A few women even got hammocks, swings, dressing tables, and so on. At least in terms of household items, they were really well-rounded. They had everything they needed, but there were also things they didn't need. Everyone was so busy that they were sweating profusely. However, they were also in high spirits. After all, everyone had the concept of a home. However, they didn't have a small home that truly belonged to them. These shacks, dog kennels, and crude houses were very meaningful and precious to them. Xiang Chong carefully moved Zhan Xuejuan into his kennel. As he moved, he muttered, "Zhua is an old pervert. Xuejuan, let's not be together with him." Zhan Xuejuan wasn't awake. If she was awake, she would probably slap him. "Zhua is an old pervert, but your wife has been in his hands for a long time. Besides, what's the use of moving me here? Aren't we still in his private space?" Finally, it was done. It seemed like a long time had passed. Everyone gathered together excitedly and discussed what else they needed. So Xiao Duo said proudly, "You guys have to be careful at night. As the ruler of this space, I can see everything that's going on inside. Don't accidentally see a bunch of naked buttocks." As soon as he said that, the girls immediately blushed. When they thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but feel even more terrified. This matter was very serious. Zhou Xiaoyan picked up Zhou Xiaoduo and gave him a good beating. She comforted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The situation is not that serious. At most, he can scan his space ring and roughly know where the things are. It's nonsense to say that he can see everything, especially everything in a house. He can't see anything." With Zhou Xiaoyan's endorsement, everyone was relieved. Then, they swarmed forward and joined forces with Zhou Xiaoyan to beat up Zhou Xiaoduo. Gao Qiao gritted her teeth and threatened, "Zhou, I don't have any defense at my place. Do you dare to come and see?" Zhan Piao's face turned red, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to look? Look if you have the guts." Zhou Xiaoyan put on a fierce face. "Do you dare to look?" Zhou Xiaoduo begged for mercy loudly. "I don't dare. I don't have the guts. Spare my life. I was just joking. Actually, I can't see anything." "Really? Ha." When everyone saw Zhou Xiaoduo's wretched state, they were all overjoyed. They couldn't wait to see Zhou Xiaoduo like this every day. They also felt that it was so easy to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo together with Zhou Xiaoyan. It was so easy and joyful without any effort. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoyan's combat power was stronger than Zhou Xiaoduo's? She was much stronger. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. They felt that they had found another new backer after Qin Fangyang and Wen Xingtian. The 12 people who had low moral integrity immediately saw Zhou Xiaoyan as the person they should curry favor with the most. "Sister-in-law, I made this myself. Try it." "Sister-in-law, I got this by accident last time." "Sister-in-law, this is..." "Sister-in-law, don't think that this thing looks ordinary." Actually, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaoyan had received a pile of gifts. She didn't even know where they came from. "Boss, it's been a day, right?" Xiang Bing was a little anxious. "What's the situation outside?" "Don't worry." So Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said calmly, "The flow of time in here is very different from the outside world." "Very different? What's the specific difference?" "If we calculate according to the time outside, 120 days in here is only one day outside," Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. "Doesn't that mean one day outside is equivalent to 4 months in here?" Li Chenglong and the others were stunned. One day is equivalent to 120 days? 3 days outside is 1 year inside. 1 year outside is 120 years inside. Li Chenglong said, "Boss, if what you said is true, Then if a new ginseng is planted here in the outside world, it will only take 10 years for that new ginseng to grow into a 1,000-year-old ginseng. So Xiaoduo said proudly, "That's what I mean." Then the ascending to heaven in one-step fruit tree. Will it take another 30 years to mature again? I'm afraid it won't take that long. So Xiaoduo said proudly, because this space of mine is still in the process of being perfected. In the future, the flow of time will only be faster. My ideal plan is, one day in the outside world is 100 years in here. When I reach this goal, it's almost done. Li Chenglong stared blankly. Wait. We've been working here for 7 hours. In fact, it's only been a few minutes outside since we came in. Yeah. Did you just figure out? Everyone was clamoring to witness it. So Xiaoduo had to bring everyone out. Looking at the almost constant flow of time outside, everyone was speechless. No wonders was cultivation is always higher than ours, and so much higher. Even if we get the ascending to heaven in one step, we still can't catch up with him. So this is the truth. Everyone felt that they had discovered the root cause and couldn't help but rub their hands together. Now that we're all in here and enjoy such an abnormal flow of time, doesn't that mean that everyone was suddenly excited? Let's practice. One day was equivalent to 4 months of time in the outside world. What kind of heaven-blessed cultivation conditions were this? But only when they were with Zhuo would such a good thing happen, so they couldn't waste it. Li Chenglong didn't go in with the others. It was still daytime. He let them go into practice first, but Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo had other things to do. Zhuo, your secret is finally exposed. Li Chenglong couldn't help but sigh. What good things can you find with your abilities? You're just a kid after all. You just found some low-class spiritual fruits and presented them to me as treasures. How many good things have you seen? It's nothing. Just 4 fruits, that's all. So Xiaoduo didn't waste any time. With a flip of his hand, 4 fruits appeared in his hand, and he handed them to Lei Changtian. The fruit of instant success? Damn! Lei Changtian's eyes widened. On the continent, there were countless treasures. On the ground and underground, there were many spiritual roots and spiritual plants that have been discovered and undiscovered. However, if one were to talk about reaching the heavens in a single bound, they wouldn't dare to say that they would reach the peak and take the first place, but they would at least be in the top 3. It wasn't because the fruit's effect was great, but because the fruit had no side effects at all. Even ordinary people without any martial arts aptitude could eat it and get endless benefits. The spiritual energy contained within this fruit could gradually exert its medicinal effects according to the limit of a user's body. This would allow the user to always be in peak condition, but it would definitely not exceed the limit of a user's body. It was truly miraculous. What was even more magical was that the fruit was effective for martial artists of all levels. Regardless of whether it was for martial disciples, nascent soul transformation clouds, flying heavens mixed yuan, or even Lei Changtian now, eating it would have considerable benefits. It had always been a rare treasure that only existed in legends. It was a dream item that, even if the demon ancestor racked his brains, he would never have thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo would take out so many at once. Where did this thing come from? Lei Zhangtian snatched it away. Li Chenglong and the others found it. There were exactly 18 ripe fruits. All 14 of us ate 1 each, so there were 4 left. "18. Wouldn't that be super good stuff that was more than 30,000 years old?" Hiss. Lei Changtian took a breath. "What about the tree? It was given to me. It's now planted in my annihilation tower." So generous. Lei Changtian didn't know what he was thinking, but he sighed. So loyal. Such a good thing. Those people actually gave it to Zhuo Xiaoduo without any objection. Sai, if I found it, would I give it to Zhuo Changchang? Lei Changtian thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. Most likely not. Perhaps if it was just some fruits, he wouldn't be stingy. If there was a surplus, he would definitely share it with the boss. But if it was the fruit tree, the heart-cleansing fruit tree, he most likely wouldn't hand it over. He would only place it in a secret place that only he knew and privatize it forever. After coming to this conclusion, Lei Chantian looked at the 4 fruits in his hand again and suddenly felt something different. How was his relationship with the boss? How was it worse than them? Lei Chantian felt that his brain couldn't turn a corner again. Finally, he sighed. It's good to be young. So Xiaoduo didn't understand and asked what. Lei Chantian didn't speak. After a long time, he finally said, I hope that your hearts will not change for thousands of years. He said this sentence in a low voice. He hoped that Zhou Xiaoduo could hear it, but also hoped that he didn't hear it. He had thought it through. It wasn't that his relationship with his boss wasn't good enough. Instead, it was because, as they grew older, each of them had their own opportunities, and each of them had their own clans. Their thoughts were completely different from those of a single dog who didn't have a clan. Whether it was their mentality, thoughts, everything was different. The difference was too big. So Xiaoduo paused and said softly, It won't change. Lei Chantian patted him on the shoulder and said, What do you want? So Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Donors, Li Qinglong, Long Yuxing, Pai Yibao, Wan Li Xiu. He said the names of the 12 people, including Li Qinglong one by one. Why isn't your name? Lei Chantian couldn't help but feel strange when he didn't mention his name. You don't have to add me this time. So Xiaoduo chuckled and said, Including me, I reckon that this time's merit will all fall on my head. My identity and origin are no longer a secret in the eyes of the true upper echelons, right? If there are any benefits, as long as it's possible, they will naturally lean towards me. They're the ones who need to show their faces in front of the higher-ups. Not to mention, these fruits of instant success weren't obtained by me at all. It's already a great bargain to get a share of the profits. People should be content with what they have. Lei Chantian squinted his eyes and said, Grandpa is naturally gratified that you can maintain such a state of mind. But there's one thing you might be thinking too much about. Every one of your friends has already shown their faces in front of the higher-ups. They definitely need more than you think, much more than you think. So Xiaoduo naturally understood what this meant. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Lei Chantian immediately went out to find Bai Yinduo. The 4 fruits of instant success were a big deal. They had to be dealt with as soon as possible. As soon as the demon ancestor met Bai Yinduo, he handed the 4 fruits to her and immediately ordered, These 4 fruits, 1 for you, 1 for Xiaohu, 1 for Xiaoyu, and the last one for Nanzhengxian. Bai Yunduo was shocked. Demon Ancestor, these 4 fruits of instant success are enough to be regarded as high-level strategic resources. How can they be so easily decided? Lei Chantian said, I brought these fruits over. If I let you eat them, you should eat them. Don't I even have the right to decide on these 4 fruits? Bai Yunduo looked conflicted. I think it's better to let the new prodigies eat them. They'll benefit more. Instant success is not only dependent on one's cultivation realm, but also on one's luck. What the astral souls lack the most right now is the advancement of the top cultivators. Lei Changtian's expression turned grave. Your cultivation hasn't reached the point where you can perceive the tides of heaven and earth, but I've been having a feeling recently that the time is coming. Once the major races return, the current Qixian imperial gods will be reduced to cannon fodder. Most of them will die. The so-called long-term consideration is meaningless. There's no time to improve. When that time comes, it doesn't matter if you're a prodigy or not. Once you become an Anitya Hell Guard, you'll still die. But you're the ones who still have time to improve. Even if you only have a little more accumulation, you'll still be stronger than those kids who have improved by several major realms. Bai Yunduo, but no buts. Just do as I say. Immediately, immediately, immediately. Work overtime tonight. Try to get 2 drafts. The situation is already set. How many fools could be the enemy of such a hegemon? Can't they see it? Are they really that stupid? Don't they know how to read people's hearts and judge the situation? If these kings were really that stupid, they wouldn't even be able to support an ordinary family, let alone a king. They would only be impoverished and be cuckolded. Their wives would have abandoned them long ago. But it is precisely this kind of leader who is so magnanimous towards the most dangerous and fatal opponent of his life. What do you think this is? It's all a coincidence? It's all because the enemy is stupid? It's all because he's smart, compromising, and enduring humiliation in order to survive? Wrong. Bullshit, Lei Chantian said. This is the protection of luck. Before the luck is exhausted, those with great luck will definitely not die. It's impossible not to believe this. Those who succeed have wisdom, cleverness, stratagems, coincidences, and all the above. However, if they don't have enough luck, it's still difficult to succeed. And as long as you reach our level of cultivation, as long as you're not forced into a desperate situation where you can't dodge, you can live as long as the heavens and the earth, and as old as the sun and the moon. But how can you not understand that in this world, there really is heaven's will? This is heaven's will. This is it. And the emergence of Xiao Duo and this group of geniuses is also because of this. But exactly how far they can go is not something we can say for sure, because the current heavenly Tao is incomplete. Lei Chantian patted by Yunduo's shoulder and said, "As long as I'm in Shangjing, you don't have to worry. Go back and deal with this matter immediately. Just follow my instructions and give the spiritual fruits to these people." Why do you have to take the fruits? Because you're a group of geniuses before Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. You are the so-called people blessed by heaven. It's only meaningful for you to take the fruits. Bai Yunduo bit her lip and nodded slowly. As for Dongfang Jingyang and the others, on the surface, it seems that he is more suitable than Nan Zhengxian, but he has been studying the art of aura observation and has revealed too much of heaven's will, so his luck has been greatly damaged. That's why he is no longer the best candidate to take the fruits. If there is a fifth spiritual fruit, of course, I won't miss it. But unfortunately, there isn't a fifth spiritual fruit, or he doesn't have the luck. Seeing Bai Yunduo's hesitation, Lei Chantian directly told her the answer in his heart. Then he urged, "Why aren't you going?" Bai Yunduo took a deep breath and said, "I'm going now." Then he bowed respectfully and soared into the sky. Watching her leave, Lei Chantian thought for a while and took out his phone. He called Zhuo Changlu. This time, he spoke more fluently. Xiao Duo's brothers got 4 fruits to heaven in one step and donated them. I gave the fruits to Yin Duo, and asked Xiao Yu and Nan Zhengxian to take one each. Yin Duo, seems to feel bad. Why don't you explain it to them? Zhuo Changlu didn't hesitate. You did a great job. You're mature and decisive. I'll settle it with him immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lei Changtian's face was full of smiles. Hee. Boss praised me. You did a great job. Mature and decisive. Ha. Lei Changtian's old face was glowing, showing his 16 teeth. He was extremely happy. These words of praise were enough for him to be happy for a whole year. Next, Li Chenglong was flipping through the files, looking up information, and writing something on a piece of paper. His eyes were fixed, and his brain was spinning crazily, deducing that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to disturb Li Chenglong for a moment. He just drank his tea and waited for Li Chenglong to continue. Finally, Li Chenglong stopped his series of actions. He looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. In his heart, he went through everything again and murmured, "It's not enough. What else is missing? It's still missing." The movements of various parties in the past 1 or 2 days, Li Chenglong said. This must be the most detailed information. Zhuo Xiaoyan said quietly, "I'll be in charge of this. I'll give you the information as soon as possible." Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both agreed. With Zhuo Xiaoyan's status in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about these things. However, before Zhuxiaoyan left, there was a sudden sound outside the door. Then, someone knocked on the door. A voice asked, "Is Zhui here?" It wasn't the voice of the Yu family's little fatty. Who else could it be? "Come in." Zhui Xiaoduo was full of confidence now. He sat at the door with his legs crossed, looking at the courtyard door with disdain. "Humph, little fatty, he's just a descendant of the heavenly king of the right. Ha ha ha, he's a generation away from me. Moreover, there was a huge gap between them. I can't allow him to call me big brother anymore. That's overstepping my authority. Even calling him grandpa is not enough. He has to call me ancestor or ancestor directly. After all, my real seniority is the same as the heavenly king of the right and the heavenly king of the right. Isn't that ancestor? Zwa. Haha. Second brotherly. You're all here." Little Hero appeared at the door with a flattering look on his face. Li Qinglong looked up. "Hey, little fatty you. Come in and take a seat." Zhui Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He said sternly, "Why are you hiding at the door? Come in quickly." "What did this guy call me and Li Qinglong just now?" "He called me Zwa and Li Qinglong's second brother." "How can this be? Shouldn't he be calling me Ancestor Zwa?" "Li Qinglong's seniority will also rise. Calling him second brother will mess up the seniority." Chapter 1154. Zhui Xiaoduo was instantly enlightened and said in surprise, "It's you. Qianyi, come in and have a seat. Why are you here with this unruly little fatty?" The moment he saw Mo, Xian, Zhui Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of loss from the bottom of his heart. Everything that happened in Phoenix City flashed before his eyes like smoke, as if it was yesterday. Phoenix City, the small streets, the Ning family, the giant Meng family, Meng Chunyu, the old principal, Chief Jiang, teacher Hu, those classmates, the fortune-telling, fooling around, feng shui, setting up formations that in an instant, Zhui Xiaoduo's eyes were in a trance. The rarest thing in life is to meet an old friend in a foreign land after a storm. Speaking of which, he didn't have much contact with Mo Xianyi before. They were just strangers who met by chance, a few times in karma. But at this moment, Zhui Xiaoduo inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. This strange feeling made Zhui Xiaoduo suddenly become enthusiastic. Mo Xianyi's mood was also excited. After thanking him again, he went into the courtyard and began to take out gifts from his space ring. He said embarrassedly, "Master Zhuomai, my strength is shallow, and I really don't have anything good on me. It's just a small token of my appreciation. These food are all made by myself, these clothes. I also made them myself." And the two exchanged pleasantries and spoke enthusiastically. But the little fatty who was still at the door was completely stunned. You know each other?" The little fatty's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at Mo, Xian, Yi, and Zhui Xiaoduo in shock, and his heart suddenly became depressed. No wonder when he went to see Mo Xianyi this time, he was still treated coldly and didn't show the slightest interest. But when he said that he wanted to visit a friend, the peerless genius Zhui, Mo Xianyi's attitude suddenly changed that she actually smiled at him and even accepted some small gifts from him for the first time. Then, she expressed her interest in following him to visit this legendary peerless genius. The ranger suddenly felt like he was wrapped up in a sudden happiness and set off together with Mo Xianyi in a daze along the way. He kept fantasizing that he was now a man who could bring the woman he liked to visit his big brother. He was a man who had a peerless beauty by his side. How would he act cool then? Even if such a moment wasn't unique, it was at least unprecedented. Along the way, he had already thought of more than 100 different ways to act cool. Yet, when he reached his destination, not only were they all unsuitable, there were even some that the girl beside him took the initiative to talk to him, and her attitude was even more intimate than when she talked to him. And the food and clothes that were made by hand. What were they doing? Wasn't this a bit upside down? The ranger anxiously walked in and stood between Zhuo and Immerse. He was getting more and more worried. The more they talked, the more intimate they became. Would they hug each other later? That definitely couldn't happen. Please don't. Zwa. Hee. You two know each other? He asked just now, but no one responded. What was there to be afraid of? He could just ask again. Face, awkwardness, whatever, it wasn't important. He didn't need to care about it. One was a boss that he didn't dare to provoke. The other was a woman that he liked and didn't dare to provoke. What was there to think about? Of course we know each other, Zhuo Xiaoduo said in surprise. The two of us have already made it so obvious. And you still can't tell? You even asked such a question? Your IQ is questionable. Haha. I mean, when did you two know each other? What does this have to do with you? Immerse was unwilling. Why did this guy act like he found out that his wife was having an affair? This tone, are you interrogating me? Immerse frowned. What did you find? Is it related to your sect? Yes. Immerse bit her lower lip and said, when I went out recently, I saw a few signs. Or should I say, secret signals. Signs? Secret signals? Zhuo frowned and sat up straight. Yes, the signs of the ravenous wolf sect, the secret signal of the broken military sect, and the 7-kill sect. All of them. Chapter 1155. Immerse's face was filled with fear and solemnity. The Big Dipper 9-star sects. I'm afraid all of them have come to Shangjing this time. Zhuo frowned and murmured in thought, Sha Palang. Big Dipper 9-star sect, Immerse said. If I'm not wrong, the Star Lords and even the Star Lords have gathered. It seems like they're going to do something big. Zhuo's face suddenly darkened. He immediately thought of the Wang family's plot, the changes in the heavenly Tao, the Qi Watchers outside, Sha Palang in Phoenix City, and the Phoenix Pole Spirit. At this moment, Zhuo suddenly had a realization. Perhaps the direction he had thought of before was wrong, a huge mistake. If what Moshwani said was the foundation and the framework was the starting point, it would be a whole new direction and one that he had never thought of before. The gathering of the elites of the Umno Alliance's Big Dipper sect was a little. Mishwani, based on what you know, what is the status of the Big Dipper sect in the Umno Alliance? Zhuo asked. Extremely disregarded. The Umno Alliance has never taken the Big Dipper sect seriously. They order them around and don't treat the Big Dipper sect as human beings at all. Immerse said. What? Disregarded? Or even treated as human beings? Why is that? Zhuo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Xiao were stunned when they heard this. This situation was different from what they had guessed. In the eyes of the people of the astral souls, the Umno Alliance's Big Dipper sect and the Big Dipper sect were extremely crafty. They would only take action after making a plan and would not easily take action. Once they took action, it would cause a turmoil in the people of the astral souls. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the monitoring department commanded by Yunduo were set up to deal with this organization, but they still had the upper hand and were in a passive position. In the previous Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation, if not for the appearance of Xiaoduo, who was completely out of the Big Dipper sect's calculations, the Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation would have suffered a crushing defeat. Yes, this is the most common and even recognized understanding of the Umno Alliance people. First, the Umno Alliance has always believed that the Big Dipper sect is the Tao of strength, and they disdain for the Big Dipper sects. The Dipper sects advocated heavenly fate and set, and they disdain the Big Dipper sectesses. The Big Dipper sect, with the alliance with the Big Dipper sect with Big Dipper sect, sect, they disdainful belief the Dipper sect, Dipper per Dipper sect, and the Dipper sect. Is Dipper sect per sect? Immerse said straightforwardly. In other words, The origin of the star sex orthodoxy is the demon race, and has nothing to do with the witch race. The ones who are truly worshipped in the Stargate sect are also the celestial emperors, the star lords, and the patriarchs. They have never been worshipped great shamans. M.O. Schwani said, "Our ideals and beliefs are different, so how can the Umno Alliance trust Starcourt? Then why did the Wu people keep your star doors? Or even accept you?" Li Qinglong asked curiously. "If that's the case, shouldn't we eliminate these star sects as soon as possible? I don't know the reason behind this either. After all, I was originally only a low-level disciple of the Stargate, so my knowledge is very limited," M.O. Schwani said with a frown. "In fact, what I know about this strange and complicated relationship is known to all the disciples of the Star sect and the generals of the Sorcerer tribe. Or maybe the Wu people have other uses for the Stargate." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "I think there must be a reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it. After all, it was a force that originally belonged to the Demon Clan." But things are getting more and more complicated. This new clue has cut my original network of relationships into pieces. I almost have to reconstruct it completely. Li Qinglong rubbed his temples and said with a bitter smile, "And I think there might be other factors in this matter, far more than this." Zhuo Xiaoduo also knew that the situation was out of control and that they had to start all over again. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed and said in a deep voice, "It's definitely not everything. I'll have to trouble you from now on." M.O. Schwani said, "Benefactor, from now on, I don't dare to make any rash moves. Firstly, my knowledge is limited, and if I make wild guesses, what I give you may not be clues, but may instead be misleading. Secondly, with my background, I don't know when I'll be targeted. If possible, I plan to withdraw from Shangjing." Xiao Xia said angrily, "What withdraw from Shangjing? No matter how big the matter is, I'm here. What Big Dipper? If they dare to make trouble for you, I'll wipe them all out." M.O. Schwani smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Yu family was undoubtedly powerful, and they had the heavenly king of the right behind them, as well as the star-plucking monarch. If both sides went all out, M.O. Schwani believed that the Star sect wouldn't be able to defeat the Yu family. But the Star sect had existed in the cracks for so many years, and they had their own ways of survival. If your Yu family wants to capture a few of them and kill them, that's possible, and it can even be done easily. But if you want to wipe them all out, I can only say that you're dreaming. Furthermore, how could the Yu family be willing to go to such lengths for a woman like me, and pay such a heavy price? I believe that you're not just talking empty words. You'll definitely go back and push for this matter. But what you don't know is that the moment you say that, it will be the time for us to separate. Because the Yu family can use this matter to completely pull apart the distance between us. If I were an elder of the Yu family, I would do the same, definitely. Schwani, thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at M.O. Schwani and said seriously, "Benefactor, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Schwani wouldn't be here today." M.O. Schwani said, "It's a pity that I'm destined to not be able to help you much in this matter." No. Your help is already more than enough. Not only is it big enough, it's also more than enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, "Your clue is that you found a blind spot in my thinking." Li Qinglong nodded vigorously. The saying of a blind spot in one's thinking really couldn't be any more true. Even if you had heaven-defying abilities, if you didn't know the existence of the real enemy, it would be useless. M.O. Schwani smiled happily. When other people smiled, their eyes would first curve and then their face would open up, but M.O. Schwani's nose would first wrinkle slightly. Then her eyes would curve, revealing a bright and beautiful smile, and then the corners of her mouth would start to curl up, so Xiaoduo actually saw through the layers of her smile and couldn't help but admire her. Even the order of her smile was different from others. It was truly unique. The ranger on the side was directly stunned. After such a long time, this was the first time he discovered that M.O. Schwani could be so beautiful when she smiled. For a moment, his heart trembled, and he was dazzled. Well, there's one more thing. but I'm not very sure. What is it? Mo Schwani hesitated a little and said, a few days ago, when I was shopping, I saw a woman coming out of the door of the fairy-like shop opposite. She looked a little like. She bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, a little like Ning Qingsheng. Ning Qingsheng. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly became serious and said, it's her? Are you sure? I'm just not sure. I've only seen her once, and I've seen more photos of her. After all, her beauty is rare in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but ponder. Li Qinglong asked, Zhuo, why do you ask? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, at the beginning of the Astral Souls test, what was your Astral Souls aptitude? What was Long Yuxing's? What was Wan Li Xiu's? Li Qinglong said, I'm 89 Astral Souls, 92 Long Yuxing, 91 Li Xiu, 87 Li Changming, and the lowest 79 Yu Moyan. On the side, the little fatty ranger said, so I'm 93 Astral Souls. So Xiaoduo said lightly, Astral Souls aptitude is an innate aptitude. The higher the aptitude of Astral Souls, the greater the future achievements. This is a kind of heaven's luck. This, you should understand now, right? Of course, we understand. But do you know at that time, Ning Qingsheng was 97 Astral Souls. This is the second highest in the entire history of Phoenix City. And this aptitude, even in the entire continent of Astral Souls, is enough to rank Ning Qingsheng among the best in Astral Souls, shocking the world. Everyone instantly understood the meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words and couldn't help but exclaim, that high. Especially Yu Xiaoxia. He originally thought that he was high enough. But he didn't expect that not only was there someone with a higher star soul aptitude than him, but it was also several grades higher. It had to be known that even in a family with a great destiny like the Yu clan, his star soul aptitude of 93 was already one of the top 3 in the Yu clan amongst his peers. But now, a girl's name that Mo Schwani casually mentioned was close to full marks for Astral Souls. Zhuo, 97 Astral Souls is only second. Then who's number 1? Little hero Yu's eyes widened. Phoenix City has such good feng shui. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and rolled his eyes. The first is your sister-in-law, 99 Astral Souls. Amazing. That's amazing. The ranger was shocked. 99 Astral Souls. Isn't this the legendary limit of aptitude? This was even more impressive than perfect Astral Souls. This was because the so-called perfect Astral Souls could be obtained through the use of resources by the major families. However, they would not deliberately accumulate 99 Astral Souls. The innate aptitude of 99 Astral Souls was a blessing from the heavens. How could the perfect Astral Souls formed by other methods be mentioned in the same breath? Although the so-called perfect Astral Souls seemed to be a step higher, it was still not the true meaning of heaven's luck. A man-made perfect Astral Souls would not be favored by heaven's luck, but would be followed by heaven's wrath, and their future achievements would be inferior to others. Therefore, many large clans gave up after a few attempts. This was heaven's will, and it was not something that could be changed by humans. Even if he could condense a perfect Astral Soul, what he could condense would only be data and not a true aptitude. Chapter 1156. I knew that sister-in-law was a God's favored daughter, but I didn't expect her to be such a God's favored daughter. She's just like a textbook. Xiao Xiao was already in awe. He was probably about to prostrate himself in admiration. 99 Astral Souls. How could one give birth to such a thing? So Xiaoduo said proudly. That's right. Don't you know whose fiancée she is? By the way, Zhuo, how many Astral Souls are you? Phoenix City already has the first and second place. And your third? Xiao Xia asked curiously. With Zhuo's talent, he should be at least 96, right? He definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person. That was for sure. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened. Li Qinglong was thinking about Ning Qingsheng. He burst out laughing when he heard that. So it tested astral souls back then, and I heard that he didn't get it. Ha! So Xiao Duo glared at Li Chenglong as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're the one who opened your mouth? Get back to your work." Under Zhua Xiaoduo's threat, Li Chenglong's laughter stopped abruptly. "Didn't get it?" Xiao Xiao was stunned. "Ahem. It's not that I didn't get it. The machine was broken." So Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. He remembered his mother telling him that he had tested his astral soul, but his astral soul was weak and feeble. If other people's astral souls were like a raging fire, his astral soul was like a candle flickering in the wind. For astral souls, there would be no data if one's astral soul was below 30. He didn't get any data, so Xiao Duo estimated that if he compared it with Zhua Xiaoyan's, and Zhua Xiaoyan's score was 99, then his score should be 05? Haha. Zhua Xiaoyan, who was beside him, burst out laughing. So Xiao Duo was speechless. Ranger and Li Chenglong's shoulders trembled. They couldn't hold it in any longer. "Let's talk business." Zhua Xiao Duo frowned and quickly changed the topic, saying, "Ning Qingsheng was born with 97 astral souls. Her luck is extraordinarily strong. I wonder why Ning Qingsheng appeared in Shangjing at this delicate moment. Ning Qingsheng's luck belongs to her astral soul's luck. Such an astral soul, such a genius, suddenly appeared in Shangjing at this time. Previously, the Ning family was wiped out. Where did Ning Qingsheng go?" Zhua Xiaoduo frowned. "The entire Ning family is dead. Why is Ning Qingsheng still alive?" Only Zhua Xiaoduo himself knew the meaning of this sentence. He understood how cruel the formation he had set up was. Logically speaking, no one from the Ning family should have survived. But Ning Qingsheng, what was going on? Li Chenglong frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Xuanyi and Ranger pretended to be thinking, but in fact their minds were blank and blank. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to think of anything. This kind of brainstorming was not for them to do. So Xiao Duo sounded like he was asking a question, but in fact, he was just talking to himself. "Was there anyone else with her at that time?" "There was a man next to her, but I didn't know him," Mo Xuanyi said. "Also, I'm not sure if I've seen wrongly. After all, I've only met Ning Qingsheng once. It was only because of her outstanding beauty that I had a deep impression of her. But every girl with a celestial appearance is as beautiful as a flower, so it's not impossible for me to have seen wrongly." So Xiao Duo frowned and said, "It's better to believe it than not. There's no harm in being careful." Li Chenglong nodded and then pulled out another line. He suddenly felt more and more headache. "So the Ning family had a grudge against you at that time. This Ning Qingsheng. I just learned that the Umno Alliance's Stargate sect has come, and now Ning Qingsheng has appeared and hit a new line of thought. The complexity has increased exponentially. Now I have a headache just thinking about it. There's nothing we can do about it." Zhua Xiaoduo said, "Back then, the Ning family and the Meng family were destroyed by the few of us. The old principle, Teacher Qin, me, Nian Mao, everyone had a part in it. If Ning Qingsheng wants to take revenge, not only does it make sense, it's even justified. We can connect everything together. Even if it makes sense, with Ning Qingsheng's strength and resources, how could she provoke the Wang family? What qualifications does she have to participate in this game?" Li Chenglong thought hard. After Mo Xuanyi finished speaking, she wanted to leave, but was stopped by Zhua Xiaoyan. These two beauties, who were supposed to be enemies, were now sitting together and talking intimately, which made Zhua Xiaoduo sigh. Things in this world were really unpredictable. No matter how smart you were, you couldn't guess the subsequent changes. All in all, everything was so confusing. Next was the wandering hero. "Boss, I also have a few news to report." Then report it. With Mo Xuanyi's information, so Xiaoduo's heart was a little heavy. The wandering hero coughed and was about to speak, but then he took out a piece of paper from his spatial ring, glanced at it, and said, "Recently, the various voices on the internet are getting louder and louder. All the students who graduated from Phoenix City are wantonly denouncing the Wong family. There are more than 10,000 short stories related to the old principal He Yuanyue on the internet. They are all bits and pieces of life, written by the students according to their own memories. Although they are not thrilling, they are all warm and heartwarming, and even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. And a company called Zhuoshui is doing all they can to promote this matter. On one hand, they are guiding the people to have feelings of remembrance, respect, love, admiration, and from the bottom of their hearts for the old principal. In addition, countless students from Hidden Dragon High School, Yunwan High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Water City First High School have all responded to participate in the denouncing, writing bits and pieces between themselves and their teachers in response to this matter. Gradually, thousands of streams, tens of thousands of rivers converging into the sea, and now, not only have they converged into a sea, but gradually, the waves of voices have reached the sky and are getting out of hand. Although the Wong family's team is powerful, and their tactics are brilliant, and they're sparing no expense throwing money around and relying on their powerful capital to counterattack, they're still just one family. Under the impact of the tide of true feelings of the people, they can only retreat and resist. Now, the old principal He Yuanyue's reputation in the astral souls has reached a point where it can. The wandering hero was silent for a moment, and then said, "Be canonized as a moral saint. Be canonized as a moral saint." Zhuoshui was silent for a moment, and his eyes flashed. At the side, Zhuoshui and Li Chenglong were also deep in thought. Perhaps, they could use this opportunity to push the old principle onto the altar and create a legend in the world that if that was really the case, then they would have to go with the flow and put in more effort. Li Chenglong's lips moved, and he said telepathically, "Now that things have come to this point, it's up to the higher-ups to decide what to do. The help we can provide is not enough." Zhuoshui replied telepathically, "For the higher-ups, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to pushing the deceased principal onto the altar and setting a moral example. If they can use this to set a goal for the people to respect and set a benchmark for the martial arts industry, it will be a good thing. Then, as you said, at this stage, we don't have to do anything, and we can just leave everything to the higher-ups. If we do it on our own and add fuel to the fire, it will be too deliberate, and we will be at a disadvantage. By the way, I have already sent the 4 fruits to the higher-ups through a certain channel. The fruits alone are a heavy bargaining chip, and the higher-ups will definitely consider it and favor us more. Boss, you are so resourceful and resourceful. I admire you. I don't need you to flatter me. Zhuoshui's company just needs to maintain its current state." Understood. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words, and this matter was settled. The ranger was a person who knew how to read people's eyes. Seeing that the two of them were discussing telepathically, he naturally stopped talking. He waited until the two of them turned to look at him before he continued. The current trend of public opinion on the internet has already shown a one-sided trend, especially the bad deeds of the Wong family in recent years. Many people have dug them out one by one and made them public. It's impossible for them to turn the tables. I believe that after a while, if this continues to ferment, the reputation and glory of the War God family will be completely lost. Li Chenglong listened and suddenly frowned. "No, this is not the result we want. We can't let this happen." He suddenly became alert. "We have to stop this trend. We only need to target the Wong family, and we can't criticize the War God family. It's too late." Zhuoshui, who was scrolling through her phone, looked up and said, "They have already started to target us, and the momentum is huge." She handed her phone to Zhuoshui. Zhuoshui casually swiped a few times, and all he saw were comments about the War God family. Chapter 1157. I believe that more than 90% of these posts are directed and promoted by the Wong family. This was a countercurrent move that would allow one to rise from the brink of death, as long as these voices become a wave, to the point where they can directly shake Heavenly King Guhong's position. They will definitely be suppressed by the government. The Wong family is the Wong family. Even if the descendants of the Wong family have committed all kinds of crimes, they can't stop Heavenly King Wong from sacrificing himself. The Wong family and the War God family have never been one and the same. The two may seem inseparable, but there is a clear distinction in their bones. If the mistakes made by the descendants 10,000 years later are turned around and blamed on the heroic ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the continent 10,000 years ago, not only is it illogical, it's even more ridiculous. If this continues, when the government comes out to stop it, it will definitely cause people to reflect and even resent it. Once this kind of reflection and resent reaches a certain scale, it will be our turn to suffer. It's still the same thing. The Wong clan and the War God clan are 1, 2, 2, 1. Previously, they were treated as one. If they were to fight back now, they would gain the glory of the War God clan and go against the current. Once the higher-ups make a move, they will be defending Heavenly King Wong's position as the War God. The Wong family will also wait for an opportunity to make a strong counterattack. When that time comes, it will be like pushing out a god from each side to fight against the other. No matter how famous the old principal is, no matter how popular he is, how can he be a match for Heavenly King Guhong, the hero of the continent? When that time comes, the losing side will completely sink into oblivion. The old principal will also be nailed to the pillar of shame by their counterattack. I can even imagine it. An ordinary old woman who has taught for a few years actually wants to be mentioned in the same breath as the god of war. She wants to replace the war god? How laughable. It will be enough to turn the tide. Heavenly King Wong's sacrifice created the well-being of the entire continent, and he Yuanyue taught a few students. That's it. Replace Heavenly King Wong? The Wong family is indeed a 10,000-year-old family. They have really found the most suitable entry point, the point of counterattack. Zhua Xiaoduo's face fell into an unprecedented gloominess. Now we need to guide them. We can't continue to talk about the War God family. Li Qinglong sighed. Right now, there's a huge uproar on the internet. It's not easy to guide them. Zhua Xiaoduo thought for a moment, then suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "There may be a way." He quickly logged into his online account, compiled a post, and posted it. Ranger and Li Qinglong almost peed their pants when they saw the title of the post. "Boss, what are you doing? Hurry up and delete it." "Zhua, you. Zhua Xiaoduo said calmly, "It's fine. I've thought it through." The muscles on their faces twitched as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Because the title of the post was as such. Shocking. The sky-inspecting minister whose name had shaken the entire continent was actually such a person. Why is a young girl living on the streets? Why was his son reduced to trash? Why did an 80-year-old woman cry bitterly every night? Why are 3 million sows howling in the middle of the night? Everything. I am willing to risk the world's condemnation to tell you in detail. The title was bolded in red. This question was simply too shocking. In less than 10 breaths of time after the post was posted, there were already 7,000 hits. Then, in a short minute, the number of hits broke through 500,000 and continued to soar. This increased the credibility of the post by a lot. Then it was reasoning. It was all linked together and linked together. In the entire online world, who would dare to joke about the minister? Therefore, as long as people saw the reasoning behind this post, they would naturally think about it and accept it. And this main title was really too scary. Almost everyone who saw it would click on it to take a look. And now, there was a national movement on the internet. As more and more people clicked on it, the number of clicks increased, and this post was quickly pushed to the top. In the end, The words Sky Patrol Minister were bolded in red on the original basis. At the very top, it shone brightly and forcefully took the top spot on the trending list. This time, even more people clicked on it. In just a few minutes, the number of clicks had already exceeded 10 million. Then it whistled all the way to over 100 million clicks, 1 billion clicks. It rushed madly. If someone else made such a post, even if it didn't cause a lot of trouble, there would still be a lot of follow-up. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were clear about it. When the two of them posted it, there was no taboo and no difficulty at all. Even if they were to put it more harshly, at most they would be spanked. It wouldn't hurt. In view of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had the same capital, was full of admiration. Why didn't I think of it? Zhuo Xiaoduo's quick-wittedness was simply too amazing. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were shining with admiration. Duo, you're really amazing. You actually came up with a solution so quickly. You're amazing. Only then did she see Zhuo Xiaoduo's online username. She frowned and was puzzled. Crystal Cat. What does it mean? Cough. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and said without changing his expression, it means a shiny cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan was even more puzzled. Cat? How can it be shiny? Isn't your Nian cat always shiny? There are ice crystals everywhere, and every drop is crystal clear. Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. You're the shiny one. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted coldly and said, You're a shiny puppy. Yes, I'm a shiny puppy. Woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of saliva. Ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face suddenly changed. She couldn't help but laugh, and the issue of her online username was instantly forgotten. Even Mo Xuani was overjoyed and laughed. Look at Zhuo. He had a good temper and was especially good to his wife. He was almost as good as the little fatty Yu Xiaoxia. Well, why did I say that I was almost as good as Xiaoxia? What's the point of comparing with him? With this post on the internet, it will have a great deterrent effect. Li Chenglong said, How big of a storm can a post like this cause? Can it overturn the situation and reverse the situation? Yu Xiaoxia really felt that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. Li Chenglong stared at the screen and said, As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. This post directly attacked the minister. Otherwise, how could there be so many clicks now? The most important thing is that the official account didn't come out to deal with this post. They didn't even choose to hide or delete it. In the eyes of the world, the official account recognizes the authenticity of this post. At least, the official account recognizes that this person is indeed related to the Sky Inspecting Minister. Based on this conclusion, people will naturally think twice. Correspondingly, the Wang family's counterattack this time will not only fail to achieve the expected effect, but it will also be difficult to cause too much of a storm. It will even be difficult for them to pull themselves together and suffer a crushing defeat. What if the Wang family takes down this post? If they could take any action, the Wang family would have done it long ago. Chapter 1158. The head of the Nian family beat someone up personally? He even scolded them? That seems a little too harsh, doesn't it? Li Chenglong did not understand the situation in Shanjing. The Nian family is related to the Yu family by marriage. They have long disliked the Wang family. This time, Grandpa Nian beat up Wang Han personally. This is true. Yu Xiaoxia said, Grandpa Nian has a fiery temper. He is the kind of person who will not let things slide if he doesn't beat up Wang Han personally. His temper has always been like this. Li Chenglong's mouth twitched. All right. Also, the Nian family is like the Lu family. They are suppressing the Wang family in all aspects, from the political situation, the officialdom, and civil organizations. They are suppressing them as much as they can. Especially those companies that belong to the Wang family. They are especially harsh. If they can use commercial means, they will use commercial means. If they can't, they will use military means to destroy them. The Wu family, the Liu family, the Liu family, and a few other families are doing the same. Now, only the Yu family and the families of the four great generals of the East, West, North, and South are not doing anything. We are not helping either side. Ranger explained, it's not that we don't want to help either side, it's just that we're all military families, and Heavenly King Gu Hong had some connections with these families back then. We can't just kick them when they're down. We understand. Li Qinglong sighed and nodded. It's good enough that you don't help either side. But I really do. Li Qinglong smiled. The fact that you're here today shows that you're on our side, even though you're not helping either side. It's just that you can't do anything on the surface, that's all. You understand very well. Yu Xiaoxia was inexplicably touched. Li Qinglong was too understanding. There's also news. Wang Wu of the Wang family, one of the former vice ministers of the military, was arrested for corruption. Yu Xiaoxia said he embezzled 1,700,000 astral souls. The evidence is conclusive. What a huge sum of money. To think that a member of the Wang clan, a member of the upper echelon, would actually embezzle so much money. Truly, truly. Li Qinglong stopped talking halfway. He really couldn't make up any more stories. Also, this topic was too sensitive and could easily be 404 ed. Therefore, everyone understood and smiled. That was good. Since I've already seen through everything, there's no need to say it aloud. It's fine as long as we both know what's in our hearts. For a moment, everyone had the demeanor of a wise man on their faces. The people of the Wang clan from all over the world are all returning to Shanjing. The fighting power of the Wang clan is returning from all directions. Yu Xiaoxia said, many of the Wang family members were ambushed on their way back. Although there were some who managed to break through the blockade and return, there were also many who died without a complete corpse in a foreign land. This storm has already shown signs of sweeping across the entire Star Soul realm. Is the Wang clan that powerful? Sweep through the entire Astral Soul realm? Is it really that exaggerated? So Xiaoduo couldn't hide the shock on his face. You'll never know how much resources such a long-established family has, how much investment they have made, how many shares they hold, and how many businesses they operate. Basically, the Wang clan has a stake in every single one of the most profitable enterprises in Astral Souls. Even if they can't be the dominant ones, they still have a share of 1 or 2%. But now, many companies are either being canceled or going bankrupt or being restructured and liquidating their shares. The overall situation has already become like a landslide. A collapsing wall is being pushed down by everyone. The Liu clan's desire for revenge is unquestionable, but they don't have any peak experts in their clan. As for those fellows who went to Phoenix City to cause trouble, the Wang clan sent out peak sky realm experts to ensure their safety. If the Liu clan were to make a move, even if they managed to kill those fellows, they would most likely suffer great losses. Wang Chong continued, how would I know that those people would become the enemy of the entire nation, extreme criminals? Things changed too quickly. So Xiaoduo was really regretting it now. He really didn't expect that there would be so many people interested in this matter. However, it wasn't too late now. There was still room for redemption. Xiaoduo looked at little hero Yu and thought for a while, then muttered, if this matter is handed over to the Yu clan to handle. As he said that, he looked at Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong and Zhou Xiaoduo had been close friends for many years, so he instantly understood and seemed to ponder. Little hero Yu's face was full of anxiety, looking at Li Qinglong eagerly. This was an important opportunity. Little hero Yu knew very well that if the Yu clan could take this matter and complete it beautifully, it would greatly improve his relationship with Zhou Xiaoduo. As a member of the Yu clan, little hero Yu's family was prominent and famous. He didn't need to pay attention to the relationships of most people in this world. However, little hero Yu valued his friends like Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong very much. Since he was young, the ranger had not made many friends. Even if he did get along well, they were just drinking buddies who chatted with each other. Since they were all children of the big families in Shangjing, they naturally knew each other. However, it would be a joke to talk about who could have a heart-to-heart with whom. However, Zhuo and the others didn't care about little Hero Yu's family background when they first met. They laughed and scolded each other, calm and unrestrained. This was the way friends interacted with each other that little Hero Yu didn't know. Not only were they comfortable, but they also had a sense of steadiness as true friends. Besides, although little Hero Yu was a foppish playboy, his eyes were very sharp. Ever since the experience in the Starry Mountains, little Hero Yu could see that the team created by Zhuo Xiaoduo had unlimited potential. Not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was invincible. Anyone in the team was a top-notch talent, a first-class, heavenly son of heaven. Such a team, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would definitely become giants that shook the world in the future. On top of that, there was Zhuo Xiaoduo, a ruthless character who was like the sky holding down the fort. No one dared to make any small moves. Such a team was definitely a hidden dragon that could rise to the sky at any time. Based on this understanding, little Hero Yu made up his mind at that time. Even if he had to bark like a dog every day, he had to sneak in. In order to live the rest of his life and live a happy life, face was nothing. It was just a shoe pad. If the Yu clan could really get hold of the details of those few people's identities and successfully take them down, it would be equivalent to taking a solid step forward. Li Qinglong pondered for a long time and finally said, "It's not impossible to hand it over to the Yu clan, but there's one thing that needs to be clear. Only by saying it first can we not delay the important matters." Little Hero Yu immediately straightened his chest and said, "Go ahead and say it." Li Qinglong pondered and said, "You also said that the Wang clan is a clan that has been around for many generations, so we mustn't underestimate them. If the Yu clan has the intention to set up this operation, we must send enough experts to strike like lightning and finish off these targets in one fell swoop.